Okay, so we're going live, we're going live, we're going live. Okay, we're going live. We are actually live now. Let me do the mic tests, the mic check.
Mic check, 1, 2, 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Okay, we're going live. We are actually live now. Let me do the mic tests, the mic check.
Mic check, 1, 2, 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 2, 1, 2.
All right, so we both did the mic check and we are live. Who the? All right, so somebody's funny. Okay, so let me respond to this one comment. Okay, anyway, let me show you what I mean, all right? Because you probably think I'm Captain. You dig? And I'm a bit of a show off, okay? I'm the type of guy, if I'm playing basketball, you know, everything is cool. You know, as soon as some women pull up, give me the ball. Give me the ball. I start going crazy. Give me that goddamn ball. I got to show out.
Is this shirt on or shirt off?
Okay, it depends which unbiased you get. Okay, so one unbiased, it was shirt off no matter what, right? I was at the mall, shirt off, yeah, no matter what. Like I thought I was Tupac. Okay. So I would say back in my early 30s, mid 20s, no matter where I went, no shirt. Okay, so it show off or not. No. But now shirt on because I'm like more humble. You dig? Anyway, let me invite
that is too funny.
All right, so let me see where we're at with the guests. Because the guests nowadays, you got to screen. I had some guests that was like unaware of the topic or they were the wrong Muslim. So I got to make sure that we have the right Muslim. All right, joining the call. So I had a couple messages, right, that I didn't get a chance to respond to. So many people, so let me say this. Many people want to come on. I got about over 20-something people that are interested in these topics. So the topics, they vary. So one topic is, of course, Yaqub, which we all are pretty much aware of. Now, the reason why I keep bringing this topic up is because I'm amazed at the logic that they have when it comes to Yaqub, and you'll hear it in a second. Okay, then this, you know, because it's like, listen, I don't think you're hearing yourself in this logic. And if you're able to stay with that logic, then it's definitely flawed. Okay, so I can't trust you on different things. The second thing is the Nation of Islam teaches that God is a man in the Bible and Quran. So, of course, people of the Torah resent that idea for the most part. People of the New Testament resent that. You know, the Messianic Christians resent that. And the people of the Quran definitely resent that. So they are, you know, pretty much in the middle, fighting everybody. So I said, okay, if you got scriptures in the Quran, let us hear them. and let's have somebody on the panel who's well versed in the Quran. We got Hassan, Brother Rashid that came on here. Then we have the Christians. We got the Hebrews. We got yourself. We got Akachi, Hebrew Israelite. And we got other people who are just Christian, and some people who are more Messianic Hebrews. And I'm sure they're going to resent that. They want to hear these verses. They want to say, okay, what verses that I skipped past that you read that highlights God is a man? And also, when we look at the things God did in these books, in the Quran and Bible, it's like, what's so man about that? That sounds like something supernatural, right? So if he's a man, so let's go back to Stupi's point. If he's a man, he's definitely more than a man, because he's doing things that men can't do, like receiving prayers, granting prayers, accepting prayers, rejecting prayers. Like, what man can do that? Just the intelligence is on a whole nother level. Like, what man intelligence is that there? And we hear about these God in man form they're using 100% of their brain, whatever that means. Okay, because there's a misconception on brain usage. Neil deGrasse Tyson explained that, and it's not what you think it is. It has nothing to do with 10% of your brain you're using. It has nothing to do with that. You're using your brain, all right? You're not using a small percentage of it. So anyway, I might play that later, how Neil deGrasse explained that thing. All right. So anyway, that's a good conversation. The proof that God is a man, okay, and not a spirit. That's interesting. So that's something I feel like is entertaining.
Oh, okay. Let's get into it.
Yeah. So we got a couple, volunteers, like, and they lined up. Like, I mean, I couldn't even I can't do nothing. Every time I go to respond one person, there's 10 more. That's like, yeah, I'll do it.
Okay, this should make a good show then.
So for that reason, to keep the show going, entertaining, you don't want to have them all at one time. Even I would love to. I would love to have 3, 4. I might do that. I might start inviting them back to back to back. Because you'll see these guys disagree in their scriptures. It's going to be funny. I've done this years ago before, like 9 years ago. And we have that situation where they start disagreeing with each other. All right. So I'm just checking. Oh, so as I'm checking some things, I'm going to play, since we're talking about the Big Bang, right? I'm going to play this.
Yeah.
This is going to be interesting. So this was people that come on this podcast, they're familiar with Unc, the God Killer, and they're familiar with Science with Sean. Okay, so they've been having a discussion about the Big Bang. And the discussion, I'm kind of confused because they're confused. They're confused on the argument. Well, some of them don't think they're confused. Some think they know what's going on, but other parties say that's not the debate. So that's what I mean by confused. One party is saying, one party believe they're arguing this, and the other party is saying that's the wrong argument. So that's what's going on. So as I'm sending these links, and as I'm responding to these invitations, I'm just trying to see who I'm going to invite on, right? I'm making sure that these people are well versed in the subject, because you don't want to have somebody on here who know a little bit. We had that problem. They come on here and they're believers in every sense of the word, where they didn't do the research on the belief. They just believe it because you're supposed to, in order to have grace or favor from their God. So let me just give a little bit. I can play the whole thing, just a little bit until I get a guest on. I'm gonna go through the many people who wants to hop on. Oh, I just passed it. All right. So anyway, just check it out for 1 second. Then I'm gonna go ahead and do what I do with the guests. Just so it ain't silent, you know what I mean? While I'm looking for the proper, because I'm vetting the guests nowadays. Before I should just put them on here, but now I gotta vet them. Makes for a better show.
What's the determining factor?
Oh, they gotta know their doctrine. So if we're gonna talk
How
about,
do you determine that personally?
okay, because I know the doctrine, just like how you know your doctrine. So there's specific things you can ask. So first of all, I'm going to say, I'm not going to go too far in the vetting system, but I want to say, or the vetting process, I do want to say, okay, are you familiar with the Yakub story? Once they say yes, I'm going to say, okay, because we have panelists who have a difference in opinion and they know their stuff. So you still want to come on? That's like a way of saying you're going to be challenged. So if you all cat, that's going to be an issue. All right, so let me go to where I think I'm at on the video. So, and then we're going to go into the first guest. And don't be surprised if we have more than one guest, because I might be booting them off because they might not, be that well versed on certain things.
Wait a minute. So you boot them off and say they don't know what they talk about.
Yeah, I mean, not that I just kick them off, but I'm gonna say, okay, brother, take care. You're not the right fit. You don't know a lot. You got to go back and research.
Okay.
Yeah. You got to go back and research. Yeah. So hold on, let me.
I was shy getting back at you for that pseudo you about to
do. Ancestors working against
that was Kulu.
Happy New Year's, everybody, too, man.
Yeah, no doubt. Happy New Year, though, no doubt.
Man.
Hold on 1 second, yo. Let me get that out there. Hold on 1 second. Hold on, that shit froze up. You did that shit on purpose, Asad.
Yeah, you sent one of them curses, yo.
No, it's all good. When I hit, Chef then switched the shit to me, which made me have to use all the power. He just did that on purpose. That's some bullshit.
Them blew the chip.
That's all right. I knew I couldn't do all that. You know what I mean? Right, he did it any motherfucking way. Hold on, man. Hold on.
The way Facebook changed.
Nothing wrong with that, man.
Blew the speakers.
Blew the speakers. You was reading from that, John. I got your whatever slide that was you had up. Let's talk about the notion, seeing is believing. That's what you was on.
Yeah, hold on, yeah. I want to do a thing. Hold on. Yeah, I'll say it now.
Nah, not yet.
All right, hold on. Damn, man. Let you hit the button.
Yeah.
Where we at?
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
not your eyes.
That's not your eyes, which are inextricably conjured with the baggage of your brain. Let me go back here because I want everybody to get this. Why this shit ain't moving? Oh, god damn, that's bullshit. Let me start right here. The notion that seeing is believing. Y'all can see it, right? He writes in Astrophysics for People in a Hurry. Works well in many endeavors, including mechanical engineering, fishing, and perhaps dating. But it does not make for good science. Science is not just about seeing. It's about measuring, preferably with something that's not your own eyes, which are inexplicably conjured with the baggage of your brain. That baggage is more often than not
let's see.
satchel of preconceived ideas, post-conceived notions, and outright bias. So what is he saying here? He's saying that just your senses, just by yourself. He talks about how your brain and your eyes can become baggage. We understand this. We can get tricked by a magic trick on the stage all day long. That's your five senses failing you all day long. And there are things called biases. Let's read Neil's words. Science did not achieve maturity. He says maturity until we what? Invented machines, mechanisms, devices that either replaced our senses, intended our senses,
Extended.
or became extended our senses.
So that is the separation. That's the difference between what real science is or what accepted science versus other sciences. Like without the tools to prove your work, your hypothesis, your theories, without the tools to prove it, meaning that it's being retested, and the same result is produced over and over and over. Without the tools, you don't really have science at that point, as we know it today. All you have is a hypothesis. Okay. So this is why the early Greeks were called philosophers. No matter how great their work was done in science, they're known as philosophers and not scientists because of lack of tools. So that's where Uncle's going. This was a great point.
It became a whole other sense entirely. There are things going on out there that our five senses know nothing about. Now, I saw have you thinking they knew it. They knew that. They knew. Well, how? Was it the deity that gave it to them? How did they know? Yeah, I heard your lecture there, so I liked it. So let's get you some tools right here. Watch this. Stone. Hold on, man. Come on, Onyx. Go get the.
He's doing the presentation. I didn't want to do the presentation. I wanted to go when he was done, when they have a dialogue. And that's like right here. So he's done, but it was a great, man, I shouldn't have skipped that point. Let me go back. This point right here is big. Okay, here we go. Let's go back to this point.
I want to know what tools they use. Just standing there staring at the sky ain't going to be good enough. You need things to measure with, and our ancestors got the oldest such tool to do that. Now, Saul going to have to show us the Bantoon tools that they use, right? We call it, so what? What is this? Oldest such mechanism on planet Earth goes back to about 5,000 years. We call it a megalith. They got about 35,000 megaliths in Europe, right? Sean did some videos showing some megaliths, but the oldest one is right here in Africa. So this is the gift to the world right here. This starts us along our way. We don't need to take that from our ancestors. Without this is essential to get into space, but it's a tool. And without this tool, you can't measure things they measure. And if a person come amongst you and say they could just did it by just doing it, just by staring at it, they made that up. Not the Playa, the world's first astronomical site, was built in Africa and is older than Stonehenge. This 7,000-year-old stone circle tracked the summer solstice and the arrival of the annual monsoon seasons. It's the oldest known astronomical site on Earth. Discovery Magazine. No, don't put them right there, man. Put them up. Science Magazine, y'all know what it is. Africans, Homo sapiens, were the first, what? Techies. So we give credit to Africa, but we make sure we don't reach. I've seen people actually take this right here and make it more than what it was. Matter of fact, it's a marvel during that time. You don't get no better than that. That's top-notch, top-of-the-line technology in their world. You don't get better than that. It's not in Europe. It's not in Asia. It's not in North America. It's in Africa proper. It ain't in Egypt. No, it's in Africa proper. Not to say that Egypt was not in Africa, but I'm saying this is down south. This is important right here. I've seen people take that, right, and reach. You know what we say around here, Saul? When you reach, we teach. So now we're teaching. We're showing you that there are tools that will extend our senses. This is important for what I'm saying here. Catch on. Let's keep moving. First techies on planet Earth is the African. Now this picture right here is the first nerds. That's who we was. A reconstruction of a Homo sapien hunting party from the BPC. Documentary, Planet of the Ape Man. New research traces the birth of technology 70,000 years ago in Southern Africa. Man, y'all can just find, this ain't hidden in the secret library, no way. Technology found in South Africa predates similar artifacts found in Europe by 30,000 years. Archaeological claims it decisively shows that Africa is the birthplace of modern human cognition. Findings debunk widely held belief that modern human behavior originated in Europe 40,000 years ago. So we all passed that stage. And guess what, y'all? Science has actually showed us what? Archaeology. It was there that our ancestors made the first bone tools, the first abstract art, the first stone-tipped spears, and arrow research. What the hell is I'm talking about? I'm getting you there. I'm showing you there are steps to getting to the Big Bang. You gotta be the tool makers first. There are steps in this thing we're talking about. You don't just leap into the Big Bang. They chime with findings published just last month, which suggests that the development of long-range weapons in Africa was a technological breakthrough which allowed humans to become the dominant species. There's no jumping in technology. You don't just build a 747. The first gadgets, a bone point from the Middle Stone Age levels, Pierce Cave. The exact context is unknown. Bone tools from Still Bay levels at Bloomblas Cave. See those tips? See those micro lips? You gotta start there to get to here. There's no jumping on planet Earth. There's steps to getting there. Bam, spears, West African spears. But you don't get to the spears until you get here first. You gotta understand that first. Once you understand that, then you can move to this. There's no step jumping. The universe is a teacher, but it takes steps. You have to surpass your natural senses. You got to get past that. Some more West African spears. These are better. You'll see through time they get better and better and better as Homo sapiens sapiens get better at what they're doing. But without this, without the spears, you don't have this. Your first project your bullets. So your spears are your first projectiles. Your spear tips, your micro lips. You need this and this before you can get to this. You would not find our ancient ancestors with bullets. It would be ridiculous. But that's not to say that their level of intelligence would not have allowed them to produce bullets. It's just the time it takes to get to that level. Same thing with the Big Bang. Once you understand projectiles, right? Sam Bushman rock art. Sevilla Rock Art Trail, right? West Cape Province of South Africa. You see the bow and arrow on rock art 40, 50,000 years ago. You see him holding a bow. A bow does what? A bow pushes the arrow. Motion. So you go from throwing a spear, you go from bone tips to tips that go on arrows, to arrows that you're throwing, spears that you're throwing, to being able to put more force behind it by using a bow. So you go from this to understand projectiles and making shit move, right? And later on, you will get to this. There's no this ICBM size comparison. That's intercontinental ballistic missiles. There's no intercontinental ballistic missiles without this this, and this, and this. If you skip any of these stages, you do not get to this. It's impossible. It won't happen. Same with the Big Bang. Bow and arrow hunting is a technology first developed in the early modern humans in Africa, perhaps as long as 71,000 years ago. Archaeological evidence shows that the technology was certainly used by humans during the Howell's Point phase of the Middle Stone Age in Africa between 37,000 and 5,000 years ago. Recent evidence at South Africa Pinnacle Point Cave tentatively pushes the initial use back to 71,000 years ago. So I knew I was coming into this situation, right?
All right, so now I'm gonna skip to the doc.
So I want to read something to you. Something I wrote.
We just they just still use the term.
No, they just use the term atomism from the Greek atom, atomon. Therefore, the uncuttable, the indivisible, is a natural philosophy proposing that the physical universe is composed of fundamental, indivisible components known as atoms. References to the concept of atomism and its atoms appeared in both ancient Greek and ancient Indian philosophical traditions. The ancient Greek atomists theorized that nature consists of two fundamental principles, atom and void. Clusters of different shapes, arrangements, and positions give rise to the various macroscopic substances in the world. And there's a two.
Yeah, but that was just wrong, though, right there.
No, it's wrong only in
it's indivisible.
Fundamental, and I played
the brother with the face showing, that's Brother Asar Imhotep, and the brother talking with the deep voice, that's Concrete Corey. And he just pointing out that the early thoughts on the atom was wrong, right? Because what me and Lady Gabs were talking about earlier was that science grows, right, with their theories. So, and that's why they got to be tested over and over and over so they can stand up, right? Oh my God. So anyway, so the earlier definition of what people thought an atom was, that was the best they had at their time, because they didn't have, the advanced technology that we have today. And it goes back to what we heard earlier when Neil deGrasse said that without tools, your science is limited, and your limitations are your five senses. That's your science, right? So the world is only the world you can see. If you're living in the United States, that's all you know. You don't know anything about Cuba or Australia, what goes on out there, and definitely nothing in the cosmos or beneath the Earth's core, right? So that's what we're getting to. So earlier thoughts about the atom were close, but not close enough, and they were flawed. Atoms can be split. We know that from the atomic bomb.
I played
indivisible.
I can play the theoretical physicists again. What is at the highest level of astrophysics is the field. That's what I played.
Right. That's fine. Yeah. That's
so they're not wrong in the sense of the atoms existing. What they
wrong on how they're talking about it. We still using the term.
Hold on, so let them respond to that real quick. Go ahead, Corey.
It was a Greek term. The word atom is Greek. That's all that is. But their explanation of an atom was wrong. Their explanation of an atom was wrong. You just read.
So there's no such thing as, I put it like this. There's no such thing as an atom today.
Yes, there is, but not.
Okay, what are atoms made of?
Particles, protons.
Protons in what?
Electrons, particles. They made up of particles.
No, protons, neutrons, electrons make up the atom.
Yeah, particles.
And that's further broken down.
They don't have weight, they have mass.
Gluons. And then gluons have up and down quirks.
But the Greeks was not even coming close to talking about none of that.
Fields.
They wasn't coming close to talking about none of the fields.
That's not the point. The point is, it's just like, for example.
It is the point if y'all trying to act like they even.
When you talk about Newtonian physics is only true up to a point. Newtonian physics has no answer for quantum mechanics. That's where Einstein comes in with the theory of relativity, and he got into it with some other individuals like Schrodinger and them.
FYI, if I'm over a text person, if you're calling me, I don't pick up. If you call again, that does not mean I'm going to pick up. Okay. If you text me like everybody who knows me supposed to do, even my clients, I say, listen, if you want to get in touch with me, text. If you don't care to get in touch with me, call. Okay. So that just throws out there calling my phone.
Trying to fight against the action at a distance, which gives rise to the whole field of quantum mechanics. But you wouldn't say that Newton was wrong. Newton is right. It's just there's a point where Newton is no longer right. And that's when you get into the quantum area. And so Newtonian physics cannot count for quantum mechanics. That does not mean that Newton is wrong. You still use Newtonian physics to get to space, to rockets and all this, and satellites in terms of orbits. But he was only right to a point. And so it's the same thing with the Greeks with the atom. They were only right to a point. And it's the same thing with the Africans. They were only right to a point. And so all
right, so my only pushback with that is the Greeks showed their work, how they came to these hypotheses, okay? And they showed their work from their mathematics, literal math. And when I say literal, I mean they actually used math and the limited tools they had. Okay, so this is how they came to their conclusions, their philosophies on how the cosmos worked, right? So anybody else will have to do the same thing. They got to philosophize and got to be justified. And we want to see the math and the tools. You know, when Eratosthenes weighed when he measured the Earth, and he seen how the distance it was from the sun and things like that, he used math, he used tools, he used a whole bunch of stuff. And when science caught up, it was damn near close enough, you know. So, and it was retestable. Other people today you can use Eratosthenes' method, his scientific method, get out there, and you will come up with a similar result. So that's the only pushback I got on that. Like, I want to see what the Africans use, because it's a random guess. That's not science.
Time goes on, you get better experimentation, you get deeper knowledge, you get better and accurate truths.
Hey, I'm sorry.
So we're
I just want to
talking
say
about
one
stuff
thing.
that is thousands of years old. Not
Just let me say
one. Made up last
one
weekend.
thing, though. Let me say one thing, I'm sorry. That they were the Africans was right on their astronomy, bro. Like when they was the things that they could see, and the data that they could to record with their own eyes, because they didn't have the tools to be able to look at the shit that we, to even, it's certain things, Asar, that have to be in place to even ask a question. You understand that?
No, for everyone.
2022.
No, it's not for
in 2022, it's easy for us to ask a lot of questions.
Did the Greeks
because
come
it's
up
a
with
lot
the
of things
concept
in
of
place.
Adam? Hold on.
Huh?
Did the Greeks come up with the concept of Adam? Yes or no?
No, not the concept
Did
that
the
we
Greeks
have today.
come up with the concept of the Adam? Yes or no?
They came up with a concept of an.
They came up with the concept. We're still calling it Adam today.
Concept.
Yeah. Brother Sar's not saying that correctly. They came up with the term Adam, okay? But the concept we know today, they didn't come up with that. They had their own concept, and it was close, but it was off. Okay, so the term, yes, the concept, no.
Red was wrong.
You're right.
I mean,
At,
atoms
Thank
ain't
at this
indivisible.
at
You're
this
talking about
point, there's
you
no
read
there's
about
no
you read about
reason.
something that was
It's
indivisible.
just beyond your understanding.
Indivisible
Nah, no,
parts
hold
that
on,
you
hold
And
on,
I
hold on, y'all.
understand.
Hold on,
break
y'all. No,
down.
no, let's not do that, Asaf. Like if you don't
Yeah,
agree
he
with
just
it,
threw his gun. He just
yeah,
left.
don't say
No,
you're
No,
right
no,
if
no,
you don't
no.
I
already
was
agree
waiting
It's
with it.
for
Come
you.
on, man.
if you
I was
can't
actually
even
waiting for you.
acknowledge that
I
the
was waiting for you to
Greeks,
throw your gun. I
no,
can't
no,
believe you threw
no.
your
It's
gun that
if
fast,
you
bro.
can't
Yo,
even
you realize you
acknowledge
threw your gun
that
No,
just
the
it's
now,
fine.
Assault?
Greeks
That's all
Very
thought
fine.
of the
condescending, and
concept
you
of
threw
an
your nah.
atom,
That's bull.
if you were
Assault.
denying that
No,
after
no,
Hold
no.
just
You
on.
made that up.
reading it,
Nah,
there's no point in
nah,
the
Hold on.
conversation.
We
We
all
He
go.
can
Hold on.
talked
just leave
about
it.
nah.
indivisible
Nah, he
things.
threw his gun. I
Hold
can't
on.
believe
Hold
you
on.
threw
I
your
didn't
gun,
throw my
Assault.
gun. I threw my
Hold
gun with
on.
him.
Yeah.
Nah, he good. He
And
good.
hey,
No, no,
Kent,
no,
I
no.
swear to God,
He said he didn't throw
Kent,
his gun.
listen to
He
what I'm
threw
saying.
his gun with him.
Nah,
But
yo,
it's
he
all
gonna
good.
say
Because
No, we having a very
because
good
we're
conversation.
gonna be getting into
no,
circular
no, no.
arguments.
No, we're
And I
not
don't
into
do
a circular
circular
argument.
arguments.
No,
If
so
you
then you don't do
believe
circular argument. You're the
if
master of the
you
circular argument
believe,
right now,
for
bro.
example, that the
No,
Greeks
you
did
tried
not
to put
conceptualize
that's not what
the
we saying
atom,
though. Man, you
we
wild, yo.
understand
You
that.
wild
I
for that, dog.
They
introduced
they
this into the
had a
conversation.
concept.
So
I
this is
just
what I
admitted
am
that. I
saying.
said they had a concept. I
No,
mean, what's wrong with that?
Hold on, sorry. Okay,
Man,
let
everybody got
Corey get it
concepts
off.
and stuff.
Yeah, let Corey get
No,
it
I
off real
said
quick.
no. I was just saying. I said they had a concept. I'm trying to figure out what's wrong with that. I admitted that they had a concept, but the concept that we have about atoms and the concept they had is two different things today.
Okay, that's all
How
you
is you
gotta.
not seeing that though, Saul? Like, what's the point of trying to press past the stop sign? Like,
Let
you
him
go past
respond.
stop signs 100 miles an hour.
Let him respond.
No, we can all respond, Kent. Why don't you respond to it? Then we respond to get back to him.
Nah, I
The
mean they was
conversation is about
having.
letting the people get it.
They was all
No,
talking at
we
the same
stuck
time.
on we acting like the niggas seen a fucking avenue and knew what it was and know how it reacted. Because the show was about, did the Africans understand the damn Big Bang? Assad's assertion is that they had a concept of man, I can take you around the world, bro, and find people doing the same thing. Edgar Allan Poe did the same damn thing. That's nothing special, Assad. I'm saying what they did was special. You say the hell with the shit they did that was special. Because that making up shit with the God at and all, then you want to change, then you got to change the word God. Now, God don't mean God no more. That okay, the Africans had the universe was God. Okay, they was slap ass round us all. Like, come on, bro. I can't believe you trying to push that. So, and your assertion, because they said
you're
fire,
right, brother.
that meant that thank you.
You're
Like,
right,
Man, he
and
done
I'm
threw his gun
wrong.
on you now. He done threw his gun.
You're right, and I'm wrong.
Appreciate that.
All right.
Appreciate that, bro.
No, because like I'm saying, sorry, just I'm trying to
Concrete
walk
Corey,
with you.
you're right, and I'm wrong.
No, I'm trying to walk with you though. The Greek you just read, they talked about the atoms being indivisible and how these was the smallest parts, right? They weren't made up of nothing else. This was it. This, you know what I mean? That was just wrong of them to say that. Like that was just plain wrong. Like, and we
You're
don't
right, Concrete Corey.
we don't look at atoms. You know, E equals MC squared tells you that we don't look at atoms as indivisible. You know what I'm saying? Like we
E equals
understand
MC squared has nothing to
what
do
pure
with atoms being indivisible.
we understand how to get pure energy out of a small amount of material. Right,
First of
out
all,
of a
you
small
can't
amount
get
of
pure
atoms.
energy out of a small amount of material because energy is a measurement, is a property of matter.
Right.
And so
I get that. I get that. So this is how we got the hydrogen bomb. That's
you're
what I'm
right,
saying.
Concrete Corey, and
This
I
is
am
how
wrong.
this how we get the atom bombs and these
Come on, man.
hydrogen bombs and shit like that, right? Because atoms are you can divide these atoms, you can split these atoms, and the byproduct of splitting those atoms is pure energy, right? That's what we understand about atoms today. They don't have the same understanding or conceptualization of an atom as we have today. They were just wrong. That philosopher, this Greek philosopher you just read, he was wrong. Period. And going back to the Bantu, they were right on a cosmology. Why can't we honor that? How come that can't be honorable? Why do we have to water they shit down? We're acting like they was trying to talk about the Big Bang when they had no way to even ask the question. Like I just said a few seconds ago, Asar, there's certain things that have to be in place to even ask a question. You see what I'm saying? And so I wouldn't take away from what everybody was what modern science has built on. That modern science built on that early astronomy that those Africans did, that those early Africans did, who documented, who was able to remember and somehow document some of the celestial bodies and the movements that they did. That way they can plant their crops, and they knew when the water was going to be rising, when the season was going to be changing, and all of that, and when the harvest time was supposed to be. All of that is genius. So I would never take away from the genius to try to water it down with modern day science. It takes away from their brilliance. You know what I'm saying? Because they wasn't even trying to think about a Big Bang. You know what I mean? And
You're right.
And then go ahead.
You're
go
right,
ahead.
brother. Concrete Corey, and I'm wrong. I agree
you
with
really
you.
agree?
I am team pseudo killers, and I
Appreciate
expect
that.
my T-shirt in a large and sent to me express shipping.
Well, they shrink
Appreciate
up
that.
when they wash. So
Gotcha. I'm gonna make sure I got it.
I'm gonna send you
Make sure I send that
extra
to you.
large.
But make sure I send that to you. Well, let's read this real quick, okay? I can't even pronounce the Greek's name. How you pronounce his name, Asal? Leosepius.
What are you reading?
I'm reading the shit you ain't want to read. The history of the atavism, antiquity Greek atheism. Shit you should have read. Yeah, read that. Read that.
He says,
That's
in the
gonna
5th
get
century
cool.
BC, Leucippus and his pupil, Democritus, proposed that all matter was composed of small indivisible particles called atoms. Nothing whatsoever is known about Leucippus, except that he was the teacher of Democritus. Democritus, by contrast, was a prolific writer who wrote over 80 known treatises, none of which have survived to the present day complete. However, a massive number of fragments and quotations of his writings has survived. These are the main source of information on his teachings about atoms. Democritus's argument for the existence of atoms hinged on the idea that it is impossible to keep dividing matter for infinity, and that matter must therefore be made up of extremely tiny particles. The atomistic theory aimed to remove the distinction which the Eleatic, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, school drew between the absolute or the only real existence and the world of change around us. Democritus believed that atoms are too small for human senses to detect. They are infinitely many. They come in infinitely many varieties, and that they have always existed. They float in a vacuum, which Democritus called the void, and they vary in form, order, and posture. Some atoms, he maintained, are convex, others concave, some shaped like hooks, and others like eyes. They are constantly, and this actually looks like string theory in many respects.
Yeah, in your mind, I know how you do it. Go ahead.
Again, Brother Unk is right, and I am wrong. Moving and colliding into each other. He says the objects, let me go back. They are constantly moving and colliding into each other, which is a fact. Democritus wrote that atoms and void are the only things that exist, and that all other things are merely said to exist by social convention. The objects humans see in everyday life are composed of many atoms united by random collisions, and their forms and materials are determined by what kinds of atom make them up. Likewise, human perceptions are caused by atoms as well. Bitterness is caused by small angular jag atoms passing across the tongue, whereas sweetness is caused by large, smoother, more rounded atoms passing across the tongue. Parmenides, how far do you want me to read?
No, we good right there. I just wanted to get it all out. Wanted to get that all out. So
yeah.
All humans.
Again, it's and I don't know how this point keeps getting missed. Science is done through conceptualization. You philosophize about the concept first, then you go and experiment. Now, this is something that, of course, they wouldn't have had the technology in 500 or in the 400 BCEs, to be able to prove. They already had in their mind that it would be undetectable. And we have one photo of it, and it is barely a photo, but we can't, we can't see any quarks in terms of the up quark or down quark. Those could essentially, by the definition of an atom, those could be the real atoms. But again, for the void, we know now that the void, the vacuum, what we call now the vacuum, is still composed of these small particles that go in and out, which the Africans talk about. And it just amazes me. So
no, it's right.
You know, Unc is right. Pseudo killers got it. I'm going to the school of pseudo killers.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Months
ask you a quick question,
in the mail.
Can I ask you a question, sir?
Go ahead.
What tool did the Bantu use? Now we've seen in the middle now and not apply it and use the tool to make those observations. We also can go to different places in West Africa.
You got to mute one of your joints.
It is.
Okay. Yeah, we can also go to like parts in West Africa and find that they had these observatories. This tool is essential to being able to actually mark the winter solstice, the summer solstice, and looking at certain planetary arrangements move around, because you're not going to just sit there and stare at that shit. Tell your son, yo, look right here. It's not going to happen. If somebody just happened to die from a virus, then you messed it all up and got to start over again. So these tools are essential, and to be able to look at these celestial bodies go through these tools is essential. So what tools was the Bantus using? Well, just curious to do that. Did they use the megaliths? They used them too? They had those too? Just curious.
But I'm trying to find a quote real quick.
No, I asked a question. That's all. Come on,
I understand, and I'm gonna answer your question. I'm trying to find a quote real quick. So, because this, you just read it from how the Greeks conceptualized. It was from logical deduction, and the African ancestors, in the same way. So let me share. Oops.
So no. So the answer is no. They didn't have that. That's all. Just answer the question, move forward, and just tell me how they did it.
I moved
forward.
Asked
did they have the megaliths? That's what I asked you.
Hold on 1 second. You made me lose my.
I didn't. You just answered the question. Say no, and they just thought in their head like the Greeks did.
So we know. See, Einstein understands something. You know that a lot of us fail to realize when it comes to science.
Why you do that?
I saw you do got to answer that question.
I
am answering the question. Let me answer the question.
No, you're not. Look, answer the question.
Brother,
then give an
how can you say I'm not answering the question?
Because you're bringing up Einstein. I asked you a question.
Brother, let me answer the question the way I want to answer the question. No, answer the question,
then give an explanation behind it. You can do all that for 20 minutes. Just say,
brother,
no,
I'm not doing on. Why do you always do? I interrupt you?
It could be a yes. It could be a yes or no, and then go into the.
I'm gonna answer the question the way I want to answer the goddamn.
It's not a yes or no.
I heard that before.
Now, Einstein is quoted as saying, "Imagination is more important than knowledge, for knowledge is limited to all we know now, or we now know and understand, while imagination embraces the entire world and all there ever will be to know and understand." Those of us who are scientists understand the importance of this quote, because you have to be creative and imaginative to come up with the concepts that are to later be experimented and proven. That's why the philosophy comes first. It's not always just, I see something in nature. I'm conceptualizing using my imagination. And then if we have the means to experiment, to demonstrate that this is true or not, then that can happen. But, I'm a computer scientist, so, I'm not an astrophysicist, even though I deal with physics and electromagnetism and all that kind of stuff in my field. But that's just another, conversation in of itself. You have to be able to conceive and logically deduce. And then you come up with the experiments to see if it is true or not. It is because of Einstein's imagination, understanding time, doing the thought experiments, like with the rockets and the trains moving, and then the dilation. All of this was from thought.
I mean, really though.
So your answer would be
so
yes.
he wasn't using math to do. He wasn't using mathematical equations.
No,
with his imagination and having the ability
his
to
imagination.
No, but
do
you
y'all
gotta
even
have
know
the
the
math.
story of Einstein?
Yeah, I do. Wait a minute, hold on. Hold on for a minute,
I'm
bro.
gonna recommend the
Because you're
book
talking
for
to
you.
Duff right now.
Listen,
no,
hold on. I'm gonna
right
recommend
now.
the book
hold on,
for you.
Hey, Assad, you talking to Duff right now.
Because
So
it
you
goes
just not
through
gonna
all
answer
of this.
So you're not just gonna answer the question,
though.
though. You just not gonna answer the question, Assad. You're not gonna answer the question. You promised you would.
Right?
Hold on, Kent. You promised you would, and you tried to make us forget it. Now you offered you recommending the goddamn book without answering the damn question.
I
So if your
answered your
answer
question.
is imagination,
If just say you didn't understand my answer.
Okay.
Is it a
Just
yes
say
or
that.
it's
Don't
flim
say I
flam
didn't
bam
answer
bam.
the
No,
question.
that's
It's a
flim
simple-
flammery. That's flim flammery,
It's
bro.
a simple yes
Nah,
or
you can have
no.
that.
No, it's not a simple yes or no.
you can have it.
Otherwise,
Nope,
I would have
nope.
answered it in a simple yes or no.
Well, let me deal with something. Let me deal with something that's a little bit more. Since you got the ultimate tool, they imagined that shit, and that's what it is. If that's the fucking case, the Hebrews imagined shit, the ancient Chinese imagined shit, and everybody got imagination of sorrow. But that's not what we're saying.
You're right.
And you,
You're right,
and you
Unc,
clearly
and I'm
understand
wrong.
this, bro. No, you clearly know what we're saying, but you're playing this crazy game right now, yo. Let me put this up on the screen because you're playing, and I know you're playing. You played everybody with imagination. We understand how imagination can take you, but your imagination can only take you so far. If you don't have the means to bring your imaginative skills into being, then what, Assad? Then you stuck. That's the point we're making. So Einstein,
That is not
if he
the
did
point
not have
you are making.
let me
That's the
finish.
point that I'm making.
Let me finish, bro. If he didn't have the mathematics to support his imagination, then he wouldn't have been able to bring the ideas into fruition.
He didn't bring the idea to fruition. He came up with the concept.
Formula.
The idea was not proven until decades after his death.
Man. Yo, did he have mathematics?
Do you understand the difference?
No, I don't understand what you're
theoretical
saying,
physics
bro.
and science.
Oh my God, man! It uses mathematics.
It's
what
logic.
What the hell is wrong with you?
Do you understand what math is?
Does it use
Do you know what
mathematics,
math is?
Are you serious right now? So, are
I'm
you serious?
asking you a question.
Are you? No, I don't. No, I don't.
I believe you don't.
No idea what you're
I
talking
know
about.
you don't.
This
Let's
is bananas
read
right now, yo. This is
what
bananas
math
right now.
is.
No, I saw you gonna skip around the question though. That's what
I'm
you
not
doing?
skipping
You gonna tell us what math is? Hold on.
I
You gonna,
answered your question.
you gonna tell us what
cute?
you gonna tell us what math is, but you can't give us a
hold
yes
on,
or a
Kent.
no.
Hold on, Kent. So his answer is no. They didn't have megaliths, and they just used their fucking imagination. I don't believe
Brother, why would you
I'm not
ask
even
me the
listening to you.
same question I already answered earlier?
You didn't answer the question.
Brother, I told you and I explained in very simple, plain English that you conceive of the stuff first. And if you have the tools to experiment in your time, you do it. Otherwise, some things cannot be proven until later.
There's no way
so
that you will not convince
the question.
Okay, Assad.
I've been answered your question. I've answered that question 4 or 5 times in this conversation already. So I have to question, are you listening and comprehending what I'm saying? Like, what's so hard? What's so hard to understand that you have to conceive of the concepts first?
Why don't you just repeat
it?
Why don't you repeat it 100 fucking times, and maybe people listening might get what you're saying? Because I hear the game you playing, and let me show you the game you playing right now, sir. I'm gonna show you the game you playing. Here's the game. They conceptualized. We're talking about the moving of the celestial bodies. We're talking about accurately depicting when the winter solstice is, bro. So your imagination can only take you too far in that. You need a tool to precisely measure these things, or your ass will die because you won't plant the crops in time before the water floods, bro. You plan the game. Your imagination does not put you there, Saul. Your imagination helps you out to a certain degree, and you know it, but you keep playing that game, bro. That's funny. You're a funny guy, yo. You funny for that. You're a funny guy, dog. I like the way you did it,
You're
though.
right, brother.
I like the way you did that, though,
You
dog.
are right.
I like the way you did that. I like the way you did that.
I am wrong.
So yeah, you will never
bow
convince
down.
me. Appreciate that.
The glory
Appreciate
of
that.
your
Appreciate
brilliance.
Why you gotta do all that?
Appreciate that.
And
Nah, you
I
can do all that.
concede everything that I say.
Let me share my screen. This is what I'm talking about. I don't know where the side at right
Could have
now.
just said
You on
yes or
some
no.
imagination shit. That's all right. No, he
Could
throwing.
have said yes or no. He talking about he can.
No. He good.
Okay.
He good. He good. So we're gonna do this. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna come right here, right? All right, and we're gonna see what these people was doing. Hold on. 1 second. Let me get here. Let's see. Let me see. For thousands of years, ancient societies all around the world erected massive stone circles, aligning them with the summer, sun, and stars to mark the seasons. It say these early calendars foretold the coming of spring, summer, fall, and winter, helping civilizations track when to plant and harvest crops, right? They say they also serve as ceremonial sites, both for celebration and sacrifice. Hold on, let me see. Wait a minute, 1 second. Europe alone holds 35,000 megaliths, including many astronomical alignment stone circles, as well as tombs and other standing stones. These structures were mostly built between 6,500 to 4,500 years ago, largely along the Atlantic and Mediterranean coast. The most famous of these is Stonehenge Monument. Let's see, England thought to be around 5,000 years old. Though still old at that age, Stonehenge may have been one of the youngest such stone structures to be built in Europe. Chronology and extreme similarities between these widespread European sites lead some researchers to think, let me see, traditions, constructing megaliths emerged along the coast of France. Hold on. Okay, right here. Located in Africa, not the Playa, stands some 700 miles south of the Great Pyramid of Giza in Egypt. They say it was built 7,000 years ago, making not the Playa the oldest stone circle in the world and possibly Earth's oldest astronomical, watch this, astronomical observatory. It was constructed by the cattle worshiping cult of nomadic people to mark the summer solstice and the arrival of the monsoon. Here is human beings' first attempt to make some serious connection with the heavens. Okay, says J. McVille. It's a professor emeritus at the University of Colorado. Archaeological astronomy expert. All right, hold on, let me see. Now, if you think I'm sitting here and saying that a person that constructed them things didn't first have to have a damn imagination, then you bugging, you trying to be funny. What I'm saying is here, to get the movements and chart the actual movements of the quote-unquote celestial bodies, you got to be able to mark them so you can see that they, in fact, are actually moving. Your imagination won't do that for you. You got to be able to see it, Asar. So you got us left in an invisible world that only you can make up and imagine. So I hear what you think you're trying to say, but that's not what we're saying, Asar. Yo, you kind of slick with the tongue right there, bro. So I asked a question, so I got the answer. No, they didn't have it. That's the answer to the question. No, they didn't have that. Okay, I got you, bro. They didn't have those. So in fact, so they didn't have that. So they didn't actually understand the measurements. They didn't have it. They couldn't have did that. So how is the Bantoon, quote unquote, cosmology, right? It's what you're saying it is if they didn't have the tools to do that. Besides the imagination of Saul, everybody has an imagination. I imagine I can fly, sir. That don't mean I got the math, the tools, the metals to actually construct a daggone plane, sir. And that's the point you're leaving out, bro.
You're right, brother Unc.
Thank you.
And I am wrong.
Appreciate that.
And
good guy. He's a good guy. He's a good guy
I have
with that.
fully come over to the pseudo killers
Appreciate that
point of view on this subject
appreciate
matter.
that. I appreciate that, bro. Since we was having two separate conversations, I appreciate that. Appreciate that, bro. So if that's your argument that they had imagination, you can imagine the universe. Yep, they sure did. We never said they didn't. We never said they didn't imagine the cosmos.
Brother Unc,
the imagination part, man, I can't go with a star on that one. You know, science is much more than that. You know, sure, it may start at the imagination, you know, but we move past that, right? We go to observation at some point, what you actually see for real, for real. So that right there, you know, that sounds like, you know, the 5% of the nation guys of Earth, where they're never out of a conversation because they're gonna say knowledge is the foundation of everything. So they're gonna say as long as they got knowledge, that they're in the conversation, they're in all conversations, basically. All conversations of like production, you know, what you're doing in life. They're gonna be like, yo, that's their go-to. Their go-to is, yeah, but I might not be doing it. I might not be as progressive. I might be a bum, but I got knowledge, and knowledge is the foundation of all things. So that means with this knowledge, I could get up any day and be like you. So that's where this imagination thing is going. I see.
This is just isn't your lane, and you're never going to get it. And I'm fine.
Hold on. You just said he was right though. Like, so that was sarcastic.
And I was being sarcastic.
Okay, got you. Just as long as we clear. Just as long as we clear on what's going on, right?
Unc is wrong. I mean, yeah, Unc is wrong. Concrete Corey is right, and Kent is wrong.
Why you gotta do that? No, man. Like
that's my conclusion for the rest of the day.
We trying to have an honest conversation with you.
No, you're not. But that's
if we
that's
asking
fine.
you to say yes or no, what's wrong with saying yes or no?
Never mind.
No, I got him. I understood what he said. I heard him. I heard him exactly what he said. I heard you. So, I can imagine I can imagine I can fly. So yo, I'm saying imagination is important, bro. But you skipped the part.
I didn't skip anything.
Having mathematical. Okay,
I didn't skip anything, bro.
So you basically
how Unc, how much simpler can I put it that you have to conceive of something that is scientifically testable, and then if you have the tools to do the experiment in your time, good. But some things are just so far beyond your current time that you have to wait for the technology to be invented. I said this in English. I said it in Spanish. I wrote it in Meta Nature. I said it in French. What point? So what part of that don't you understand?
Okay, so that's the part I do understand. I'm trying to figure out what don't you understand about that. That's what I'm saying.
Never mind.
You can't be saying what I'm saying, Asaf.
No, I'm not.
But you can't be saying what I'm saying, though, Asaf.
You can't, Asaf. Do you not realize you I've just come to the conclusion that this isn't your lane, and I'm fine with that.
Okay.
So
thank you for throwing your gun, though, Asaf.
You are right, and I'm wrong.
Thank you for throwing your gun, Asaf.
You know, I've already conceded that a long time ago.
Asaf, but people, there are people out. Hold on. There are people out there that follow you, right? And they have your back, right? And they would like to hear your reasoning behind what you're saying. So you can't just say like y'all are right and I'm wrong.
Bro,
like,
I wrote a whole book on that.
We ain't talking, but we on the line. This is educational. This is an educational platform right now. So I mean, if you have something that you could teach them in a way that they can.
Yeah. So Truth Ministries, like that's not the point that I'm hearing, right? So I didn't watch Sean's video yet. I'm gonna watch it. I was tied up today. I'm gonna check it out. I'm not working Friday. I didn't work Friday in 6 years. So I don't work Fridays or Sundays, right? So Anyway, I'm gonna check out tomorrow, but that's not the point. The point is everybody is going to try what they have. Everybody, Mayweather beat up, tried the best of what they had, right? So, but they didn't get the job done. All of the opponents didn't get the job done. They got beat up with the best ability they had. So that's not. And when Michael Jordan played basketball, I'm sure Karl Malone and Gary Payton, everybody else, Charles Barkley, they did the best they can do. Shaq, Penny, Sprewell, but they came up short. And Michael Jordan was victorious. Tom Brady, Tiger Woods, whoever you want to say, they were successful every time. So it's about, it's not about that. It's about with what you had at the time, could you produce certain information? And that's what I'm hearing the argument is at this particular time. I don't know Sean's argument, but I know what I'm hearing from this dialogue. We're talking about imagination. Well, Asar's talking about imagination, right? No tools, no mathematics, imagination. And that's like, to me, like that's no different than just believing, just believing something's going to happen one day. And so that's what I'm getting from that. You guys, my opinion's not the end all be all. That's what the chat is for. We can hear you out. But that's what I'm getting from that. I'm not getting information other than imagination.
Understand it. Why not just say like, yeah?
I don't actually.
Look,
I actually don't like the point.
The people that
understand, I actually don't like the
understand.
That y'all
the people that don't.
That's the part I don't like, though, yo.
And
I don't
I'm
like
fine with that.
Asar, do you not realize y'all switched up though?
I just
want you to know for the record, it was. That's what we was talking about, and then you made it seem like that's not what it was. We made it very clear,
brother.
We made that very.
This just isn't your lane.
What are you talking about, Asar? So
it's fine,
So it's
you can't be an expert at everything.
Yeah, True Ministries, me and Unc always have a discussion. All contributions to science were necessary for science to grow. So nobody can, toot their own horn or beat their chest without giving acknowledgement to the ones before them, whether it was imagination only or limited tools or limited observations, whatever, me and Unc already agreed to that. Like none of this stuff today would be possible without the efforts of yesterday.
No, but
a jack of all trades is a master in none. Okay, and this just isn't your area. And we're good. We're good on this point. You're just not going to get it, and I'm not going to explain again.
Listen, I don't need
exactly what I said earlier.
This
so
is the point I want to say.
Just keep arguing, you can argue with yourself.
Asar, I know exactly what you said, Asar. You said that y'all wasn't saying that our ancestors understood the Big Bang, right? But that was the conversation. So the fact that you slipped out the fucking back door is amazing to me how you did that. But that's okay. I just wanted to reiterate that point because that was the conversation.
That is true.
In case you know that. Yeah. So everybody know that was always the conversation. Not that they imagined the damn universe, that there was something like knock it off, Asar, with that, yo. That's some nonsense you playing right now, bro. But I'm on you with that, though. I'm not gonna let you get out of here with that. As long as we know what it really was, you good.
You're right, so, brother. Yeah. I am wrong.
You proved your point. They imagined the universe. You got me, bro. Appreciate that, Asar. You got me. You definitely got me with that, bro. Yeah, I mean, what you want me to say, yo? You got me. You don't know who imagined it, right? Yeah, you just know the Bantu in general.
I can go beyond the Bantu. We would have been here for a few more hours.
First of all, let me stop
I got
playing.
citations. I've been researching this for over 10 years now.
I don't believe you, Asar. We'll go prove that. You got it right. We got all night long, nigga. We can go 24 hours.
I don't have all night long. I'm not finna argue with y'all. Y'all can't get these basic principles. So for right now, brother Unc, you are right.
I'm not
and I am wrong. That's just what it is. I'm not gonna be. Y'all gonna have me on those 6-hour show repeating the same stuff 3 million times. I said what I said. If y'all ain't get it, y'all ain't get it. It is what it is. I got stuff to do for shows I got coming up this week. So while I do appreciate all the love and the good back and forth, and this is not just me bowing out, I really do have to go. But I do appreciate each and every one of y'all, everyone's support of the pseudo killers. I need everyone who is listening to hit the like button and to share this.
Blue Devil, I don't think technology and science is being confused. You know, I got a bunch of science books over here, and they make a clear distinguish of technology and science. And we had that discussion already, Blue Devil, on I think I did it on Unk's show, the pseudo killers, and he might have came on mine, but we're very clear on the difference. And matter of fact, science makes it very clear. That's why we're very clear. And I know Unk and Asar is very clear in the difference of science and technology. Trust me, there's no confusion there.
Conversation with friends and colleagues, and to give a donation to the pseudo killers so that they can continue to give you this information. Don't listen to them when they talk about quantum mechanics or astrophysics, but everything else, they're good. So much love.
That's all you gonna do. You gonna go out like that, though?
Yeah, that's cold.
Went out with a bang.
That's cold blooded, Asar.
Wow.
Love you all.
That was a shot at me, man.
I appreciate you, Asar. Yo, now, so you won't talk? Go. Let me get your black ass off here so I can talk to you. I can really
Too late, but we got.
I appreciate you,
man.
Hey, but that was a good conversation. I appreciate the conversation.
I appreciate that, Asar. Appreciate you coming through, yo. Once again, the band Tune have the best imagination on planet Earth. They imagined the Big Bang. We got you, Asar. Appreciate you, brother.
Yo. Hey, but we got
put the link in the chat
out there. Do we got Rasta Man out there?
Yeah, Rasta Man out there.
Rasta Man, put the link in the chat, man. Let's get Rasta Man on the panel.
No, put the link in there today, everybody come through. And so I guess we answered the question. They didn't understand the Big Bang. Appreciate that. That's honesty right there. Yeah. They could have said that in the beginning though, right? What the fuck is wrong with this?
I mean, when you being intellectually honest, you don't have a problem answering that question the way it need to be answered, yo. Like a yes or no.
He said they
simple.
Didn't.
Like
he said they didn't though, Kent.
Nah, but he didn't. You know what I mean? He hit you with the let me explain.
No, he actually said they didn't. No, he actually said he didn't. He said we were slow because that's not what it was. Remember? So you got the Big Bang on that motherfucker. You got the cosmos, you matched with the Big Bang. And so now we ain't supposed to think that they were talking Big Bang. This shit is foolish, man.
So maybe he disagrees with the Mossy then. Because the Mossy say they got it right.
No, you mixing it up, dog. No, he changed it. After he got the beat down, recognized that it was a wall there called tools. Then he started switching up, saying, no, we really wasn't saying that. Y'all got it wrong. Y'all don't understand this. Come on, man.
I asked him what they got right. He said the fields.
Man, come on, man. No, he wasn't saying that. They were saying in their imagination they got the fields right. Kent?
Shit crazy.
What you mean? It was their imagination. Yeah. I mean, that's what he said. You got to imagine the shit first. So they imagined it first, yo. They never got to the point where they could build megaliths, yo. But they had that shit in their imagination. Man, and I ain't never seen.
Oh, you still got your screen share on, don't you?
I don't know, man. I'm trying to get out this motherfucker. This
you got his own. Yeah, you good.
Damn. Yeah, my computer.
Yeah, but that was it. For what it's worth, that was a good conversation. It almost made me crack over my Big Bang books, you know. But again, like it seemed like everybody on different pages on what they're arguing. So I'm gonna leave my books closed until I check out Sean's tomorrow, so I can see exactly what he's saying was different than Asar. So I just want to make sure everybody's on the same page. I hate dialogues. I hate debates when two subjects or two topics are being debated at the same time. To me, I look at that as like a double lecture. You know, one person's doing their lecture, another person doing their lecture. They're not really answering each other. So we'll see what Sean is saying tomorrow.
Not working.
Okay, who's that right there? Adrian.
You put the thing in the chat.
Adrian and Rasta Man in the field.
What's up, Adrian? What's up, Google Scholar?
What's up, y'all?
Peace. How y'all doing?
Peace.
Hey, Google Scholar, you won a prize today, bro.
Yeah, that's good. I like prizes. Why did I win?
So you won because, well, I'll tell you what you won after I tell you why you won.
Okay.
You won because last week I talked to after I got done with my presentation, somebody brought up Sirius B, and I started to talk about Sirius B, and I was confused, and you corrected me, but I didn't see it until like a couple days later when I watched the replay or whatever, and I was referring to the every time somebody talk about Sirius B and Sirius A, I always think about Orion's belt, and it always puts me in the mindset of that nebula just below Orion's belt. And so I was talking about Sirius B and I was referring to it as a nebula, and that was wrong. I was mixed up on that. I was dead wrong. The nebula is just below the belt, and Sirius A and Sirius B are what we call a binary star system, right? Now, Rasta.
I'm not really, in response to Ms. Tiff, I'm not really sure. Like I said, I'm trying to listen to the argument, but from what I've been hearing from everyone, like except for I ain't speak to Asar, but Uncle Sean, is like they're debating different topics. So tomorrow I'm going to play Sean's. I might go to the gym. If I don't go to the gym, I'm definitely playing Sean's his video in the morning, like early morning, like 9, 10 a.m. If I go to the gym, I'm coming home, I'm playing his bill probably maybe 1 o'clock to hear what he's saying. But again, I'm been researching stuff for a little while, way before pandemic. Actually, Unc got me on vaccines and viruses from the Big Bang, because me and Double X, we used to have Uncle three-way. Me and Double X be arguing the Big Bang. All right, Uncle be like the mediator, or the moderator. He'll tell you. So anyway, when he was trying to get us to prepare for the vaccine debate, we kept arguing Big Bang. He kept saying, "Yo, man, come on, y'all need to get." We want to leave it alone. So finally, I was like, "All right, let me dedicate my time over here." But I wish I had listened to him then, because I'd have been way more versed in the vaccine stuff and been way more prepared for the counter attacks or the other arguments. But even then, so when you read the Big Bang, I got books where it talks about the early Greek philosophers and what they thought of it, how they come to conclusions. So I got a bunch of, I got a nice little history lesson on that. So when I hear the Greeks in this, I mean, they leave their work behind, exactly how they came to the conclusion, what they do, what math, all that stuff is there. So that's why I say I'm not sure what they're arguing. But if somebody was able to see what's in the cosmos, or even imagine the cosmos, what you can't see with tools, I'm personally going to know how you know that. Because to me, we go into spookism. If you know about, let's say, let me think of something that's out there you wouldn't possibly know. If you know about, I don't know, the small fiery ball, I don't have an issue with that, because I don't think that was known until the Hadron Particle Collider. So because it took a long process. The Greeks, it took always to the Romans, Galileo, they was arguing that and kept going, because science was still being revealed, different things about chemistry, different things about physics. And so I do know it took a long time for, I was telling Lady Goddess, it took a long time for the confirmation of subatomic particles. I want to guess around the 70s. I could be wrong, but matter of fact, they call it, like, modern science don't start until, I believe, the early 20th century. So modern science is pretty much new. So I think, don't forget chemistry, they first thought that the electrons orbit the nucleus like the planets, and then that was removed from the school system. They realized that electrons don't have any particular system. They could be anywhere, any given time in this entire universe, I believe it was. So they had to change that up. So now we learn about the outer shell of the electron a little differently now. It digs a little different. So chemistry is taught different because more information was revealed, more tools, technology. Blue Devil was here. And then I believe proton and neutrons was confirmed. Before then was like a prediction, because in science you have to predict, right? So after you do your observation, your imagination, wherever you want to say, you have to predict. Prediction is a key part of science. So and your prediction got to be right. So they predicted proton and neutron, and I believe electrons, but I don't think it was confirmed until maybe the 70s. Again, I could be wrong. Somebody correct me, put it in the chat. So up until that point, you would hear the question, can matter be destroyed? And the answer was no, because of that reason. Okay, so matter cannot be destroyed in a chemistry, I'm losing lost words, demonstration, basically. But that.
So you said what was the reason that you gave that matter could not be destroyed?
In a chemical process. I'm trying to get the right word. It's a long time since we talked about this. But okay, from a chemistry experiment, matter cannot be destroyed. Right. So, but when you go to physics,
are you equating matter to energy? Okay,
I'm getting to that. So what they mean by matter being destroyed, they're talking about energy. So that means when matter is just, when they say destroyed, means converted to full energy, 100%. Okay, so when matter is converted to complete energy, that's considered destroyed, whatever term, obliterated, whatever term you want to use for matter not being there anymore. That's what's happening. And that's what E equals MC squared means. It's just converting matter to complete energy. And you can't do that in a chemical experiment, right? So it takes nuclear energy to do that. So it took physics to come about to be able to quote unquote destroy matter, to turn it to energy completely. And that's when you talk about the hadron particle collider. That's when it was able to turn matter into energy 100%. And that's physics. You're dealing with protons and neutrons at that point.
So what do you think energy is?
Energy.
Or what's the definition of energy to you?
Well, to me, like off the top, like I said, I haven't really been. I've been on my biology for a little minute. I would defer to Google or Wikipedia to go ahead and do that. I wouldn't want to inform anybody on that. I want to be right. But yeah, so physics had upped the ante when it comes to E equals MC squared and matter and energy, because they do nuclear experiments, and for what I know, chemistry can't get that hot. It can't raise to those temperatures. That's why they can't quote unquote destroy matter. Okay, so we got a brother who's a physicist. He's in the unbiased research chat, Jones Murphy. Some of you guys probably see him in the chat. He's actually a physicist, so he's somebody who's well aware of these things, and he'll be more fluent on this than me, of course. He actually is a physicist. I have
some things to talk about.
Yeah, but no problem. So, but the thing about when you talk to a molecular biologist, when you talk to a physicist, like you ask questions to learn, right? There's no leg to stand on to like show disagreements, because again, to even be a physicist, your math is so. He'll tell you, because most physicists are like they're involved in math some type of way, a tutor or things like that, because their math is on the degree is up there. It's like top-notch math. Okay. They damn near mathematicians. I mean, they are mathematicians, you know, I should say. So that's where they're at with it. So to even comprehend physics and chemistry, your math got to be up to par, like really high, and physics is another level. So to let you know. So to comprehend. So if you read like these books on physics, especially physics, it's a tough book to read because eventually they're going to go to math. And that's when they had the Greek little symbols and things like that. It's like, okay, you lost me here. Let me call up Jones Murphy and see what this is about. Anything else on that? Anything else you want to ask about that?
Me in particular or anyone?
Yeah, you. Well, I mean, the chat gonna say, but I'm asking you since you're there. And don't forget, I'm not the expert, and I'm not even like a student because I stopped. I'm like, I got to brush up, to be honest.
Well, one, you know, I'm not in the chat. But two, I mean, I wanted to get your, like, if you're equating energy to matter, which, I mean, like I said, we can have this discussion later, but if you're equating energy to matter, then what's your definition of energy?
You want me to get the definition for you?
Well, yeah, you can give me any definition that you agree to, like the one that you agree with, or shall I say?
Now, it's not about, so again, like Uncle was saying about imagination, it's not about my imagination, your imagination. It's what is matter, what is energy. Like, I don't know another definition of energy other than what science had determined it to be. You know, people could make stuff up in their own mind, no problem. You know, but when they have to show and prove and you know, to demonstrate what it is, you know, it's going to be something personal, which I have no problem with. People got personal, you know, feelings towards certain things, especially energy. I understand you got a lot of faiths out here that believe energy is different things. I don't argue that.
Let's just go with the scientific definition, right?
All right. So let's get it. Hold on 1 second. You dig? Let me go ahead and pull this up for you. Like I said, I got all my books boxed up because I was planning on moving. So I got everything boxed up just in case. So I can't really just, and they all stacked up. And I ain't trying to go in there. You know, it's funny. The few books I didn't pack up are my books on vaccines, just in case that pops off. I could get those, but those are the only.
You have books on vaccines.
Yeah.
Why?
Because that's part of biology. When you read a biology book, you're going to come across vaccines and viruses.
When did you purchase or acquire those books?
Most of them was in 2019, around October, November. Okay, but I had just ordered a new one.
So you immediately jumped into, I need to know about everything about vaccines, so let me acquire these books.
Yeah, and I took online biology class.
Stop playing. You was working at that clinic in Wuhan. Stop playing games.
Well, if I was, then I would know more than I know now. But yeah,
okay.
I took some online biology classes on. I didn't do amoeba, things like that. I went straight to viruses and vaccines. Straight there.
I mean, you are a man before your time, like, because you knew it was like much more serious than everybody else. And
like I said, it wasn't my idea. I was Big Bang. I was all about chemistry, studying chemistry, online classes.
Big Bang.
Yeah, brought me to the vaccine thing. It turned out better because that became the thing. The whole world's dealing with it now, you know. So I was like, I felt kind of special.
You are special, dear. You are on it right away.
Yeah. So, you know, it puts you in a conversation. So when people was talking about it, you immediately had a little more to say than an average person. And people felt a little better when they when you explained it, you know, it didn't sound so spooky and scary. People, you know, it's like, okay, all right, we got it. It wasn't a big deal.
Well, you are the authority, right?
Nah, but the thing is that I think it's wise to yield to the person who might know a little bit more than yourself on a particular subject.
It might be more logical. Yeah.
Nah, I'm just saying informational. Because at some point, somebody.
Well, I'm just saying, I mean, you might want to listen to the smartest person, right?
Yeah, that'd be the wise move. And it's always somebody smarter than someone. So whoever we think is smart, there's always somebody as smart
that's me.
or know a little more. Okay. You're smart in like witchcraft and things like that. I give you that.
Oh, hey.
Black magic, stuff like that. I give you that.
Wait a minute now. Okay.
All right. So let me get this definition real fast. Energy. Let me. So it's a certain way you got to type it. So I'm teaching y'all something. So those who don't know. Dang, what the hell, man? Yeah. Okay. All right, so here we go. I don't know. So it says, let me see. I want to read it where, again, science get like a little sciencey, where it goes where everybody is. It's not as, they're not nice when they, I'm gonna get a simple definition that we just can grasp. That's why I wish I had my book open. I just go right to it. Energy is defined as the capacity of a physical system to perform work. I don't know about that. In physics, energy is a quantitative property that must be transferred to a body or physical system to perform work on the body or to heat it. Is that good for you? So here we go. In science,
yes, it is, sir.
Here we go. This is better. I like this one. It says, in science, energy is the ability to do work or heat objects. There you go.
Sir, no, read the first one that you read again.
I think this is.
Read that one.
I think this is.
Not the one that you like better. Read the first one.
I think this is close to what I think the closest to what I'm used to reading in the books. Right here, and you see it says science.
I know, but you read.
Right. Don't forget.
Different one first.
Yeah. So okay, so let's check out the stuff. Energy is the capacity of a physical system to do work. Okay. The simplest definition of energy is okay. So it keeps saying do work. Is that good enough for you? Because they all saying do work.
Look at you. You won't even read it. You just want to say do.
Read them all.
Listen.
Look, they all agree. They all saying energy.
I know.
They're all
you
saying,
were speaking about physics earlier, and you were just like, so, whatever.
They're all saying energy.
So it says
energy is defined as the capacity of a physical system to perform work. So, but the thing is, when you read
you don't want me to read it.
The thing is,
you don't want me to read it.
But the thing is, you come in when you already having the thing is this: people are biased in their position. Okay. So when they read these definitions, they gotta fit their bias. So whatever they already think.
Everyone but you, right?
I've read this definition 4 or 5 different times, different websites, and they pretty much said it's the ability to do work. Okay, so.
Yeah. Okay, so it says in physics, energy is the quantitative property that must be transferred to a body or physical system to perform work on the body or to heat it.
Right.
Energy is a conserved quantity. The law of conservation of energy states that energy cannot be converted in form. Can be converted in form, but not created or destroyed. So then, how do you tie that into matter?
Huh?
I was just asking that.
How's it what?
How did you tie energy into matter?
Okay, when matter completely converted. Hold on, we might have a guest. Hold on. So let me just.
Let's bring on the guest. Not,
Okay, so when you asked me why did I bring up when you asked me why did I bring up energy and matter, 'cause I was telling you, when matter is totally converted, it is pure 100% energy. So let me get some on that then, because maybe I'm saying it wrong, because like I said, I haven't read that in a while. But so I'm going to read up. So I'm going to look up matter and energy. Okay, is that good?
yes, teacher.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna share my screen. Okay, it says matter is the material substance that constitutes the observable universe, and together with energy, forms the basis of all objective phenomena. Energy in physics is so here we go. So yeah, so there's different type of energies, by the way. So it says energy in physics is the capacity for doing work. It may exist in potential, kinetic, thermal, electrical, chemical, nuclear. So the difference, chemical, nuclear, or other various forms. So now it says, you see in the screen, it says, are energy and matter the same? So energy and matter are really the same thing. It says completely interchangeable. And finally, so now you see E equals mc squared. It says, and finally, although energy and mass are related through special relativity, mass and space are related through general relativity. So in a way, energy, matter, and space and time are all aspects of the same thing. I don't know if that answered your question, but there you go.
Okay, I like your answer.
Yes, like I said, science, the thing about science, the thing about science, I realized that when you try to you just can't buy. I learned the hard way. I try to buy physics books, you got to learn so much before you can even understand the words in that book. So I put those books down. So okay, let me put these down until I get up to that level. So anyway, the brother, we just was just gossiping. So brother, you how you doing, brother? What's your name? That just called in?
Oh, I'm sorry. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Yes, Bro.Tony, sir.
Okay. So, here we talk about various things. We try to keep the call small, because we had numerous people on here, and it turns chaotic. People talk. Everybody wants to talk, and people talk over each other, and nothing gets done. It's very chaotic, and then two people might engage in a debate where they won't allow anybody else to talk, just them two. So I say, what? Let's start narrowing it down to 2-3 people, and also let's give room for another. You know what I mean? So let's narrow it down. Let's give it limited time. So somebody's on for a little while, 30-40 minutes. Somebody else come on. Keep it smooth but different thoughts and opinions. So you said Bro.Tony?
Yes, sir.
All right. So here we talk about trending topics. We talk about a lot of controversial topics. So I tell everybody we get just now we were talking about the Big Bang, just a quick moment, and the things pertaining to that. That's why we talking about physics just now, by the way, matter and things like that. But that's not the subject. That's how things can go though. Somebody can ask a question off topic, and now that's a new topic. So we did things from abortions, yeah or nay. That was a great topic, very respectful. We can go from there to politics, or we can go to voting, yeah or nay. We can talk about the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, how it applies to you. your civil rights. As a matter of fact, we had discussions about the civil rights movement itself. You know, we talk Jim Crow. We had discussion on separation or integration. That was a good one. So it can vary, and it can start from one topic and then it could change to something totally different by somebody asking a question or just whatever. You know, it just can naturally just go that way. So
Yes, sir.
So anyway, so before all that, like all week we've been having difference of opinions on the origins of the devil. You know, according to the story of Yaqub, and we've been having great builds on it, right? And I tell people, the more you read and talk about something, the more new ideas and revelations pop out. It's like a movie. Like you start to see things in a movie you ain't catch before. You know, then, you know, you can point out things to somebody else. Like, yo, check this out. Now you're the guru of the movie because you can point out things that you know that probably missed them. So I see when we read the story over and over and over and over and over, we become, we have ideas and things become revealed to us that the average person probably didn't catch the first time around. You know, right? So, so even like the conversation on Yaqub, right? So we can start right there. So there's a divide in the opinion on Yaqub himself. Like, was he evil, the devil, or was he considered like still like one of God's people who was like doing a holy divine thing? And just so we know what he did was he just like a quick summary. At the age of 6, the story goes that he was playing with 2 pieces of steel, and from playing with 2 pieces of steel, he found, paraphrasing, forgive me, he discovered the magnetism between steel, like they attract. So he understood that the laws of magnetism, alike attracts unalike, unalike attracts alike. So from at the age of 6, so from there, he looked at his uncle and told his uncle, I know something you don't know. And the thing that I know and the knowledge I know, based off that, I'm going to make a people who is going to rule you. Okay. So his uncle, now that's all he said, but his uncle understood that to mean that he was going to make a people that could only create bloodshed on the earth. Okay. So, and then Yaqub's response was, I know what you know not. Okay. So that's the story. So then Yaqub started to get followers, you know, people to, you know, he started a campaign, right? He needed support for his idea to come to fruition. So I believe he was in the Holy City of Mecca and he was campaigning, trying to get more believers to support his idea. So, and he was getting many people because, for our understanding, there was a large percentage of dissatisfied people in that region anyway. So they were looking for a change in ideas and strategies. So Yaqub appealed to them. I guess, you know, we could say he was unalike, and he started to appeal to the alike people. So when he made too much noise, the king of that town, of that city, felt like Yaqub was a threat. So, and he felt like he was trying to lock up his followers, like kind of like what America would do, lock up the followers. But he realized that it only created more followers. You know, when you start to do that, you kind of like stamp the message, because now we can say, hey, why are you locking us up if what we're saying is BS? So the king was like, okay, this guy's smart. So the king locked up Yaqub and talked to him, I guess, privately. He said, yo, what do you want? Because we can't get you out of here. Like, you keep getting more followers and more followers and more followers. So he said, what do you want? So Yaqub said, in other words, I want a complete separate state. You know, give me my own state so I can do what I want to do. And not only that, you're gonna support me for 20, 25 years, something like that. So the king said, okay, if that's what you want, we'll do that. So he allowed Yaqub to, I believe, take ships of 59, well, all of his followers, and his followers total to 59,999. He made the 60,000th person that to go to the island of Pilam and I think it's Patmos in the Bible, something like that, or vice versa. So on the way to the island of Patmos, Pilam, he started the grafting process. He had an idea. I forgot one. I left that one part about playing with the magnetism. He knew about the brown and black germ. So his idea was, if I can separate the brown and black germ and just have 2 brown germs, I can create a lighter skinned human, or person. And if I keep doing that, separating the light from the brown and doing the light and light and light after that, I can possibly, or I know I can produce an all white race, something 100% different than the black race. So he started his idea. He started to execute his idea or test his idea on the ships. So he instructed the ministers, the doctors, and the nurses. So the ministers was to pacify the people, to make them feel like everything's all good, ain't nothing going on. What's going on is normal. So he wouldn't let the dark skinned people marry. The minister will tell them that something wrong with the blood, their blood doesn't match, wrong blood type. But when he see 2 lighter people wanting to marry, he'll say their blood type match. So this was like birth control, a process of birth control. So that went on for 600 years. But in the 200 years, he was able, so in 200 years of that type of grafting, that type of birth control, he was able to produce a brown people. And of course, the black people that was left over, I believe he threw overboard or killed them, something like that. But he got rid of them somehow. So they was left with a brown race. And then the grafting process was from the brown race. For another 20 years, it produced a yellow or red race. I forgot which one it was, but yellow or red. And then from there, for 200 more years of birth control and having the light marry and give birth, they produced an all white race, blue eyes, blonde hair, what you see today, in Germany, something like that. So 600 years, he produced a all white race. Now, in that process of birth control, he was giving instructions to the grafted people to pretty much hate the original people in the holy city of Mecca. So they were also being taught like a devilish doctrine alongside of the graftation. So when they was finally done 600 years in the making, he produced an all white race. And their instructions, part of their doctrine, was to go back to the holy city of Mecca and just wreak havoc, start trouble, have the original people fight amongst each other, black on black crime, all that type of stuff. I guess Yaqub responsible for black on black crime. Or white folks. So anyway, so they were allowed to go back to the holy city of Mecca, and they did just that. They wreaked havoc. They caused the brothers to fight amongst each other, black on black crime. And the people, before they know it, they all just fighting each other, and they didn't know what's going on. So then they had consulted with the king, and the king was like, "Oh, it gotta be those ready-made devils." So he said, "Okay, let's put a stop to this. Let's round them all up, and let's get them out. Let's get them out of Holy City of Mecca." So he rounded them up, and what's interesting, like I said, if you read the story over and over and over, what's interesting that stood out was that they had a doctrine with them. So they had the doctrine of hatred still, and the technology still with them. So Yaqub rounded them up. When I first heard the story, I didn't catch that part until brothers kept reading the story over and over and over, and I caught that part. So it said that they also took their doctrine with them. So they were still practicing this doctrine of hate and technology and turn black folks on black folks. So he kicked them out with the doctrine, but by that time, the damage was done. Like they killed many black folks, and they turned black folks on each other, had them kill each other, had them beef, husband turn against wife, wife against husband, husband against kids, kids against mom, friends against friends, all that type of stuff. Anyway, they were rounded up with a couple brothers came through on the king's order, and according to the story, they had caravans and rifles, and they rounded them up. Now, that's like a caravan don't mean an actual van. It can mean another type of instrument. But rifles, I don't know what that was, but rifles. Anyway, they had rifles, and they rounded the white folks, and they got them out of there, and they protected the land so they can never return. And this is why, brother, when you hear Malcolm X say, now I don't know if he actually believed this, I don't know what he believed, but when he says in an interview when he went to Mecca for Hajj, right? Pilgrimage. He said that he was always taught that white folks can't enter to Mecca. So he was referring to that part of the story, how white folks returned from Mecca to never return. It was protected with like fire, sword, something like that. So when he went to Mecca, when he went to Mecca, when he seen white folks there, this is add to the story still, he felt that a contradiction to the teachings. So in what he said was that messed him up. Wow, white folks are here. I thought they was chased out to never come back. So that's from what I heard, inflamed more of his doubt in the teachings. But that's just like a sidebar. We'll talk about that a little later. But that's why he felt like that, according to him. Accepting the Yaqub story as actual facts. So anyway, now with that being said, we are split on whether Yaqub. Now we know his product are devils, right? Because they were taught to do that. They had a doctrine. They was created to do that. We know that according to the story. So now the question is, if Yaqub can do something like that to his own people, to innocent black babies and everything, how is he not a devil along with them? So now I give a recap, brother. What's your response on Yaqub also being a devil because of his body of work and what it produced?
Allah be pleased. I seek refuge from the eternal Satan. If I may inject something there, brother, just to add a little bit more clarity to the story.
Yeah.
In Yaqub and the followers that went to the Isle of Palan across the Aegean Sea, it was actually, the process took place with, as he set up the law, as you know, which he had no prisons because anybody disobeyed his law were immediately taken out. But the law was to marry the darker to the lighter. Because if you keep marrying the same complexion, you're going to get the same colored baby.
Yeah.
Now, marrying the lighter on to the darker, it produced a lighter baby each time. And the minister was instructed that, the minister was instructed that when two came to him for marriage, he would see that if they were two of the same complexion, he would send them to the doctor to get a blood test. And from that point, it was the doctor's duty to disavow if they were same complected, or otherwise, if they were two different complected, a lighter skinned woman, a darker man, or vice versa. He said, okay, so it's good, you're good, your blood is good, you can go to the minister and marry. And that's how that took place. So, and then over the period 200 years, you got the brown, and after the next, you got the yellow. And then after another 200 years, you got albinos, and then further down the line, the whites. Now, in the graftation process, when you extract melanin of the original people from them and you are left with nothing, that extraction of melanin or the original essence from the people, that in fact made them devils. And as well as the teaching, one of the things that he was also teaching them was because the people had already fallen astray as falling from the understanding of God. So one thing he put in their head was, when the people, you can ask the people, do you believe in God? And of course, saying they would say, yeah. Well, then they would ask them, where is the God? And them not knowing, they would step in the place of God and make themselves that. Now, when they came back amongst the civilization, it was at that time, yes, they came as friends. And of course, when we seen them first coming back, we not ever seen these people before. We pretty much welcomed them with open arms and homage. Now, after a period of 6 months, after them being amongst us, yes, they began to create this mischief and havoc and chaos amongst us by going to you, say, brother, and saying, look here, Brother Tony, he's over there messing with your wife, man. I thought y'all were brothers, like that. So you would come to me under false pretense and accusing me of messing with your wife, and I've done nothing. But yet we get into an argument, fight, you kill me or I kill you. So basically, yes, they turned us against one another. Then after a certain period of time, we got to realizing that we never did this. Not until this new people come amongst us. And it was at that time we decided to round all that we can find, because if you remember in the story, it has said some of us fell in love with them and hid them. We didn't round them all up, all that we could find, and we ran them out into the hills and cave sides of Europe. Now, I never heard the story where they actually took a doctrine with them, but I know it was already in their mindset to master and rule the original people. And at that time, they hadn't done it yet. They were put out into the hills and cave sides of Europe, where they fell down on their all fours and become savage in the caves. Now, as far as Malcolm going to Mecca and seeing white people there, the understanding goes that, again, we had fallen so in love with some of them that we hid them, so therefore they grew up amongst us. That's why you have white Muslims. And even when you look at the Arabs, they're not necessarily looking Caucasian. It's because the blood had been mixed. Because if you look at Arabs, they have a different complexion than, say, the regular white man or Caucasian. He has more of what they try to call an olive complexion. Now that right there is another chapter in itself, another book. But all in all, as far as Yaqub being a devil or not, no, I can't say that he was, because actually he is participant of a prophecy already set up. God saw this coming 8,500 years before his birth. But he said, let it be, because it is going to be good. Why? Because he saw us, his people, the original inhabitants of the earth, becoming dissatisfied with his way, his law. And he allowed them to come onto the planet as a whipping, a spanking for us. That once we waken to the fact of what is going on, we will never allow it to happen again. It's like I tell people all the time, we sitting out here, yeah, we can go and call the white man the devil, but like Mr. Farrakhan says, he can turn and say to us, well, you can't mock me or make fun of me because you made me. So therefore, I tell black men and black women that whenever you see a white man or a white woman, you see them doing the dastardly deed that they do, you really cannot truly hold them at fault, but you have to look at them like this, and I do. Whenever I see a white man, I see the physical manifestation of my spiritual defect. That is what had taken place. Allah permitted this to come to be, that I can see in the physical world what I was coming to be in my spirituality. So therefore, turning that against us and allowing us to go under this tyranny. And so therefore and I'm hoping that I do answer the question properly in saying that no, I don't see Yaqub as being the devil. And matter of fact, understanding, yes, devil meaning one who rebels against the will of God. Now, in that definition, you can term him as being a devil.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm agreeing. Yeah, I'm testifying. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I thought
yes,
the
sir.
devil was anything that was grafted. Didn't you hear that before?
Yeah, I've heard that. Yes, ma'am. The devil being anything grafted from the original. And then at the same time, you can look at us, like Mr. Farrakhan said, you can look at us as even being a devil, because we have been grafted from the original by the way of the devil himself, the Caucasian. Why? Because particularly after we were brought here to the shores of North America, he began, or actually, of course, it went through the Triangle Trade down through the Caribbean. We went through that 64 years of hidden history where they conditioned us. First of all, beating us down and stripping us of our names, culture, and heritage, and then a more physical degradement, bringing sisters out, cutting the babies out of the stomach, and tying rope to the man's genitalia and all that stuff, tying ropes to the different limbs, splitting the horse, spanking the horses in different directions, ripping us apart. This was first of all to condition our mind to fear him. To fear him. Now the grafting process. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I have another question. What's the end game then? Like, how do we recover from this?
How do we recover from? I think there's something you may. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sister.
This subjugation that we're under with these grafted people?
Well, first of all, within self, we have to reverse the effects. And again, understanding that what we see before us is an actual, again, a physical manifestation of our own spiritual defect. And once we come into the realization that is what I was becoming long before the enemy got on the planet. See, our dissatisfaction just didn't start 6,000 years ago. It actually started 78 trillion years ago. So even back then, the original creator of the heavens and the earth had to remove himself from the scene. Otherwise, he would have had to take everybody out, and that was not his mindset. So he had removed himself from the scene, and at the same time had already projected a time of one coming who would not only come to bring order back to the universe, but that one coming would also have the powers of the original creator of the heavens and the earth and beyond. So in the coming of Master Fraud Muhammad, that is his doing. Master Fraud Muhammad is Yaqub in reverse. So to come off under the... I'm sorry, sister, go ahead.
No, I said interesting.
Yes, ma'am. And with the studies that we have, Master Fraud Muhammad, to whom praise is due forever, bringing us, this is a part of us, that is a part of bringing ourselves up out of the subjugation that we've undergone. And without that, we remain as we are, and we continue to go down the hole. See, the original creator, he saw, well, let's not go back to him. Just go back to the 8,500 years before the birth of Yaqub. Because as we know, each god has a 25,000-year cycle. After the dispensation of Moon, the deportation of Moon, everything becomes 25 years of written history. And 8,500 years before the birth of Yaqub, they saw this. The God that set the 24th scientist, the God who oversaw everything, he saw this coming. He could have stopped it, but again, he let it be. Now, mind you, when Yaqub was born, we were already in another cycle. And even today, 6,000 years later, after the making of the enemy, we still haven't completed the 25,000-year cycle. We're barely in what?
Oh.
Ma'am?
4 years. Because how much longer do we have to go? Because I'm not trying to be under the subjugation much longer.
Oh, sister, you're not going to have to worry. Master Fraud Muhammad stopped all of that, because if you understand anything of prophecy from the Bible and what the messenger and the minister had taught us, that when they saw him coming, they threw down their crowns and stopped writing because they couldn't see beyond this man's light. That means we don't have to worry about any more writings. And it says that whatever he brings is forever. It's not going to last the 10,000 years or 9,000 years that is remaining in this cycle. His time is forever. There's no other light coming after him. So therefore, dear sister, you don't have to worry about going another 1,000, 2,000. You don't even got to worry about going 10 years. This is going to end very soon.
So how do we recognize either the end or the end bringer?
Look at what's going on around you. That we are in the end of the end. It's like I tell people, you could, years before we were born, before our grandparents, our great-grandparents, great-grandparents were born, you could have said life is like a tub full of water. And what I mean by life, I'm talking about the life that they set up. I'm not talking about life as God meant for it to be. I'm talking about the way they set it up. You hear people talking about life is a bee. No, life is not a bee. It's what we make of life.
Yeah. What do you say to this? Because you said look around you, but what about the Christians and the Muslims who have a different end game? Like and the Jews, like those three will say, look around you, it's the end time. But you say, so they all going to say that. And even in Jehovah's Witness and let's say the Mormons, they all going to say the end time is near. So they all agree on that. But so that answer can be applied to almost all the other sects of religion as well. But and they all gonna say it soon, it's right around the corner. Right. But
may I inject this?
Yeah, go ahead.
May May I inject this?
Yeah.
We have to understand that from certain Christian standpoint, not all, because some of the Christians are truly waking up to the fact of reality. They're not involving themselves no longer in Spookville. And I have to say it like that because, and I'm using a personal standpoint, because I used to think that I'd be dead and long gone before I saw anything of the kingdom of God, let alone standing in his army. That's how spooky I was, because I was taught to believe that the only way you can see heaven is die. You have to die and go to heaven. And coming from that standpoint, I never understood that I was already living in the day of God. The Bible says he's speaking to the enemy, the devil. He says, 6 days shall you work, and on the seventh you shall rest. And the Bible says a day is as 1,000 years with the Lord. Multiplying 6 times 1,000, you get what? You get 6,000. So now, in the seventh day, which we are in, and we have been since 1914, and I'm in agreement with the Jehovah's Witness because they teach the closest thing to truth and reality. They don't believe in a heaven in the sky nor a hell beneath us. Matter of fact, they teach that hell actually comes from the term Hades. And where does that come from? That's coming from an area over in Europe, which wasn't called Europe then, but barbaric times, where in order to bury the dead, they built a mass grave, and they threw all the dead in this grave and they burned them and called it Hades. That's where the term Hades, hell, come from. They're saying you will burn in hell, in the ground. Now,
no.
I'm sorry, say again, sister, I missed that.
Continue.
Yes, ma'am. And in understanding that there's no hell beneath our feet, nor heaven as far as we're going to die and float up to after we die, that's not going to happen. Or if you understand that hell and heaven are conditions of the mind and what we set ourselves in this day and time in reality. And yes, I said just look around you, because again, if you understand prophecies of the book, it says there will be earthquakes and hurricanes, there will be hurricanes and earthquakes in diverse places, famine and pestilence on the land. Again, yes, any one of them can say it, but do they understand the reality of it? Do they understand the reality of why it's happening? See, they put the lie on Mother Nature. Mother Nature don't have anything to do with it. Stop lying on her. This is God's judgment. As the messenger is taught, he will use the forces of nature against his enemy. Here I'm in Tennessee, and we had snow 2 days ago that went away. Everybody said, oh, yeah, it's snowing. I said, that's not snow. Now, here it is 2 days later, we got another snow mixed with ice. I said, now you can say we got snow, because it's not going anywhere, it's sticking around. And as I told them, I said, this right here is going to intensify. As you know, with each season that follows the last, that season becomes worse. And I put the question out here. I said, what would it look like with not one tornado, not two tornadoes, but 5, 7, 10 tornadoes in one state?
Yeah, that already happened. Yeah, no, that already happened already. Yeah.
Oh, it has.
Yeah, they got videos in that. Yeah, that happens a lot.
Okay, see.
Yeah.
So see, there it goes. There it goes.
Now
imagine.
Okay, so then I have a question. So are you saying that there are prophecies in the Quran that is like that you're pulling that from, or are you pulling that from the Bible?
Well, I'm coming from the Bible to give us a greater insight to, because I know we were speaking as far as Christian and Jews and whatnot. So I'm really trying to give some insight, trying to give a little bit of insight to what it is they're reading, but yet have little understanding of. They can see, where they're going.
So what does the Quran say about the end times? Like, what will happen in the end times?
Well, pretty much, you have part of the Quran where it says you have, at the end time, okay, I'm going to switch it to the positive side, because it says in the end time, there will be many that were drawn together and they will not be of the same. I'm not quoting it verbatim, and I don't have my Quran before me. Just giving you a bit of insight that will be coming from different sects and tribes as one. Now, you mentioned the holy city Mecca. that is the one time, now you correct me if I'm wrong, that is the one time where you have all so-called ethnic or racist backgrounds coming together as one. Could you agree on that? Look, I mean, when we do Hajj, we go to Mecca.
Yeah.
You see Chinese, you see Japanese, you see Indians, you see whites, you see blacks, you see the Arabs. Pretty much every so-called ethnic background.
Jerusalem.
I'm sorry, say again. Say that again, sister. No, I'm talking about Mecca. No, I'm talking about Mecca.
You asked, you asked, is there like another place like that? I believe Jerusalem has a big pilgrimage.
Yeah. So it is. So you ask that question. Are you saying like when does the multitudes or the diverse multitudes come together like that to one setting?
Yes, and what I'm trying to make reference to is even here in the United States, you pretty much have that same congregational taking place.
I was gonna say right when the ball dropped, you had more people, the more diverse backgrounds watching the ball drop. Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, but you went microphone. I didn't hear a word sound like you was microphone. I mean monotone. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that, good bro.
Yeah, no, I said when the ball dropped right here in New York, you had many diverse, backgrounds there together.
You said when the ball dropped?
Yeah.
For New Year's
New
Eve?
Year's.
Yeah.
Yeah, they come together under what though?
I have no idea.
Celebration of a false New Year.
Yeah. A New Year.
Yeah, so again, that is a diversionary tactic in a sense, and I'm using that for my own opinion, because when you say, okay, yeah, we come together, for New Year's Eve to watch the ball drop, but again, I'm going referencing to what the minister said, because when they drop the ball, it says what? Happy New Year. The minister teaches us it's not going to be too happy for many people. So why do we say that? So he asked us to say God's peace in the new year. Now, I'm not trying to negate the fact that people are coming together at that time, but where do they go afterwards? Do everybody go to one hall and they start praying together or start doing everything together? No. You got the whites to go back to their neighborhoods, the blacks to go back to their neighborhoods, and so forth and so forth. I mean, not unless they're coupled up together.
They gonna start singing together.
Pardon me?
They gonna start singing together.
They start singing together?
Sinning, S-I-N-N-I-N-G.
Oh, singing together. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
there
but
again.
I know they counting down the time, to the new year. I know they're doing that together they're definitely doing that.
Yeah, ever since they started it, yeah, they've been coming together and counting down the time. But again, the segregation takes place again, because after all of that, each one of them go back to their prospective neighborhoods. Matter of fact, the white woman. Okay, I'm just gonna set up a scenario. The white woman or the white man that I saw at the ball drop, when I go to church on Sunday, they're not in my church. Well, if I can go to their church, they'll probably stiff arm me at the door and say, "I'm sorry, what are you doing here?" Well, don't you remember we was at the ball drop last night? We brought in the New Year together.
Can I ask you a question then? Ask you a question.
Man.
Concerning that, I don't know if that's really a good point to make, because do you think that there are people who, let's say the Arabs, do you think that there's some who have a little prejudice against maybe the blacks?
No, I know maybe
that
to it.
You guys
they do.
are like in the same. Okay.
It's no maybe to it. They do. Yeah, they definitely have a prejudice against us. They definitely do.
I think you could make the same argument with that.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I've experienced prejudice from Arabs. Going into the school.
Actually, that's a good question about that. Okay, so in the end times, right, when Black people are going to be taken from up under subjugation, right, because that's like the big thing that we're looking for. What are the Arabs looking forward to, or are they? What's the Arabs looking forward to? Because it's like the same religion, right?
Okay, you said what are the Arabs looking forward to, and something else. I didn't catch that last
like
part.
in the end time, like in the end times, like because if black people are getting like freed from up under. Okay, so the thing is like when Yakub created the graphic people, like the devil and stuff like that, like where did that come in, like with the Arabs, and then also in the end times, where did the Arabs kind of like fall in with?
I believe I'm following you. I believe I got you. Okay, it goes back to what I was saying. I'm sorry. I believe I'm following you now. It goes back a moment ago when I was saying that if you remember when this new people first came amongst us, we never ever seen these people before. We welcomed them in, right, with open arms. And it wasn't until we realized they were the one causing this mischief amongst us. We rounded them all up, all that we can find them, and we ran them out. Matter of fact, we took everything from them except for something to hide their shame and the language that they were speaking, and we bound them up by a cable tow or a rope in a single file where we marched them across the heart-burning sands of West Asia, at that time called West Asia, into the hills and cave-sides of Europe, what they call Europe today. Now, remember I said we rounded up all that we can find, because I did say that some of us had fallen in love with this new people and hid them. They didn't want them to be taken away. There may have been a sister who fell in love with a white man, or there may have been a brother who had fallen in love with a white woman, and it was the mixing of the blood. Now, when they come up, yes, as Yakub had did over in the Isle of Palon, mixing the lighter with the darker, making a lighter baby or lighter race, that's where the Arabs come from. Again, look at their complexion. Now, as far as their mindset, you have to realize, yes, they are an Arab because they're over in Arabia, but that doesn't make them an Arab. But at the same time, you got to realize the blood is in them of their white mother or their white father who already had white supremacy in mind. So when they grew up amongst us, they took the reins. They took the reins and made themselves superior because of their so-called lighter skin. And they separated them. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so I was going to, because I had found what I was looking for in the Yakub story. I just want to share with you before we go too far. So it says, of course, Mr. Yakub lived but 150 years, but his ideas continued in practice. He gave his people guidance in the form of literature.
Yes, sir.
Right, so that because you wasn't sure, and I told you that they did that. That they had literature with them. So it says it right there. It said he gave his people guidance in the form of literature, what they should do and how to do it, how to rule the black nation. He said to them, when you become unlike white, you may return to the holy land and people from where you was exiled. So that right there, and I got this for you, okay? Because I had our brother sent me this. That was on a panel before.
Okay, if I may go ahead, and then just this while you're looking,
it's actually audio, so I'm gonna play. This is the minister speaking.
The devil is not a product of grafting. The devil is.
So this minister Louis Farrakhan, he said that the devil is not a product of grafting. All right, so let me bring that back turbo for you. Hold on.
The devil is not a product of grafting. The devil is a product of teaching devilishment, which is lying, stealing, and how to master the original man. He was taught how to do that.
So he was clearly aware of. He was clearly aware of the teaching, from literature that I spoke about. That's all. I just want to because I said it and you wasn't sure, and I want to just prove my point. I'm not sure the brother heard it. Brother, did you hear the audio? Brother Tony, you still there? No? I think he might have dropped off.
Yeah, you might have got kicked. I got kicked too.
You got kicked too?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. It doesn't show that.
What happened? I have to call back in.
All right. Yeah, he's back in.
Assalamu alaikum.
Like salam, brother. So did you hear the audio?
Actually, brother, I only heard part of it. I accidentally hit the hang up button. I am so sorry. Please forgive me.
So anyway, I could play it over if you needed me to, but that was the Minister Louis Farrakhan. Brother, another brother sent me that because I mentioned literature to him. He knew that. So the minister basically said the devil was not, basically the white man was not the devil through the graftation process. He said he was taught to do that, right? So the minister agreed with what we just read just now. He said that without that literature, you don't have all you have is a grafted people, a savage people, but you're not going to have a devil. So he was saying with the literature makes him a devil, and the literature was the instructions how to be devils, how to behave, and how to rule, the black nation. So I just wanted to point that out, because you wasn't sure. Yeah.
Well, actually, I misunderstood what you said earlier because I thought you said after they had come amongst us and we ran them out, they took the document with them down. I knew during the time of the process.
Yeah, they ran
them during the time of the. Sir?
No, go ahead. Finish.
Yeah, I knew during the time of the process. Yes, Yaqub had this literature and taught them this. Like you said, he only lived 150 years, but yet his teachings lived on. Because you had those that were devout followers that carried on the work for the next 400 years to bring this new people into existence. And then having those instructions, all this was taught into them, yes. Because even if you look at it like this, let's use a control environment. If you had a white baby born into your midst and you never taught them anything of hate, they would not know devilment. Would you agree to that?
Yeah.
Now, on the other hand, having a black baby and you taught them everything of mischief and chaos and hatred and murder and lying and thieving and everything else, that baby grows up to be a what? Devil. So yes, devil is not in birth. It's in teaching and thought. I agree with that 100%. I said, I just got thrown off because I thought you said after we rounded them up and got them out. Because if you remember, after we rounded them up, we stripped them of everything.
Right. So hold on. So, brother,
the only thing they have.
Brother, I'm gonna read that real quick.
So we're talking nature versus nurture.
Yeah.
Right, because after they went into the hills and caves of Europe,
so
they
brother,
went down on their all fours.
Yeah.
And so, those. Now, I'm sorry.
Let me read that part that you just said. So it says, "The holy people prepared to drive the devils out from among them. The king said, gather every one of the devils up and strip them of our costume. Put an apron on them to hide their nakedness. Take all literature from them and take them by way of the desert." He said, send a caravan armed with rifles to keep the devils going westward. So there you go. So yeah, so they yeah.
There we go. We got that clear. Okay, good. Now, bringing it a little bit more to a recent time, when we're talking about, remember, some of us have fallen in love and hit them, right? Now, I'm not saying all our blood was mixed because a lot of them still stayed with themselves, just marrying onto themselves instead of marrying onto us or mating with us. Let's just use that term, mating with us, mixing the blood, because you do have Caucasian Muslims, right? Yeah. Look at Prophet Muhammad. May peace and blessings be upon him. Was he not a Caucasian or white Arab? I mean, white Muslim?
Oh, he was?
So therefore, was he white?
Yeah, Prophet Muhammad.
I thought we heard that he wasn't white.
I'm sorry, say again?
I didn't know that. So, what was he a devil or no?
No, sir. No, sir. No, sir.
This is interesting.
We love Prophet Muhammad. We love him. Matter of fact, he said of himself that there should be no superiority of the white over the black because he saw that happening. He saw this happening. He saw where they were making themselves more superior to the original people.
Okay, let me ask you this question. If you're saying that it's not about like it's so it's pretty much just like it's nurture, right? It's not really the nature. Like if you take, any one of them and treat them bad, like of course that person's going to be bad. But the thing is, I thought we were grafting out the bad.
You thought we were doing what?
Grafting out the bad. I thought that was the whole purpose of the creation of those people was to graft out the bad.
About the creating of the making of the white man?
Yes, sir.
And talking about grafting out the God? Talking about taking. I'm really missing your question.
Well, like the double, taking the double out of the black man. Like.
Now, if I make, I'm trying to follow you because, when I said that in the original writings, 8,500 years before the birth of Yaqub, the one who sat as head of the circle saw Yaqub coming into being and saw what he was going to do 8,500 years before his birth. And in that, he saw where it can be good. Why? Because it would give us a chance to see our own spiritual defect in the real world, meaning that what we saw before us as a white man or a white woman actually is what we were becoming. In fact, becoming outright devils. And
right. So is it that they were taught to be devils, or the devil was extracted out of us?
Basically, it was the negative side of us being extracted from us. That brown germ, the weak germ.
So would you say negative side or would you say weaker side? Because I think what she's asking that if you're using the word negative, that's going towards like the evil devil side. But if you say weaker side, then that don't necessarily mean evil. That just means a weaker people, genetically. And
that is a different definition.
Yeah.
Well, as far as now, there is a physical weakness, true enough. Would you agree that they're physically weaker than we are?
I think it's some things, yes.
You're asking me, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's some. I
don't
think all things.
But
now,
yes. I would say this. If you give them, I'm just going to stray off for a moment. If you would give both the same opportunity to train, run, or whatever, and then put them in a competition, more than likely 9 times out of 10, who's going to win? And I'm just going to tell you, you are.
Yeah, if you ask me, my answer wouldn't count. I'm biased, so I'm going to say black folks. You dig? But that's because I'm black. But if you ask,
okay, so you do admit to being biased at least.
Yeah, when there's something like that. But if you ask them, I'm sure that they're going to answer themselves.
Yeah, they're going to say themselves because they still have that superiority mindset. That's instilled in them. Now, all in all, you strip anything of its true essence, you pretty much left with, for lack of a better term, nothing. I mean, you it's like what they're doing with the foods today. It's like the minister said, a carrot don't taste like it did, 20 and 30 years ago. It don't taste the same today. Why? It's because it's been stripped of its true essence, its true nutrients. An apple or a cabbage, whatever the case may be. And
watermelon.
Come on now, that blue striped watermelon. Come on, sister, now.
All right.
And I call myself trying to buy a watermelon back in the summer. I had to throw the whole thing out.
Why?
Because when I tasted it barely had any taste.
Okay.
And they call it a blue stripe. And the blue stripe that I had from the farm in Georgia, I don't know if you ever have gotten any out in Dawson, Georgia. That is some delicious. I'm talking about as soon as you start smelling it, your mouth waters.
Yeah, well, I was about to say then all my watermelons must come from Georgia, wherever you just said, because when I eat them, they be delicious. Now, what is your take? Because this is also like a growing discussion.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Now, this is very controversial because, I don't even know the sister's belief on this, but there's also a debate whether Allah is a spirit or a man. So what's your take on that?
If Allah is spirit or man?
Yes.
Well, what is spirit?
Spirit is a divine presence that's not confined to any earthly characteristics. It's
now you
say that again?
Spoke on a term earlier that fits that same description.
Energy?
You spoke on a term earlier. What was it?
The energy?
Energy. There you go.
Oh,
there you go. There you go. It's the same thing. Spirit and energy are one and the same. They just give it the term spirit to throw you off because energy is in you, it's in sister, it's in myself. It's in every one of us. So spirit is both what? Man and energy.
Yeah, that's the
spirit and energy are one and the same. They just changed the name. Without that spirit or without that energy, what happens? You cease to exist. Do you not?
Yeah, man.
Then they say, okay, but I thought we was all gonna, die and go to heaven. Well, in a sense, you do. Well, how can you say, Tony, you're not coming back from the grave? Well, it's not that my physical self is coming back from the grave, but what happens to our spirit or energy once we cease to exist? Does it not go back to its creator? Or are we just out here floating around hunting houses?
Created nor destroyed.
It cannot be created nor destroyed. It only what? Transformed. Now, for them people that believe in haunted houses, and let me ask you something. Have you ever seen a ghost?
Nah.
Neither have I. I've looked for them. I'm saying, if there's ghosts, how come they just hunt this house? Or how come they just hunt this person? Why aren't they hunting me? I want to see my Madea. Come, Madea, come see me. But no, all these other people claim they done saw ghosts and whatnot, but we have to understand the power of the mind. The power of the mind is so, I can't even put a term. It is so infinite in understanding and receiving because, here's the term, it's so impressionable. See, when we watch a television program, we are being programmed. So now they can put this before us on the television. Next thing we know, we're going to sleep. We're having dreams. We're waking up in the middle of the night thinking we done saw an apparition in the corner of the room and whatnot. Girl or brother, I saw a ghost last night. And all it was a playback in your mind. It's like if you're sitting up there and you're watching the television screen for a certain period of time.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. How you doing, bro?
So wait,
doing good. I'm doing about
who's that? What's your name, brother?
This is Hassan.
Okay, how you doing? Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam. So I had a few questions for the brother. Do you accept what the Quran says about? Let me rephrase the question. What is your understanding of what the Quran says about heaven or hell?
What do I think about what it says about heaven and hell?
Yeah, from what you've read from the Quran.
What, big brother?
From what you've read from Quran, what is your understanding of what Quran says about heaven or hell?
Well, again, I don't know if you was online earlier, but I've come to understand that these are conditions by which we live now, not sometime after we die.
You saying the Quran says this, or this is what Elijah Muhammad says?
I'm sorry, say again?
Are you saying this is what the Quran says, or this is what Elijah Muhammad teaches?
Now, that's an understanding I've gained on my own through the teachings, dear brother. I mean, it's just not merely by what he's saying or has said. This is also what I come to see as an understanding, because I don't know if you was on the line earlier, because I used to think that I had to die to go to heaven. You know, I didn't think I was going to get into heaven, because, you know, the life that I was living, I didn't think God would favor me after I died. I thought I was going straight to hell. And then I'm in the church now. This is when I was in the church thinking that I'm following right. And when I got up to where I was able to read the Bible, I began to see contradictions. So I began to question my minister.
So
and every
I'm
time I
asking
was
specifically about what the Quran says, not the Bible.
Okay,
Because-
well, read me into it, dear brother. Read me into it.
Okay, so from what I read from, this is Surah 17, verse number 97 onward. In case you wanted to follow, it says, "It is
my
he
Quran,
who."
dear brother.
Yes, this is from Quran.
Okay, what's that surah again?
Surah 17, verse number 97.
Surah 17.
97, 98, and 99.
Y'all have to forgive me. I have to get my readers here. And what were the verses, dear brother? The odds?
97, 98, and 99.
Okay, go ahead with your reading.
So it says, "It is he whom Allah guides that is on true guidance, but he whom he leaves astray, for such will you find no protector besides him. On the day of judgment, we shall gather them together, prone on their faces, blind, dumb, and deaf. Their abode will be hell. Every time it shows abatement, we shall increase for them the fierceness of the fire. That is their recompense, because they rejected our signs and said," this is what they said, "when we are reduced to bones and broken dust, shall we really be raised up a new creation? See they not that Allah, who created the heavens and the earth, has power to create the like of them. Only he has decreed a term appointed, of which there is no doubt, but the unjust refuse to accept with ingratitude." So,
And dear brother, I'm sorry, if I may, I'd like to read behind you, if I could, just to gather, if I may. You said from 97 to 99, right?
yes.
So I'm going to read again. "And he whom Allah guides, he is on the right way. And he whom he leaves in error, for them thou will find no guardians besides him." Talking about Allah. "And we shall gather them together on the day of resurrection on their faces, blind and dumb and deaf. Their abode is hell. Whenever it abates, we make them burn the more." Okay, I'd like to go back up, and it says, just follow me. "And we shall gather them together on the day of resurrection and their faces." Before that, I want to read the one before that.
Yeah,
On
but
the right way he
the
leads
part I
them.
wanted to focus on was the question that was being asked. Okay. So the question that's being asked in the 98th verse is the question that I was asking you about. What's your understanding of what heaven and hell is? Because you don't believe, you think that it's conditions here on earth that we're not going to be raised up again.
Yeah, the Quran is saying this is what I'm getting from this. As far as we're not coming back from a physical. We're not coming back from a physical grave. We're coming back from a mental death. And right now, we're being raised right now. And I can say to all of us on this line.
But this is talking about physical. This is talking about physical.
I don't believe that it is.
It says when we are reduced to bones, it says there will be in hell in the first verse in 97. And then it says the fierceness of the fire. And it says the reason in 98 why they'll be in hell. And it's because that is their recompense, because they rejected our signs. And this is what they said when they rejected the signs. They said, when we are reduced to bones and broken dust, shall we really be raised up a new creation? So this is talking about physically being reduced to bones and dust.
Yes, sir. I agree with you.
That's what happens to your body when it gets buried.
Yes,
well, can
sir.
I ask both of you gentlemen a question? This question goes out to the both of you gentlemen. Do you, I believe it, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it's in the Quran. I might just be wrong because I haven't seen it myself. I've only heard this about the 72 virgins, right? So do you, both of you gentlemen believe in that? When you die, you get like 72 virgins?
That's a different topic. I'm sorry. I mean, I can answer that question, but that really takes us off course of this discussion we're having right now.
You don't have to answer it if you don't want to, but it's related.
No, I don't mind answering the question.
And I'll tell you why.
The question takes us off course of this discussion that we're having.
That's fine.
Me and the brothers having right now.
It's not really. If you allow me to tie it in,
I'll answer. May I answer?
Well, can we deal with this question first? Because that question really takes us off course.
I'm going to tie it back into that. I'm going to tie it back into what we're talking about. I'm not going to leave that alone.
Okay, thank you, because it can be tied back in. Okay, thank you.
I'm going to tie it back into that. No, ma'am. I'm not looking to die to go to heaven to have 72 virgins. No, ma'am. I'm surely not, because I don't believe that. I don't believe that it's talking about.
Is that in the Quran or not?
I'll take that.
So the verse number 98 and 99, Allah is asking the question that people who reject Allah ask. They ask Allah, when we are reduced to bones and broken dust, shall we be raised up a new creation? Because this is the promise of Allah. He says, on the day of judgment, we shall gather them all together. This is what's going to happen on the day of judgment. After we die, when we're reduced to bones and dust, we're going to be raised up a new creation. And Allah answers it by saying, see they not that Allah, who created the heavens and the earth, has power to create them, the like of them. Only he has decreed a term appointed for us. We have a term appointed. Everybody has a time when they're going to die, right? Everybody has a time when they're going to die, and they're going to be buried, and they're going to be reduced to bones and dust from being in the earth. And the law is going to raise those bones up into a new creation to be judged on the day of judgment. This is what these verses are talking about. It's not talking about anything that's mental or like a state of mind. This is talking about a physical process that's actually going to take place.
Well, let's talk physical, if I could. If I
so
may.
Okay.
I'm coming right from what you said, dear brother. That is taking place right now. I was once just mere bones and dust. If you understand the terminology, let's stick with the dust. I'm going to start with the dust. Dust is something that we step on every day. It's nothing beneath our feet. But yet we can take that dust, put water in it, mold it, put it in a kiln, and we can structure that into a pot, a bowl, a vase.
Yeah, but you can't make it.
No, follow me. I am that dust because once I heard Minister Farrakhan, he took me.
You're speaking in metaphors, though, brother. You're speaking in metaphors. The verse is not metaphorical.
I'm speaking. Well, I'm bringing in.
You're using the dust in a metaphorical sense to explain the process of your development, which is not what the verse is talking about. The verse is not speaking metaphorically.
But the Quran also said there's parts in this that is decisive, and some have to be interpreted. So, but there's some
there are parts that are allegorical in meaning. There are parts that are not. And there are parts that are clear, and not to go with the parts that are unclear, because the parts that are not directly clear are for those who have been given knowledge and wisdom and understanding to understand what these things mean. But this verse right here is speaking directly. It's not allegorical or metaphorical. It's asking a question and responding to the question that's being asked.
How could we say that it's not allegorical? I mean,
do you know what an allegory is? I mean, that's how we know.
Well, tell me what makes you think. Pardon me, go ahead.
I was just saying, give a definition so we can all agree.
Right. It's something that can be interpreted to reveal something that's hidden behind it. So
So you saying this is speaking a clear, straight statement without any allegory?
well, can you show me the allegory in the statement in any of these verses?
Well, see, first of all, I have to give you an understanding. Well, I try to offer an understanding of the resurrection itself. It talks about the resurrection. We have to go back again. Even the Christians believe in the same thing of a resurrection, of physical coming back.
Yeah.
But in my little comprehension of what I have, I come to understand that there is no coming back from the grave. Because, like I said, I've been looking for people to come back and haunt me and whatnot. Everybody's talking about,
Nobody's saying people are going to haunt anybody. We're talking about
just saying, I'm speaking personally. This is what I want to see. Because if there is a life after death, and yet people are experiencing life after death, they done seen the other side, and even the other people going back to I'm talking about somebody that went to the hospital bed and say they died for 2 minutes, died for 7 minutes. But then again, those that actually done died, and then others saying, yeah, they done seen their loved ones and whatnot. At the same time, if that is true, how come all the people that have died on this planet are not floating around in their families' homes? Now, if you
I don't understand your point. I don't understand your point.
Other side, I'm following you. Once we get to the other side, we're going to come back from the grave and we're going to be restored in our physical form. No, I do not believe that. I don't believe that.
Oh, you don't?
So you don't accept.
What do you
so you don't accept
then?
what these verses are saying then?
Well, misunderstanding. And for right now, I'm going to stick with the understanding that I have that I'm not coming back. I'm not looking to come back.
So
you
once
don't
you're
accept
dead,
what the
like,
verses are saying. That's what I'm asking.
Say again, big brother.
I'm saying, so you don't accept what the verses are saying when the question is being.
Yes, sir. I accept it. I accept it 100%.
So when
I'm not denying what the verse is.
So how could you say that you don't?
Hello.
I don't understand.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Not Hassan, the other person. Yes, I forgot your name. Sorry, no disrespect.
Well,
if you could say your name again for me. Say it again.
Tony.
Brother Tony.
Yes.
Okay, what do you believe then happens to you when you die? And then I have a follow-up question.
Yes, ma'am. I'm glad you brought that up because I've been telling my family, my children, that once I go, don't buy me no silver casket. I don't want no mahogany casket. Give me a pine box. Matter of fact, and I would like to be buried wrapped in a sheet because I go back to the earth. I'm sorry, say again?
Linen,
buried, wrapped in linen, put back into the ground from which I came, and let my body recycle back into the earth.
And
I don't
what
look
happens?
to come back. And then my energy goes back to the Creator who put it there.
And so,
that's the end. That's the end of me. But yet at the same time, I live on. I live on through my children.
Bro.Tony, I guess that she's trying to say, what is the, like, for example, if you, according to the Quran, if you obey Allah, like you're promised paradise, right? If
yes, sir.
Follow His ways, if you accept Jesus Christ, your Lord and Savior, you're promised heaven, the kingdom, right? Milk and honey. So
yes, sir.
She's trying to say what is the advantage of following the teachings of the most.
Okay, I got you.
What comes to you other than?
Thank you, my Lord, for clarifying.
If you're just gonna die, then that's just it.
I'm with you, big brother. I follow you now.
Right.
Okay. Right now, with the understanding I'm gaining, what little that I have, I'm striving for my heaven here. I'm striving to build my paradise here. Now, I may not be able to see the fulfillment of that.
So you're taking one for the team. Okay.
Pardon me?
So are you saying that there's no
judgment?
You're
taking one for the team.
Come on now. And what was brother saying? I didn't hear.
So you're saying that there's going to be no judgment for anyone.
We're in the judgment. I'm being
So
judged
a person,
as we
okay,
speak.
let me ask you this. A person
Yes, sir.
can live their life, kill someone, murder someone, rape someone, steal from people, never get caught in this life, and nothing's ever going to happen to them when they die. They're just going to get away scot-free with it, according to your
Oh no, so
understanding.
they have not gotten away. They have not gotten away. They have not. Allah sees all. Just because
No, I'm saying
He
if
still
nothing
realizes.
happens to them when they die, and then they go through their life and they don't get caught for anything that they did, they don't get punished.
But do you
Nobody
not
knows that
understand that they live?
nobody. I'm asking you.
They're already
There's no
in hell.
judgment.
They're already in hell. As
No,
they
to them, they're not in hell. They built their heaven for
that's fun
themselves.
for them.
I mean,
see, that's the thing. They built their hell for themselves. They committed all of these acts. That's hell. That
that's
is a
heaven for
hellish
them.
condition.
But hold on. For
That's
you,
for
you're
the
saying
receiver, not for the giver.
right. You're saying that it's hell. For them, it's heaven. Right. So it's just
No, sir.
you're
I can't say that that's heaven for them, because heaven is not the same as hell. If you're looking at
okay.
heaven
But
being a righteous place or conditions where good people live and things like that, if you
that's
go
how you're
around
looking at
murdering,
it, though.
raping,
If
so
he
I'm
doesn't see
looking
it
at.
that way, if he doesn't see it that way, if he doesn't
But
see
that's him.
heaven as being the way you see it, and he sees heaven as being a place where he can rape girls, murder people, steal from people, and never get caught, and then die, and nothing ever happens to him. He gets away scot-free. To him,
Let me
to
ask you
that
this.
person,
But
to
let me
that
ask you
person,
this. Just
he
because
lived the
he
life
see
of
it that
heaven.
way doesn't make. Let me ask you this. Just because he see what he's doing as being in heaven, do that make it heaven?
I can ask you the same
No, it do
question.
not.
Oh my gosh, what?
That don't make it heaven.
No, but
It's still a hellish
No,
condition.
it's all in
stop.
perspective.
Pleasure is heaven. I mean,
No, not necessarily.
if they're gaining pleasure in doing something, that how can it be hell for them?
Right. That's my question. Like you're saying for you, you're trying to create your heaven here. And for him, he's trying to create his heaven here. And he's doing it in his way, and you're doing it in your way. How can you say that that's not heaven for him if he feels what he's doing is heaven and he gets away free? Nobody ever catches him doing anything wrong. He never gets caught. He rapes 10 girls. He abuses people. He murders people. He steals from people. Nobody ever finds out. He gets away scot-free, grows and lives an old life, gets away with it all, and dies. You're saying that for him, there's no judgment. Allah's not going to judge him when he dies?
Okay, if you would listen to me, again, because of what he has done does not make it heaven. If you understand what heaven is. Heaven, you may say, because he finds pleasure in murdering people, finding pleasure in raping women or raping men or whatever the case may be, lying, cheating, stealing, all that, in him finding pleasure, he just finds pleasure in doing the deeds of doing his nature or acting out what he wanted to do. But again, because he finds pleasure in it, does not mean that he has found heaven or that is heaven. I won't even call it hell. I won't even call it hell. I won't even call it a hellish condition. But at the same time,
and what is it?
We're mixing when that look. It's as if I want to go ahead and change the definition to heaven being okay. I can go ahead and do anything I want to, find pleasure in it. That's my heaven. But
that's basically what you're saying.
Allah looks down, but Allah looks down on it and said, no, that's not heaven. It's like Mr. Farrakhan said, look, we look at, I was watching a video the other day. He said, we can watch a brother who, can slam dunk a ball real good. And we say, what a man. But then Allah will look at that man and say, look and say, what? A man? No, that's
right.
not a man.
But what
so
you're doing,
again,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
So going
Can I
back
ask a
to
question?
Person, yes, ma'am.
I want to respond to what he's saying first.
Okay.
If I can. I'm sorry.
Mm.
So
it's just a quick question. It's just a quick question. So are you saying like the brother asked Hassan, right? He was like, if a man like commits all these atrocious like things, right, and then he's never found, right, in the physical form, are you saying that Allah is not ever going to punish this person? It's like once they are dead, it's like it's just done for them. Like they don't get any. Like Allah's like, okay, I saw you, and I saw that you didn't get any type of punishment in the physical form, but since you're dead, that's it for you.
Okay, now we also have to look at the condition of that person's life, as he's done these things. Again, he may have gone all these years. Nobody ever known that he did these deeds. But yet, he within himself was living in hellish conditions because he's looking over his back to see if anybody's going to come after him, if he's been found out, been caught, or whatnot. And particularly if he was one of those, what do they call them, that live in the higher society, but still, they murder and whatnot. And you may say, well, he was just such a prominent citizen. I never would thought that he would have done something like that. They were never caught. Now, a person like that being never caught, yes, he's living that lifestyle, but at the same time, he's going back home to his wife and his children and hoping that he done cleaned himself up good.
Yeah, but the thing is, her question was, and this is kind of my question too as well, are you saying that regardless of his condition, that he's going to get away with what he did, regardless of his condition? If he killed 20 people and he raped 30 girls.
There's no justice or else.
Yeah, it's like he got away with it and he died. And that's the end. Is that what you're saying?
That's the end. Yes, he's not coming back. I mean,
no, is that
right.
the end? Nothing happens to him when he dies. Allah is
So
not
he
going
gets
to
the
judge
same
him.
fate as a man as a good-willed man. So the ill-hearted man has the same fate as the good-willed man. And
okay, say that again, sister.
The good-willed man has the same fate as the ill-hearted man in the end.
They both die. Okay.
And Allah is not going to judge them.
But do they have the same fate?
Okay, y'all came in at the same time. I missed what you were saying, sister.
I was just asking, so let's say if a man has done good deeds his whole life, right? And maybe let's say he never got rewarded for it, but he just continued to do good deeds because it was just the right thing to do, and then he died. And then you have the murderous, rapist man. He's done all these, bad deeds his whole life, but he never got punished. So does the man who never got punished deserve the same reward as the man who never got rewarded?
Whether a man has done a dastardly deed or not, they both die. Neither one of them are coming back. Now, I'm going to come back to the living. The man committing the acts, and then you have the good-hearted person. The man committing the acts, he may have gone on to his grave without any consequences. But say those that he left behind, they will go down in history. What I mean by go down is they will begin to reap what he had sown. Now, on the other side,
but nobody knows, though.
Person, Allah knows. It doesn't escape his eye.
But okay, but if nobody knows what the person did, then how can someone, his children, be blamed for something that nobody knows about, or reap the repercussions of something that nobody knows about?
Well, do you not agree that Allah controls all circumstances?
Right, but that doesn't explain the question. How does that happen in real life? Like, how does that happen in real life that I die, nobody knows all of the sins that I've committed, and but yet my children somehow get the repercussions of the sins that nobody knows about?
Well, that goes, if I may dabble with the Christian Bible, speaking of generation after generation, I may pass along. I may pass. But it's like it says, the sins of the father are revisited upon the children.
But how? That's why I want to know how it happens.
Because, again, you have to understand, I believe that
The
Allah...
third or fourth generation.
Yeah, come on now. Allah controls circumstances, and I believe he sets people or circumstances in our life to guide us to particular points, like a pinball machine. If you remember the pinball machine and how you work that pinball machine, it's the same way with us in life. Allah has control of all of our affairs. I'm not knocking Allah and his power. And he can do the same for the good man. For the good man who, sir?
So my question is, you're saying that the person who does all these atrocities and gets away with it and dies, that his children is going to suffer for the sins that their father committed?
It won't be necessary that. No, I'm not saying that. But yes, I am saying that. Particularly if the child themselves
well, you
have
just
no
said
good
two different
in it.
things.
Oh, I know. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying yes and no. And the reason I'm saying that because the child can come out striving to do better than their father did. But at the same time, on the other hand, he comes out maybe having a little bit of the same mindset of all of the mindset. So therefore, in that point, it continues on down, 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 down. And then that child may not even have any children. Matter of fact, that may be the only child that man.
You're not answering
Okay, I'm trying to clear it up. Because you keep trying to get me to believe, that this man is not going to be judged or can't be judged or that he's going to come back and stand before Allah.
I didn't ask you that. I'm asking, is he, like, you said he's going to die, nothing's going to happen to him. But then you gave the answer and said that his children is going to suffer for what he did. And I'm asking, how can his children suffer for something that he did that nobody ever knew about and he got away with?
Okay, well, let me ask you something. Would you actually think that somebody can go through life and not face any consequences? And after doing all of that, do you actually believe that?
Yes.
Okay.
It can be people who do terrible things.
And it has been.
And nobody ever knows.
And look at the condition that we're in. Have we not undergone everything that you said? Have we not been raped? Have we not been murdered?
I have not been raped. I have not been raped.
No, I'm not saying you. I'm not saying you as an individual. But look at us as a people. I'm thinking as a whole. Because we have gone through everything that you just mentioned. And yes, they're going to pay for that. Today, it's coming back on them. And they know this. For what their fathers have done to us. They're going to reap. They're going to reap what their fathers have sown. And they're reaping that today. Allah is taking them down right now. They're the ones that
how is that being
did all
just?
of this.
I mean, how is that being just? How is it being just if someone can live a life where they do horrendous acts and get away with it, and then their children, and you're saying that Allah will make their children suffer for what the parents did that they got away with? Why couldn't Allah punish the parents when they were living? This is what I don't understand. If you're saying Allah can do anything and all of these things, according to what you believe and understand, and why couldn't Allah punish them in this life before they died? Why do their children have to suffer for something that the parents did that the children never were a part of? And how is that just?
I'm not saying it's just. There's no justice in it, but Allah knows what I know not.
So how can Allah, according to your understanding, why didn't he just punish the people for what they did when they were alive? If there's going to be no afterlife.
Okay, you can ask your question in there. Why didn't he do that? Why didn't he knock out George Washington? Why didn't he knock out Andrew Jackson back then? They the one, or what's that boy that brought us over here? John Hawkins. How come he didn't stop the ship? But see, again, it goes back to us saying, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, but you didn't answer my question. You just asked me the question in reverse. I mean,
Okay,
I can give you my understanding and answer, but you didn't answer the question. I can give you my understanding from what the Quran says. It doesn't, if a person goes through life and doing horrendous things and never get caught, in the end, it doesn't matter because they will be judged and they will be punished. And it's just like the question that, from the verse that I quoted you earlier, when we're being brought to dust and bones, will we be raised again a new creation? This is what those who disbelieve in Allah, this is what they think. They think that they're not going to be raised up. So how can this happen? How can I be raised up a new creation? Allah answers and says, just like he created you the first time, from nothing, he can raise you up and bring a new creation, the same like you. So he can raise you up. And there's going to be a day of judgment where everyone is going to be raised according to what the Quran says, and everyone is going to be judged according to what they did. So no one, even if you escape this life of doing things wrong, if I wrong you, if I steal from you, then, and you never find out, right? I don't get away with that. I'm going to be questioned by Allah because Allah is all seeing and all knowing. So you can't escape Allah's knowledge of what you did because you didn't pay for it in this life. You'll pay for it when the day you're raised. So this is the whole balance. This is the balance of justice. This is how you establish morality, because with that, it makes a person be more conscious and aware of their decisions, knowing that they're not going to get away with it. But if I know that I can get away with all these things, I'm just going to die, then what reason do I have to do all of this stuff? What reason do I have to be good? What reason do I have to not do this if I can just do what I want and get away with it? And I'm never going to be caught and punished as long as I can hide it.
Let me ask you this, Brother Tony. What made you decide to believe that way, where you feel like there is no judgment after death? What brought you to that conclusion?
What made me believe what now, dear sister?
That there is no judgment after death. Like that is once you die, like that's finito.
Well, again, I have to go back to a foundation, and I come to understand where I'm at now from that foundation is the fact of him saying that God is the God of the living, not the dead. Let the dead bury the dead. Let them take care of their own. So what need would God have use of the dead? And then begin to say, like Mr. Farrakhan says, on the day of the resurrection, if there is a physical resurrection, so you mean to tell me that everybody that was on this planet for the past, since the deportation of the moon, 66 trillion years, every last one of them that were on the planet, all of them are going to be standing with us in this so-called day of judgment?
Yes.
All 60.
Is that impossible?
Why not? I mean, we ain't got nothing but time.
Yeah, and are you saying that that's impossible for Allah to be able to do?
Well, nothing's been impossible for Allah to do, especially if He can get to us in a particular time.
Well, I mean, there are things that are impossible for Allah to do, but that particular thing, are you saying that He can't do that?
To go back 66 trillion years and bring all of them back up.
Are you saying He can't do that? I'm saying,
how many people were alive during that time? I don't know. But the thing is, if things happened like 78 trillion years ago, I think we might have time to just go through the whole, call list of everybody who needs to get judged. I'm just saying it might even happen faster. Like, we don't know. But the thing is, okay, so what happens to your spirit, sir? Okay, what happens to your energy? I know you said it goes back to Allah, but when it goes back to Allah, are you saying that that's just that you don't have any consciousness anymore, or what?
Well, I'm not saying my consciousness is not there, but I won't be aware that I'm Tony. Now, the thing is, like you said, energy is not destroyed. It's what? Transferred. Now, and going back to him, now who's to say that now people are talking about, what's that thing? Reincarnation. Now, we have to come to understand that at some point there is a reincarnating, because the original creator of the heavens and the earth himself resides in Master Farad Muhammad. He is the avatar of the original creator of the heavens and the earth.
Oh, really? I did not know that you guys said that.
He is the avatar of the original creator of the heavens and the earth, the indirect embodiment. And not only that, but he holds a greater investment. He said that one coming will do much greater than what I have done. He will become to perfect my creation.
So, I mean, so you believe that Allah can be a man? That Allah is a man?
He He is a man. Master Farad Muhammad is Allah in person.
So when the Quran says that there's nothing like Allah, you believe that? Do you accept that to be true?
Yes, sir.
So if there's nothing like Allah, then how can Allah be a man if there's nothing like Allah?
Well, how can he not? I mean, would you look for a spirit to come and teach you?
If let me ask you in a different.
Who taught you, brother? Who
Let
taught
me ask
you?
you. Let me ask you in a different way. Let's say I have a straw in my hand, and I say to you, "There's nothing in existence like this straw." Can you go out and find anything in the likeness of this straw from the statement that I just said?
Yes, sir. I sure could. I can go out and get a reed from the creek, from the pond, and make a straw out of it.
Okay. I don't know what to say after that.
Well, I mean, it's a similarity. I don't know if you asked if it was
But nothing is the nothing.
absolute,
It's the nothing part.
an absolute.
Right. It's the nothing part. You know, if I say nothing is like this, that means you can't. There's nothing. I don't. No, I'm trying to find a different way to explain that, but that's like the most simplest form. Like, there's nothing, absolutely nothing that is like this straw at all, in its shape, its form, its size, and its ability, and it's what it can do. Nothing. That's what it means, and its likeness at all. So to say that you can go in from this statement, if you accept that statement to be true, to say that you can go and find something that's like the straw would be not accepting the statement to be true.
Are you saying like there's no replicas of that thing?
There's no likeness at all. There's nothing like it at all. So anything that you can think of that would be like a straw is not like a straw, because there's nothing like it. So when the Quran says there's nothing like Allah, whatever you can think of in any kind of likeness is not Allah, because there's nothing like Allah in any kind of likeness, any kind of shape, any whatever. If you want to say a spirit or whatever you can think of, it that qualifies the statement nothing like it. So anything that you can think of this.
Are you saying, brother Hassan, that Allah would not ever come in physical form to the earth?
According to that statement, Allah cannot be a man. He can't come in a physical form, because then that would make something like Allah, and it would make the statement incorrect.
Okay, but you said a moment ago that you asked me, do I not believe that Allah can do anything? But yet now you're saying that he cannot come in a physical form.
No, well, I asked you if bringing everyone back to who had ever been created was impossible. And I said,
but you're contradicting yourself when you're saying Allah cannot do anything.
I said that is not impossible.
Okay, you're saying it's not possible for him to come in a man, but it's possible to bring all these people back from the dead. So you're telling me that he cannot come in the form of a man?
I'm saying there are things. Okay. When understanding Allah, well, it's quite simple. When understanding Allah.
Okay, let me ask you this. If he's to bring everybody back, who's going to be standing there before, a spirit, a ghost, or is there going to be a man sitting there judging? Is the spirit going to come down from the heavens?
It's going to be Allah. See, what you're doing is you're trying to create.
I'm asking.
You're asking me a question.
Is Allah gonna come?
Let me answer your question.
Is Allah going to come? Is Allah going to come in this spirit form that you say is not a man?
Allah is not a spirit, so he can't come in a spirit form.
So what is he then? What is he?
Okay.
What is
when Allah describes himself in the Quran, Allah describes himself by his attributes. Okay, so Allah is all powerful. Allah is all knowing. Allah is the all aware. Allah is eternal. And all his attributes are, where is he?
Yes, sir.
Is that what you asked?
Yes, sir. Where is he?
It says in the Quran that Allah is above his throne.
I'm still waiting.
I just told you.
You said above his throne?
says in the Quran that Allah is above his throne.
Where's the throne?
I'm sitting on it.
It doesn't
Talk
say
to
that
me
Allah
now.
sits on the throne. It doesn't say that Allah sits on the throne.
I'm
It
not
says that
Allah.
Allah is above his throne.
Oh, but you are, sister, but go ahead.
Okay.
What's your question, brother?
I'm asking,
See,
where's the
wait,
throne?
right. It doesn't say where the throne is. It says that Allah.
Okay, but you said he sits above his throne. And where is
Says
that?
Allah. I didn't say Allah sits. See, this is going into trying to create a likeness. Allah doesn't sit. Allah doesn't stand. These are likenesses of things that you're trying to
Oh, you said
qualify
Allah is
with the
above
law.
his
With the
Well, a
man.
throne, you can't use the word throne now and then say that, because there would be
Why
no
not?
use for a throne if you're not sitting on it.
Okay, you
According
said
to
Allah
you.
is above his throne.
But
You said
this is
Allah
the
is above
thing.
the throne.
When trying to understand Allah, you can't attribute to him human qualities or human characteristics, because it then
But you
goes
just
back to
said
the
that.
So
understanding.
I'm
Let
not
me
in
finish.
physical form, but I'm sitting.
Right. So just because Allah has a throne doesn't mean he has to sit on it. That's a human trait that you're
No
attributing to
problem.
Allah. That because I have a chair, that means I have to be sitting in it.
Right, you just
No,
have
you
a chair
That's
sitting there looking.
but that's a human understanding
Nice.
of that.
what? Okay, if you don't
What's
have
the
a,
use
I
of
mean,
the
what's
chair
use?
then, sir? For a
Yeah, I was
spirit.
about to say, what's the use? I was about to ask, what's the use? I was about to ask, what's the use in him having a throne if he's
Allah
not
does
to
not
sit?
explain. Allah does not explain the use of his throne.
But what is the throne then? What is the throne that he's talking about if he doesn't sit there? What is the throne?
The throne is the throne. The law
Okay,
does
who
not
sits?
explain the use of the throne. He doesn't say that he sits in the throne or that he does anything with the throne. And the Quran does
I mean,
not
I don't know why.
specify any of those
Okay.
things. And this
I don't know
goes
why the
again to the.
I
throne is
mean, God
used.
is balling.
But this
God
goes
can
to
have
the point.
anything God
This
won't, not do
goes to the
anything
point.
with it.
But
What
this
do you
goes
say,
to the
sister?
point where the Quran says that there are things that are metaphorical in meaning, and some things that are black and white, and there are some things that are not. And the things that are gray that we should stay away from and leave those to people who have knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. So we don't ask questions about things that we don't know. Right. So
Oh
when Allah says
my.
that he has a throne, then we understand it in the context of what Allah has already described himself as. So if Allah says that there's nothing like him and he has a throne, right? If you from your understanding, you would say, well, a throne is meant to be sit on, right? But if
Now I
Allah
see why
says that
JC
there's
calls himself
right,
crazy.
Allah says that there's nothing like him, and you sit down, then how can Allah sit in the throne? But that's creating a likeness. You see that
I would like to say, I know sister wanted to say something, but before you do, sister, I would like to say this. You just told me that we should not question, but yet at the same time, why shouldn't we question in order to find answers? If I
didn't
don't
say we shouldn't
question,
question. I didn't
no,
say we
you just
shouldn't
said
question.
there's some things that we shouldn't. You just said I shouldn't ask questions about that because the things that it's a gray area that I should leave it alone. How am I to get a clearing if I don't,
Because
if
you
I don't
won't
get a
have
clearing on that gray area, I'll continue to walk blind.
No, it's not
But sister
blind,
has
because there are things that Allah explained, that Allah mentions, but he does not explain. And if you look for try to find what those and how to explain those things that Allah mentioned but didn't explain, you won't get an answer, because if Allah didn't explain it, then it's not for you to know.
Well, how am I to get an understanding and follow the
You
right
can
way?
have an
I mean,
understanding without knowing the explanation of it. You can have an understanding. You can have an understanding because, okay, you know that Allah is. Do you accept that Allah is all powerful?
Yes, sir.
Explain to me how Allah uses this attribute, being all powerful.
Okay, but you said that he doesn't. But
you can't explain it. You can't explain it. There's no way you'll be able to explain that. But you accept that it has to be a part of one of his attributes.
How you
even
know
though
I
you
can't
can't
explain
explain
it? You want to give me a chance.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You want to
I'm
give me? You
sorry.
said I can't explain it. But at the same time, sisters didn't want to say something for the past. Sisters didn't want to say something for the past 2 minutes. Sister, go ahead.
Yes, I do have a question for you, Brother Hassan. So if God or Allah can't do anything, why won't or why can't God? Why do you believe that God cannot come in a physical form or would not come in a physical form?
Well, According to my understanding of what the Quran says, when the law is mentioned, in understanding the attributes of Allah, there are things that Allah can do and cannot do because they're not a part of who He is.
Oh, no.
Right? And it's not a limitation on Allah at all, right? For example, if I say, Allah says in the Quran that his kingdom extends over everything, right? Over everything. Can He throw you outside of His kingdom?
Interesting.
But I would like to say, you keep saying there's things that Allah can and cannot do. There's only one thing that Allah cannot do. He cannot go against His own law.
Right. He can't go against who He is either.
That's what I'm saying.
Allah,
he cannot go against his own law, which is
He can't go
himself.
against who He is. So this is my question again. If Allah's kingdom extends over everything, can He throw you outside of His kingdom?
And you said something else. You said from your own understanding, yet the Quran says, lean not on thy own understanding, but yet seek understanding through patience and prayer.
And prayer. So can you answer my question? Can Allah throw you out of His kingdom if His kingdom extends over everything?
Yes, sir. He can throw you out of His kingdom.
Where can He throw you that's outside of His kingdom if His kingdom extends over everything?
His kingdom is all 17 quintillion miles of this universe. Would you agree to that?
Brother, where can He throw you outside of His kingdom if His kingdom extends everywhere? Where can you go?
We have to understand that His kingdom, yes, exists through all the 17 quintillion miles of this universe.
Brother,
throwing me out doesn't just necessarily mean, okay, now I'm just going to throw you out of the house. No, He can relieve me of my mindset, relieve me of the understanding.
You're not answering my
who
question. I'm asking specifically.
Yes,
where can you exist if His kingdom extends everywhere? Where can you exist that's outside of His kingdom?
You cannot exist.
You guys are doing
exactly. You cannot exist outside of His kingdom. So is there a limitation? So my question then follows is this: is that then a limitation upon Allah, or does that show the majesty of Allah that His kingdom extends everywhere? It shows more so the majesty of Allah.
Then the bad gets to be inside of the kingdom. Is that what?
Come on with it, sister. Bring it on.
Are you saying what?
Talk to me, because I think. Okay. Talk, sister. Talk now.
Are you saying that the bad is going to be in the kingdom with the good?
Come on now.
Same kingdom.
Come on, teach it.
The kingdom represents what Allah governs and controls. So yes, Allah governs and controls everything and allows for things to happen and take place. So yes, there can be bad things.
Do you believe that the good and the bad will be separate?
Separate like how? What do you mean separate?
Not in the same place, not enjoying the same things.
Not enjoying? You mean like in terms of like heaven and hell?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes, yeah.
Yes, sir.
It will be separate. It will be separate for those who, yeah.
So then,
but the hell doesn't extend outside of His kingdom now.
Right. So then that means you can be kicked out of the kingdom, just in a different kingdom.
No,
right?
if your understanding of kingdom is heaven, that's not the correct understanding. The correct understanding
is your heaven? I'm sorry, I want you to finish.
No, what I mean by kingdom, I mean everything that's under Allah's sovereignty, under His control. Right. Okay. So there's nothing that exists outside of it.
Is heaven on this earth or off earth?
Heaven is not on this earth, no.
And then where is hell?
Hell is an existence that is after we.
It's spiritual, right?
Yes, it's spiritual, but Allah says in the Quran, it's the makeup of the human is with the soul. So when the soul, when the body dies, the soul lives on. And it's just like when Allah talks about the punishment of the people of the hellfire, that these people will be given skin, and their skin will be burnt off. And every time that their skin is burnt off, they will be replaced with a new skin.
Damn.
Right. So they'll feel that punishment. That
I don't want that.
Right, but that punishment is a felt punishment. It's not something that's like non-physical, because the soul will be then given skin. When the soul is sent to the hellfire, it will be given flesh and bones to feel the punishment.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Right.
But where is this hell?
What do you mean? Where is it?
Yeah, where is it? I mean, if you got some that are going to hell and others are going to heaven, you know, right now
hell is in hell and heaven is in heaven. I
mean,
I don't know.
Where are they though?
Yeah, it's in that's the place of where it is. Like, I don't know what you mean by where is it. Like, if you're asking me like where is Texas, and I can point to it and show you.
Okay, yeah, okay. So yeah, because people are saying, you know, we believe that once we die, the good ones are going to heaven, and they look to the sky. And then they said the others that are doing bad, they're gonna go to hell. So where is that at?
Are you asking me for a physical place to show you, like to take you to? I don't understand your question.
Yes, I mean,
is it up above or is it down below?
It's a place of existence. It's a place of existence that when people are after people are judged, that they will be sent to.
If it exists,
can you look at hell from heaven? Can you look at heaven?
I said it was physical. I said it was physical. When the body dies, the soul will be raised, and the soul is what will be judged. The soul is what will be judged, and then that soul will either get to go to. The soul, after it's been judged, will either go to paradise or will go to the hellfire, and it will be.
Now, okay, so where's this hellfire? To be burned, where we're gonna burn eternally.
The hellfire is a place of existence that you go after you are judged. So if you are judged, and according to your deeds, and you don't receive Allah's mercy, then you'll go to the hellfire. And if you're judged according to your deeds and you receive Allah's mercy, then you'll be saved from the hellfire and you'll go to paradise. And if you're asking me where is it, like to show you a place, this is where it is, that you're not going to get that answer.
Okay, well, where's heaven?
These are I just answered that question. These are these are matters of belief, right? These are matters of belief. So there are things that, you know, we accept that are according to, you know, that are articles, like principles of our belief, you know, and this is outlined in the Quran. These principles of what you have to believe in order to call yourself a Muslim. These are things that are outlined in the Quran, right? And this.
Okay, I have a question now for both of you gentlemen again. All right, I would like for both of you to please participate if you don't mind. Please.
Go ahead.
And then I want to ask you this. Oh, yeah. I have a follow-up question after you gentlemen answer as well. So what do you both believe, or do you believe in infidels?
In what? Did you say infidel? Infidel? Yeah. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What do you mean by believe in it?
Like, do you believe, like, are you following the teachings that there are infidels? Or do you not believe in the teaching that there are infidels? And then if you do believe that there are infidels, what do you believe infidels are?
I need you to be more specific with your question. You're referencing something like infidels, but
get to the point.
Yeah, like isn't that in the Quran? Excuse me. But I'm okay. So infidels, is that in the Quran or not?
Yes, ma'am.
There you go.
All right. So do we believe in it or not? And then if we do,
yeah, but you're asking a question based upon like it's like a vague understanding of what you're actually asking.
You don't want to answer.
No, I'll
Brother
answer the
Tony,
question, but
do you
you have to be
understand my
more specific.
question?
I can't answer a vague. It's very
Yes,
vague.
ma'am. I understand. I understand this, sister. I believe in the infidel.
And then what is an infidel, good sir?
The infidels are those that resided and still reside amongst us today. That, and it's going to point a finger, so you just bear with me. It does point a finger. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sister. Say that again.
No, I said no problem.
The infidels, and I've actually had one of them to approach me because they found out that I was a Muslim, and they said, "Well, you all believe that that we the infidels and things." I said, "Yes, sir. I truly believe that." Well, he got to talking to me about where how we become the complexion that we are, that we live further south in the region and it burnt our skin. I said that right there in itself makes you a part of the infidel group, and the infidels is more specifically talking about them, the other people, because we as black people,
who is the infidels? What you're talking
Muslim by nature. Listen, hold on. Let me say this: we as black people are Muslim by nature. We don't convert to it. We just don't know that we're Muslim. A Muslim person is natural to this planet. That is you and I as a black man and a black woman. Every other person is not a Muslim. Not by nature, but by faith, they become a Muslim. You and I don't have to convert. We just have to accept our own. Now, the infidel are talking about the others. Let me get that clear. It's not talking about black people. It's talking about the others, because every black person on this planet, I don't care what corner they reside in, we are Muslim by nature.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with this
idea. Are you
idea.
saying you're unfamiliar?
I'm not familiar with what you're talking about. No, I mean you have to reference something to get so I can pinpoint.
Are you unfamiliar, sir? Are you unfamiliar with the term infidel?
I know what the word infidel is, but I don't know how you're referencing this or correlating this with what the Quran says.
We'll go off. That's fine. We'll go off of you then. What's your definition?
Yeah, but he's not doing the same thing either. He's not referencing or anything. We're just talking about infidels and what it means without any kind of reference point.
I'm just asking that's fine, sir. I'm just asking what is your definition? Because he actually answered it the way he
I mean,
did,
I can give you a Webster's definition of infidel.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, sir, if you don't mind.
Infidel. I mean, you mean infidel? Hold on. A person who does not believe in a religion or who adheres to a religion other than one's own.
Mm-hmm.
And then what do you believe should be done with the infidels?
What do you mean? What are they doing something to me? I don't understand what should be done with them.
Is there anything in the Quran? That says anything should happen or should be done to or with the infidel? Counselor?
It depends on what you're talking about.
So,
because the Quran doesn't just say.
Give us a specific action the infidels doing.
Yeah, like what are they doing? Are the people who are not Muslims? Are they
okay, so you just read the definition that.
Okay, look.
Infidel.
It says. Let me say this.
Oh my God! You know what?
No, just real quick. Just real quick.
You are giving great defense.
No, just real quick, because in the Quran, from what I read, Allah allows those who don't want to seek guidance remain in ignorance. So, and if an infidel just sitting there, just not believing, ain't doing nothing, then that's where they let them be by themselves, right? In ignorance, I think Allah doesn't bid anybody to guide them the right way. They let them just. Okay.
Likes that. Go ahead.
So
no jihad.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you would have just asked your question about that, I could answer that specifically.
That actually wasn't my question, but I'm trying to get something. I'm trying to throw something out to just say, were you giving
if the according to what I know, if the infidel's sitting there minding his business, living his own life, Allah said, leave him alone, judgment gonna be fallen, when it's time.
Come on, bro.
Okay, so no jihad.
Well, you know what jihad is.
What is jihad?
Is not actually.
What is jihad? According to your understanding.
Well,
according my understanding.
No, according to your sister's understanding, what is jihad?
I just said a holy war.
No, this is not what jihad.
Here? I think I may be wrong, but
I'm asking. I don't need you to like.
You know. So let Brother Tony have a crack at it. Let them explain what jihad is.
Well,
these are what the questions are for.
Right.
Okay. Jihad. I come to see it as struggle within self. To struggle and war within myself, the weaker side of myself, the negative side of myself, to better myself. That's my struggle within. That's my jihad. Go ahead, dear brother.
He's on the right track. I don't disagree with that.
There you go.
I don't disagree with that, but jihad and the word means to struggle. So you, like the brother was saying, you can have a struggle within yourself. You can have a struggle with someone else over a particular thing, but it's not what people try to like modernize the term to mean a holy war, like an all-out war against people who don't accept Islam or who aren't Muslim.
Right. Against infidels.
No, this is like a mediarized interpretation of what and characterization of what the media tries to do to spin people who don't know about Islam to get a false interpretation of Muslims and what they believe.
That's why we have the question so that you can clarify it.
Right. Yeah, but it's like they call Muslim terrorists jihadists. That word, that's like a invented word. These are like words used to characterize Muslims to create a perception of this bad person who wants to blow up and kill everybody. You know what I mean? But jihad in its essence,
I wouldn't necessarily connect that. I mean, because I think they had like wars without people doing that for centuries before I believe like suicide bombers came along. So I'm not tying it to that. I'm just saying, is there a time where it should be that you are going to definitely try to convert everyone on the earth to being Muslim? And if they do not convert, then they die.
By what means am I doing that though?
By death.
Right. So this is right. So this goes back to what I was saying, like jihad, like convert to Islam or die. This is this kind of mindset that's been like kind of propagated within the media to have this understanding of what jihad is, which is not, it's not the correct understanding of what jihad is. No, Muslims aren't out to wage war. The majority of Muslims are not out to wage war against non-Muslims to believe as they believe. Allah says in the Quran that there's no compulsion of religion, and a person is free to believe whatever they want to believe. Now, it would be different in an Islamic state, but there aren't necessarily any or many Islamic states in this way, in this traditional sense, with the caliph or anything like that. So, it wouldn't be the same. But no, there's no war being waged. I don't agree with anybody trying to wage war against non-Muslims to accept Islam or die, and there hasn't been a case in history, in Islamic history.
Okay, so brother, yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, Queen. Go ahead.
No. I was gonna go to something different. So I'd rather you answer.
I just want to speak briefly on something you said a moment ago, as dealing with the other people not accepting Islam or becoming Muslim. One thing I come to gather, I won't even say understand, because my understanding is still lacking some growth. So what I've come to gather is that, no, that would be not an attempt to offer conversion to those that are not Muslim, just the understanding to be accepted, which means there's only one God, and we all are under that one God, whether you be Christian, Catholic, Jew, Hebrew Israelite, whatever you call yourself. You can stay if you want to under that label, but all in all, they will disappear. Right now, we're just going to say you can stay under that label, but yet come into the understanding and the proper service under one God. See, we can no longer believe, and I'm gonna have to, and I'm not trying to make fun of the Christian, because that was my foundation. Is we have to believe and know that when it comes time, you're gonna have to give up the thought of the Jesus 2,000 years ago coming back and him being white. Well, you have to give up the thought of Abraham, Moses, them coming back and them being white. You can no longer have that mindset. You got to come to understand.
Hold on now. Now, Muhammad was white though. Now, wasn't Muhammad white now? Wasn't Muhammad white?
Yes, ma'am. I'm not knocking that, but Jesus wasn't white though.
The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, was not a white man.
What was he? What was he?
He was an Arab.
What was Prophet Muhammad?
He was not a white man.
Okay, what was the Arab?
Are you saying Arabs are white people?
Well, you tell me if they're not, what are they?
Okay. What was Master Prophet Muhammad?
His father's a black man, his mother's a white man.
I said, what was he? What was he?
What was he? He doesn't label himself.
I'm asking you.
He doesn't label himself as an Arab.
What was he?
Is that an accepted term?
What was he?
He didn't come and introduce himself as an Arab.
What was he?
He didn't say, I am an Arab. He says, my name is W.F. Muhammad.
What
he didn't say, I'm an Arab, W.F. Muhammad.
So brother,
he's
turning the same question back to you that you asked him about Prophet Muhammad. He's asking you, what was Master Prophet Muhammad? What was his ethnicity?
I don't give him one because nobody ever told me what he was. I'm not putting a name on it, and unless somebody actually accept. I would never heard it in the teachings that he was an Arab.
What was he?
I'm not going to say. I'm not going to answer that because I do not know.
You don't know what he was?
No, sir. But I just know he was a human being.
Okay.
Just like me.
So everybody who follows
I'm not
the
an
teachings
American. I'm not an African. I'm not a South American. Nor am I a Japanese. Because I'm not going to allow a geographical area to label me.
Okay. Do you identify yourself as a black man?
I do. That's not a geographical area.
Okay, but do you identify yourself as a black man?
I do.
Right. And
but to say that
the followers of Elijah Muhammad identify themselves as black men, correct?
As a black man, yes, sir.
Right. But nobody knows what Master Prophet Muhammad is.
Okay, let's go ahead and say he was an Arab then.
No, I'm asking what was he? That's not. Don't just say let's say. This is your teacher.
Well, okay,
this is the person who taught Elijah Muhammad.
He's an Arab.
He's an Arab.
Okay.
So when I say that the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, was an Arab, is that not sufficient for you?
Okay, yes, sir. But at the same time, Prophet Muhammad, may peace and blessings be upon him, did not have the mixture of blood that Arabs do. As we come, as I was mentioning earlier in the conversation, as far as when they come back amongst us, this new people, a lot of our people hid them and mixed their blood with them. That's why they get the complexion that they do. And living in that area called Arabia, they turned themselves to be Arabs, a geographical area. Now, Prophet Muhammad, may peace and blessings be upon him, his blood was not mixed like that.
So what
and
are you
at
saying?
the same time, sir?
Yeah, what are you saying in reference to his blood? Like, what does that mean?
In reference to his blood?
Yeah, like why? What does that mean according to what he was?
You have Arabs that that their blood would mix with ours, and then you have Arabs that would not. Because you have Arabs that are Caucasian, straight Caucasian, with no mixture of the blood. Their complexion just didn't happen to come by the burning of the skin. There had to be a mixing of the blood.
So that
now
means
they call themselves olive. They call themselves olive complexion. And again, that right there is a question in itself. What
right,
color
but
olive?
okay.
Because you have
Did
green
the
olive, you
people
have black
living
olive.
did the people living during the prophet's time use these racialized terms like we use today to characterize
No,
themselves?
sir.
Okay,
They sure
so
didn't.
why are we making an attempt to do that on them now?
Exactly. So why are you asking me what was Master Farad Muhammad?
Because you asked me what was he a white? I said she said he was a white man. You said he was, and I said he wasn't. I said he was an Arab.
So you brought it about, dear brother. I didn't.
No, I responded to a comment that was made when they
characterized
him as being
you
white,
guys don't
and he was
understand
not.
at this point. But I do have another question for you, Bro.Tony. Do you believe in Noah and the three sons?
Who are you asking?
Yeah, who you asking?
Bro.Tony.
Yeah, now you asking, do I believe in Noah and the three sons?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, dear sister.
Okay. So then, is Yaqub and his whole thing before or after that?
Well, you gotta realize Yaqub was 6,600 years ago. Noah came after Yaqub.
Noah was after Yaqub.
Now, see, I can go further into detail. I can go further into detail, but then that would bring out of context what is written, because there's a greater understanding within that. You know, we talk about Noah and the flood, and then the three sons, and then after the flood, you know, the three sons went their separate ways or whatnot, and Ham was cursed. You know, they try to say that we're the cursed seed of Ham, the black people. But see, there's a greater understanding into that. It goes back to say, okay, we can ask the question is, if it was just them three after the flood, then how did everybody else get here? Did they just mate with the one daughter or mate with the mother? How did everybody else get here?
Weren't the sons married?
Okay, so then again, so if they were married,
That's a good point.
So the sons grew up to commit incest with their cousins?
Yeah.
So how did the other people
don't forget.
Wait, let's not wait, hold on. Let's just address that really quick. Let's not act like that's not even a real recent thing, okay? We have a lot of royalty as well. Egypt practiced it as well, so let's not act like
right.
Funny thing. Okay?
That was something going on.
So let's continue.
Yeah, so brother, so what you can't do, so what you can't do is mix 2021 with things 4,000 years ago, because everything would be foreign to us. All actions, all customs, their eating habits, bathing, you know, everything at that time compared to today would seem uncivil, savage, everything.
Well, I'm still trying to figure out where did everybody else come from.
Well, that's what I'm trying to ask you, though. Like, okay, so I believe, yes, incest occurred because, like I said, it still continues on to this day. And it happens in royalty, all that stuff, keeping the bloodlines pure, okay? So that's not too far-fetched. It's really not. So now the thing comes into, where does Yaqub's creation come in to the offspring of the three sons?
Yeah, so which son will be responsible or would be kin to Yaqub's creation? Or which son will which Yaqub's, I guess, offspring will give birth to? Which son?
So Yaqub, I didn't know he had children. Y'all have to bring me up to date on that.
You know what we mean, like the
It's ready-made devils, right? Because no, brother, you can't say
not ready-made.
Brother, you can't say that he didn't have children. Wait, hold on, sis, brother.
I'm not saying he didn't. I didn't know. I never heard that.
Brother, hold on.
I never heard that he had.
brother. But have you heard of Yaqub being called the father of the devil?
The father of the devil, him making them, yes.
Right.
Not by his sperm.
I didn't say biological, brother. I didn't say.
I didn't know he had biological children.
But hold on, brother. I'm just saying, if he's called the father of the devil, then he has children. So in whatever sense he's the father, that's the same sense he has the children. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, no, I'm with you now. I'm with you.
Yeah.
So so you're asking, of those made people, which one of them were the Noah of them? Is that what you're asking?
Which one was connected to the three sons of Noah? She's asking.
Which one connects to the three sons of Noah?
Which one of the three sons? I think she's asking which one of the three sons are they connected?
Yeah, which one of the three sons?
Okay, you have Shem, Japheth, and Ham, right?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So Ham's out. But we all know Ham is the African, African. So Ham's out. So it comes to Shem.
Yeah, but let me just make a correction on that, because Ham wasn't cursed. It was actually
his sons, the Canaanites, right?
Or something like that. Yeah, the Canaanites were cursed, not actually.
Right, he's supposed to be the cursed one. Right, he's supposed to be the cursed one, right? So I'm thinking Shem. Shem.
Shem. Really? So you think Yaqub's creation comes from Shem? Shem is the chosen people. That's what you think.
Okay, wait a minute. Maybe I misunderstood. You think, Shem. Okay, ask your question again about. You said which one?
Right.
So which one of Noah's three sons did the Yaqub creation come through? Maybe that's a better way to ask it. If Yaqub's whole situation,
it would have to be. So to answer the question real quickly, so you can move on. It would have to be Japheth. Okay.
Okay. I like your answer on that.
Yeah.
Okay, and why Japheth?
Okay, because through the process of elimination, it can't be Ham as Africans, and Shem, the Semitic, you heard the term Semitic. So Shem will be Jesus, Moses, all those people. Okay, so it couldn't come from that lineage. So by default, by the process of elimination, it would have to be Japheth.
I couldn't say that Jesus was Semitic, because Semi means part or mix, but Jesus was a black man.
No, Shemitic, like it's a term what Shem's descendants are called.
Yeah, so
how you have like Ham, Shem, and Japheth. So anyone who comes from Shem is supposed to be Shemitic.
Yes, ma'am. But brother,
you can say Semi or Shem.
Yes, ma'am. And brother, I never got your name. Not Brother Hassan, the other brother, the moderator.
Our brother Ron.
Brother Ron, and you, sister?
Sierra.
I'm sorry, say again?
Sierra.
Sierra?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now go ahead, Brother Ron. You were saying?
I was gonna say she agrees with you as far as the color of Jesus. She's not disagreeing with that. But this is why, but that's more to the fact that the Yaqub creation couldn't come from Shem because of, like you said, they're black. But so that's why Japheth, by the process of elimination, will have to be the tribe or the son that Yaqub race produced.
Now, in actuality, the Yaqub has more than just that, because if you remember, it was the brown, the yellow, then the white.
Right.
Now, we come to understand that the brown represents the so-called Japanese, and the yellow represents the so-called Chinese. Then you have the white. That's how that order comes to be.
Who would the red be?
The red is something I think that just come up. Now, as far as the red, they kind of say, well, you got the Indians who look red, but we have to understand that we as a people, as original people, we are adapted to the environment no matter where we go. So it's like a person who is jet black, ace of spades, you know, as long as he's near the sun, his melanin is going to rest at the surface of his skin.
Right.
But the farther we move away, especially over a period of time, the melanin begins to submerge because it doesn't necessarily have to stay close to the surface because the sun is not as hot.
Oh, so you
Now,
believe in evolution?
Sir?
So you believe in evolution?
No, I don't believe that's not evolution.
That's why I know you're going to be a
That's-
preacher one day.
No, that's not evolution. That's adaptation. Evolution is saying that we come from monkeys. No, sir, I don't believe that. No, sir.
Okay, so but going back to the
Somebody
red.
else got mad when I said
So going back to the red, who would the red be?
Yeah, you tell me, dear brother.
Okay, there. Well,
Are they still with us, or are they like breeded out of existence?
probably so.
I
That's
never.
they're probably
I
so.
see,
That's probably why we don't know.
Yeah, I just come to know it to be brown, yellow, and white. I never heard of the red.
Yeah,
And
you
the
might,
reason, now look at
yeah,
if you look at the
right
brown.
about, you might be right about that.
Actually, if I can say this, if you look at the
A
brown,
whole
if you look
football team called the Redskins.
The Redskins.
Did you miss that one?
Now-
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, so the red be Native Americans, right?
then I can say this now, because of myself. If I may make this a personal thing with myself, my father is so-called Mexican Indian. My mother is so-called Black Indian.
Right.
Now, in the summertime, when my melanin surfaces, I have a orange reddish hue or reddish orange hue about my complexion. And so when people look at me, man, they say you glowing like an orange, or you look red. And so I come to understand that brown and red are very similar, depending on if you add a little bit of black.
I think red is a derivative of brown, or vice versa. But what about Jack Nicholson? Can he get red too, though?
Who? No, you said Jack Nicholson?
Yeah.
No, Jack Nicholson, he actually is not red.
I don't know. I don't think that's actually skin tone.
That's why they call him red.
That's his blood. That's his blood being shown through his skin.
Skin is
That's what
translucent.
they do.
Okay.
So
Actually, white people,
so
Caucasians
skin
are
is translucent. So what you're actually seeing is the blood.
It's the blood, just like a polar bear.
Not
If
an
you look at a
actual
polar bear,
skin tone or
you may
But
think
good
that
try,
the polar
my
bear,
guy.
you may think that the polar bear's fur is white, but it's not, because of the snow around them and their own skin. When the sun hits the skin and reflects back through that transparent fur, it makes them appear white with all that snow. White people are the same way. When light hits and penetrates their skin and bounce back, it picks up the color of the blood. So therefore they look peach, they look pink, and even what we call rednecks.
You
They're
better
not
go ahead
actually
and let
red.
them know, my brother. Teach it.
And so therefore it's actually, like Sister said, they're translucent. And I tried to explain this the other day to a person. She kept wanting to call them white people. I said they're not actually white. They just put that term on them. Matter of fact, they hate being called Caucasian.
What are they? So if they're not white, what are they?
Translucent. Sister already done gave you the answer. They're translucent.
Right, we just said it.
They are a clear.
Their what is it? Their transparency is probably like at a.
Y'all just being racist. Y'all just being racist.
Actually,
this whole idea of being white.
Scientific fact. That is a scientific fact. You can look that up. There's no racism in that at all.
Yeah,
you can look
the
it
whole
up.
idea of being white was created by white people to
Right.
escape the idea and create a new identity in America.
There it is. That's true, right there.
You know,
that's
they
true
were
in that.
They were escaping
It's
British
classism.
English rule.
Yeah,
and
that's why they
creating-
call it a so-called white man. Right.
That's why they call them.
why
That's
they're
what
so-called
identify
white.
as white people. You know, and
And
there's
they
some
hate
white
being
people
called
who.
Caucasian.
Yeah, there's some white people.
Now,
who
I don't know. Now, brother, I think that's an absolute statement. I don't believe that, because I have referred to, because like we're just saying, sometimes I don't call them white because what the brother Hassan just said. So sometimes when I'm in a company of people who we call white, sometimes I don't refer to them as white. You know what I mean? I might call them Caucasian, or I might say European, something like that. But I will not say white sometimes to make a point,
Yes,
because
sir.
like you said, white could be anything.
Hey, sis from the air.
So, but I haven't found one to be offended by that.
But white is an identity that people from English, British descent or whatever like that subscribe to shed off their identity to create a new identity in America. That's what it was for. And that's what people was coming to America for
class.
To leave off of that and to create a new identity. So when you call yourself white, you're actually subscribing to a superiority kind of mentality complex that I'm, that kind of thing. That's what they did. That's the whole.
What's the brother from Egypt who was talking about how when he came into America, they were trying to force him to identify as white legally?
What are you talking about? Kunta Kinte?
What's his name?
You talking about Kunta?
Oh no. I said from Egypt. He's oh my gosh. He's one of the good scholars in the conscious community. He's from Egypt. What is his name?
Now I don't know a brother from Egypt in the conscious community.
Mm-hmm. What? No, he's not. He's not alive now. I'm saying he was a scholar like back in the day, one that people like look up to or use reference.
You talking about Dr. Ben?
No, he's
They got to Diop.
Yeah, there we go.
Ali Baghdadi?
No, is that him? No, not
talking about Ali Baghdadi.
Who is it?
Wait, are you talking about Dr. Malachi York?
No.
How about this?
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna get his name.
Are you talking about Ali Baghdadi?
Nope.
Okay.
I don't know. Sis might have read the wrong magazine.
But anyway, no. He's definitely, other people will know him for sure. But anyway, but he was talking about how when he came here, because he was born in Egypt, when he came here, he said that he was forced to claim white, like they were trying to force him, shall I say, to claim like white, like that, like legally that he was white.
But sister, let me add
instead
this.
of saying that he was black, and he fought to like claim that he was black.
All right, and wait, I don't know what that means, but sister, how about this? How about
if a person from Egypt can't claim blackness?
Yeah, I don't know what she's talking about, but sister, how about this?
It's a legal thing. Okay,
hold on, wait.
No, but a person from Egypt will never say that they're black.
Yeah,
okay.
They can trace their identity.
I'm gonna get who he is. I'm gonna get who he is. That's all right.
I want to just respond to you and say, somebody say you talking about. Somebody say you talking about. I can't even say it.
What?
Somebody say you talking about Shaka Zulu.
Isn't Shaka Zulu or I don't know.
That was funny. But sis, let me just say this to you. At that time, like the early 20th century, thanks to new black knowledge, if a black person put on a turban, he could actually integrate amongst white folks. So there's a lot of schemes going on where you can integrate white folks, just as long as you were not.
No, this guy is.
Just hold on 1 second. Hold on. Wait, before you go further, because you saying black, I don't think that's a terminology at that time. I think Negro was the terminology, and people were not trying to be Negro, and that's all I was trying to get to. Black is something that black came on later on. Okay.
I'm gonna have to try to.
So if dude was forced,
it might be him, but I just wanna like look. I'm gonna get on my phone.
Yeah, but the Shaka Zulu, that was.
No, that's not him. That's definitely not him. Okay. That's all right. But continue. When I get his name, I'll bring him back up.
So I think just to recap, I think we got past the judgment thing, like the brother was saying, which I find problematic. If white folks are able to, whether you call it heaven or hell, right? If a person is able to live an entire life lawless, and they were in that lawlessness, they were able to achieve all of their wants and desires, and then they die of old age, for me, that's called heaven. I don't know what y'all want to call it, but that's heaven. Okay, that's just my take on that. If a person is struggling to get their wants and desires, they're subjected, they're marginalized, they're afflicted, oppressed, abused. That's definitely hell. Okay, just to go past that one, I'll just make that clear. So this is why some would say that hold to the faith, endure all that, because there's a an end goal that's more beneficial than what you're experiencing right now. So like that's the common thought that I was aware of growing up. But yeah, but one thing you can't do is tell somebody they're in hell if they believe their life is great. There's one thing you can't do. You have a hard time convincing them that they're in hell.
Right, and it was if you take on that perspective that we can create heaven and hell here, or heaven and hell is here on earth, and we create those circumstances ourselves, and it kind of like, it kind of like takes any kind of moral responsibility for anyone to try to do anything morally. You know what I mean? If I can create my own heaven here, then why should I have to, act in a moral way, so that I don't harm you if I want to get my heaven here? We can't, if that's the case, you can't really look at white people and be like, y'all doing wrong. They just creating their heaven. You can't look and say that, like, you can't look on a world on a larger scale. You can't say, well, they did this to us and we've been in bondage. It's like they were just creating their heaven.
Yeah, or on the backs of black folks.
Right. I mean, you can't look at it. You got to be kind of amoral on that kind of thing. You know what I mean? Because
and
they
they're
just
creating their heaven. They were making their heaven while putting us through hell.
Right, but what moral thing from your perspective, if we can just create heaven and hell on earth, what moral leg do you have to say that they were wrong by doing that? If they were creating their heaven.
Yeah.
So you don't think it was wrong of what they did?
It's not about that. I'm talking about from your paradigm and your paradigm of understanding of how things are. And, from that paradigm, from the way that you view things, what regardless of how I feel about it, there's no moral stance to have against them on that from your viewpoint. You can't say that they were acting immorally when they were just creating their heaven.
Well, whether they call it heaven, I don't see any right in it. You can call it heaven, and they can term it however heaven you want to, but it still doesn't make it right.
Wait, Brother, let me respond. So let's say if it plays out the way you said it's going to play out, right? Well, they wouldn't consider that heaven if you asked them, but you would consider it heaven on earth for the black man, right? Heaven on earth for the black man. That you would consider it as that. But if you ask them, they'll say, no, that's hell for them. Like they wouldn't consider that heaven. So that would go both ways.
Right. And my creating heaven will be someone else's hell.
Right.
And their creating heaven will be someone else's hell. So how can we objectively say what's heaven and what's hell if it's all according to what we feel and what we desire?
And what we experience, right.
And how, if that's the case, how can that then be just? And how could a law allow an unjust system like that to be left up to people to decide? That's very unjust. No one ever gets justice in that system and that way of living. No one ever gets justice because it just becomes whoever has the upper hand at any given moment.
Right.
And that's an attribute that's not a law of being the most just would not allow things to take place like that. He would have to enact justice some way he would have to enact justice some way and he would have to enact justice some way based upon his justice, not us. So he would then be he would then be the one to decide what's just and what's not, and not leave it to us.
Okay, and going along with that, he permitted us to come across the Atlantic Ocean in the hulls of slave ships to become servant to another people. So you're saying he wouldn't allow that? Or how did that come to be?
Okay. What do you mean? I don't understand your question.
Yeah, yeah. So, brother, can you say that? Repeat the question.
Okay, he was saying that, you know, it would not be just of Allah to allow certain things to happen, but yet we were permitted to be robbed from our land and brought across the Atlantic Ocean in the hulls of slave ships to become servant to another people. Why was that allowed to happen? Why were we not just left where we were? Why were we just not left alone?
According to your paradigm, it happened because white people were creating their heaven.
Well, you were saying they did it to create their heaven.
No, I'm saying I'm talking about from your way of thinking of heaven and hell being created, conditions that we create on earth. This, according to your way of thinking, in that paradigm, white people were creating their heaven. That's why it happened.
I found the video that I'm looking for. I'm so excited.
What was it? What was it?
I want you to share it. I'm going to send it to you.
Go ahead. I'm
going to send it to you. I'm going to text it to you, and then maybe you can share.
Yeah, you're checking your flag. Right. So
I know what I'm talking about today.
So Brother Hassan believes in heaven as somewhere other than earth. So he's speaking from the context that you will use, Brother Tony, to heaven on earth, right? So if we're talking from that vantage point, then it's fair game, especially if there's no consequences after death. So now you'll see why people, you know, what they say, get it how they live, basically, what I'm trying to say.
Get it while you live.
Yeah, it's just like that person in the hood that's hopeless. You know what I mean? Like, why would they stop robbing and stealing and selling drugs when they feeding their family? You know, what would make them stop? How could you tell them that that's something wrong if they doing what makes them happy and they creating a better situation for their family?
To kill another person off.
Let me know if you got the link, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they create a better condition for themselves.
By going killing another person with drugs.
They creating a better condition for themselves. Why would they stop?
Does that make it right?
Why would they stop?
So look.
Does that make?
So look.
Because if
they're not worried about right and wrong.
Yeah. So wait. Let me answer that question.
They're not worried about right and wrong. They worry about
Let me answer that question
for themselves.
Let me answer that question. Yes, that'll make it in their mind. It will make it right because they don't serve the same God as you, or Hassan, or the sister. Right.
I'm not talking about their mind. I'm not talking about their mind. I'm talking about in the sight of Almighty God.
Yeah. Okay. But look what we're talking about. But we're talking about a place on earth that anything goes. We're talking about that, right? Where rules is based upon the person who's in charge and in power. You know, that's dominant. You know, like now we have politicians, we have law enforcement. Like they make the rules, whether they unjust or not. You got to follow them. You know, and those rules are considered right and just as long as they're in power. So if white people are controlling things and ruling things, in their mind, is right, is just. Now, if there's an almighty righteous God, of course, in his mind, he's not going to agree with that. To answer your question. But in the perpetrator's mind, yes, it's in their minds, it's all necessary to rule.
It's a necessary means to an end. My end goal is to feed my family and take care of mine. I'm not worried about nobody else.
Okay, so let me answer that question to the sis. Sis, you got to tell me exactly where it's at. There's no way I can play a 6-minute video without getting flagged. They're going to flag me. So if you could tell me exactly where it's at.
No, you don't have to. I'm not even asking you to play it. I'm saying just share the link So if anybody wants to like check it out, then they can just click on it.
Okay. Anyway, finish, bro.
That's what I meant.
Yes, I will. Yeah. So, brother Tony, I was just saying, like, if you are stepping in the world of Yakub's created devils, everything they do, and remember, that's all they ever known. They never known righteousness. So everything they do, it seems natural to them. Remember, this is their nature now. This is all they was taught, all they practice. So in their mind, this is right and just. This is the right way.
Yeah, I'm listening to you, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's all I was trying to say. So I was just speaking from their vantage point that they, even though we know, our morality would say that's wrong. But in their morality, when they conquered the Native Americans, when they colonized places, things like that, in their mind, the Pope justified, slavery and sanctioned it. In their mind, this is correct. There's nothing wrong about this. This has to be done for us to spread and have complete dominance over the world. This has to be done. If this is not done, we will not achieve this goal.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you're asking people with, especially from like a religious perspective, of course, everybody's going to say it's wrong.
Yeah, it's just about a question of justice. How do you establish justice in this paradigm? And where does justice come from?
Would you think it wrong for an officer to give you a ticket if you ran a stop sign?
What?
No.
Do you think it'd be wrong for an officer to give you a ticket if you ran a stop sign?
No.
Who says I can't run a stop sign? Who says I can't run a stop sign? Who says I can't run a stop sign?
A moment ago, somebody said that they set up laws that we have to abide by. They put a stop sign in front of me that says you need to stop right here before you proceed.
Yeah.
Because if you don't, now we obey the laws of the land as long as it does not conflict with our religion. Now, I know that if I don't stop at the stop sign, there's a probability that there may be an oncoming vehicle coming cross traffic that may hit me or I may hit them.
What if I don't care about that?
Stop sign. Pardon me?
What if I don't care about that? I'm just trying to make the light.
Like
so you're just trying to make the light.
So that's when accidents happen.
So you speed up just to get through the light.
Yeah,
I do.
I just want to make the light.
Well, I'm not gonna lie to you. Like I
Please don't admit to that.
I'm talking about.
I'm sorry.
I'm talking about on a more global, like broader scale, not on an individualized. How do you feel about it? How do I feel about it? I'm talking about on a broader scale. In this paradigm that you're talking about of creating heaven and hell on earth, that we decide that. How do you establish justice? And how does a law establish? How can you correlate that with Allah's attribute of being the most just?
Well, if there's a person that I know that is selling crack on my corner, and I know that what that crack does to a people, and him not having the understanding, I'm not going to judge him. I would talk to him and let him know, brother, there's a better way. For you to make your ends and make heaven for yourself, you don't have to be killing others to do it.
He don't give us stuff.
Right. You're talking about a person.
You're right. He's not. You're right. He may not at that time give a hoot. But at the same time, you got to understand that there's going to be consequences that he have to pay. First of all, again, he's going to have to be looking over his shoulder to make sure Popo is not coming after him, or the opposition is not coming after him. His competition.
Right,
so
but I want you to speak on a more broader scale.
Although he's trying to create a heaven.
I'm sorry, brother. I understand your point on the individual level, but I want you to speak on a more broader scale. How do you establish justice in this framework, in this paradigm that you created by saying that we create heaven and hell for ourselves on earth? how do you establish justice in this paragraph is what I'm trying to ask on a broader scale, not on an individual scale.
Because we have heaven while we live. I mean, I'm still not understanding why I got after I die, I'm still gonna raise up and be, raise my soul is gonna go to heaven after I die. At the same time, if they're making heaven for themselves on earth, why can't I do the same?
What was your question? What'd you say? I'm sorry.
If they're making heaven for themselves on the earth, why can't I do the same? They say you get heaven while you live. That tells me that we need to do it.
That's the point. The point is that you don't. Right. The point is that this is where the point is that you don't. When the law created Adam and Eve, in the Quran it says that when Shaitan asked for when Iblis asked didn't prostrate to Adam as outlined in the Quran, he asked Allah to give him respite, to delay his punishment for not doing that until the time where they are raised. And that's an appointed time. So everything has an appointed time. So our existence has an appointed time. There's an appointed time where we're going to be judged. And this is the kind of the discourse that's being had throughout the Quran. And it starts with Adam and Eve and Iblis and Shaitan and what happened with them. And it continues with the verse that I quoted earlier about the day of judgment. There's going to be a time appointed after we live out our lives where we'll be brought back into a new creation and raised up before Allah to have to account for and be questioned about the things that we did in this life. And this is where the justice comes in. So in the paradigm that I'm trying to present is that even if a person lives their life and they commit all kinds of crazy acts and they die of old age and they never get held responsible for what they did, they can't escape the justice of Allah. And the law is still most just because he'll raise that person up and call that person to account for all the things that they did and be punished for. So it still comes in the justice of Allah that person doesn't just get to go away scot-free, right? But in your paradigm, if there's no heaven and hell after we die and we create those conditions on earth, this person just goes scot-free. Nothing happens to this person.
Who's to say that nothing has happened? How you know Allah has not given him such a heartache or an ailment or whatnot in this judgment? See, the thing about it is,
because he killed until the day he died.
Right. He lives this way till the day he dies, and he's happy and pleased with the way he lived. He died with a smile on his face, knowing he raped 20 kids. And nobody ever found out. Or he killed 20 people and nobody ever found out where their bodies were.
How did he die?
He died in his sleep.
Hey, brother, let me put it like this. When a crime is committed, right? And let's say law enforcement lock you up, the white man lock you up, or they try to lock you up. They rather you be judged and tried and serve your time than you escape with suicide or a cop shootout. They rather that not be the ending. They want you to be judged, tried, and sentenced. So how he died,
stop you from killing yourself.
How he died is irrelevant. He escaped judgment, and he was not tried by his peers. He was not sentenced, and that's what they're trying to say. Like, he escaped that process, and that's all they want to do. All they want to do is escape. Nobody can deny. A criminal wants to escape just due process. That's it. If they get hit by a car 10 years later, they'll live with that. As long as they never got tried for their crimes, they are good with them. You know what I mean? They're
good
Jerry
with Epstein kill himself, supposedly? So my question is, how do you create a heaven in hell? Because if heaven and hell are, conditions, and you're subjugated under the grafted devil, then that means you're in hell. So how do you create heaven in hell?
Yeah, that's like Eddie Murphy Coming to America, the first one, trying to make your apartment look nice in a project.
You cannot ever speak on that movie again.
Muhammad, Brother Tony, that's for you. How do you make How do you create it? How do you make space for heaven and hell?
Well, first, I have to understand what hell and heaven is. And in understanding that, as long as I'm under somebody else's foot, not doing for myself, not abiding by the laws of God, I'm in hell. When I come to the understanding of that and I remove myself from that scene, I begin to do for myself, gain these so-called financials and wealth and riches and whatnot. Not that makes me or make any of us that's on this line, but because Allah doesn't want us living in shanty homes, cracker boxes, in a precious state. That's not heaven. So therefore, I come into understanding that I go after my own, doing for myself, not that I am, but striving to be right as He will want me to be. And then at the same time, I understand that they do have laws. And as I said a moment ago, we obey their laws as long as it does not conflict with our religion. That's like to say, the law says does not rape. I don't rape. It says do not murder. I do not murder. So come to understanding that with that, Allah having favor, and I'm just not saying that He does favor me, but just if Allah having favor, He will grant me further success in that I may have a more of a gain.
Okay, let me ask you this then. So our ancestors who had to struggle through slavery and the times after, that's just it for them? They don't really get any retribution for that? That was just their lot in life, and then that's it?
You are that. You are that retribution, sister. You are the answer to your ancestors' prayer. They prayed for you to come a strong-minded woman. Speaking
they was praying to get free too. But
I'm sorry. Say again now.
For that. Well, first of all, thank you for the acknowledgement. But no, I'm just saying. I think they were thinking about being free at that time too.
It wasn't that time. It wasn't time. Because remember, we had to be enslaved, like the Bible says. Abraham, know for a surety that your seed shall go into a strange land amongst a strange people, where they will be in servitude for 400 years. I'm sorry, say again. That they will be in servitude. They will be in servitude for 400 years. But know for surety after that time, I shall come and judge that nation to be erring and error. And your seed shall go into shall inherit the promised land. I may not be quoting it verbatim, but basically you get what I'm saying. After 400 years,
not, but I do.
We will come out of that condition. Now, in 1862, 1861, when the so-called Civil War was ended and slavery had been abolished, if you notice, they still did not stop. It lasted all the way up into the 1900s with the Jim Crow effects and all that stuff. We were still under tyranny, although out of physical slavery.
Brother, that was a few southern states that kept practicing slavery. That
was what now?
Do you guys know what the Alamo was about?
That was about that way. Before you go there, sis, that was about, I don't know, 1-2 states still practicing slavery after it was about. It wasn't like the entire country was still.
Well, yeah, Mississippi and Alabama in particular.
Right, and that's a total.
Texas was one of them.
But now, sis, hold on. But
that's what they fought Mexico over.
Right, but hold on, sis. Before we go there, I'm just pointing out that like two. But don't forget, there's southern states. The southern states we already knew was opposed to abolishing slavery. So if they became rebellious afterwards, that's no surprise, because that's what they was fighting over. They was fighting to keep slavery. So if you got 1-2 southern states still trying to practice slavery, and that's not a surprise.
No, I'm not knocking that, dear brother. But what I'm saying is, slavery is supposed to have been abolished. We're just saying it's supposed to have been abolished around that time.
It was. Slavery was actually made illegal. That's why.
Right.
That's why most of the states were free. They wasn't practicing slavery. Now, it was abolished.
Super fun question.
I'm sorry?
Super fun question. How would the slaves create their own heaven?
In the midst of hell. That's a good question. How did they do that? Are you saying while they were still in slavery, how did they bring about a heaven while they were still enslaved?
Yeah, because if we could do that, right, in hell, like how did they do that? That was hell.
Many of them ran away, and they went to the north and found work and whatnot. Even though they still ran to their slave masters' brethren, it wasn't as harsh as it was here in the South. And so therefore they began to look at the messenger himself, his family, he come up out of slavery. His family moved to Detroit to establish a life for his family. His mother and father to establish a life for them, a heaven for them. Even though he was still in a hellish condition, because even himself, he said that when the master found him, he was still in the mud, and all you can see was his eyes. But yet, and now even going back to what you're saying, asking again about the heaven, oftentimes they sang to try to get rid of the pains that they were feeling.
That's nothing compared to some fat person sitting back eating all that good old food that they want to eat while you niggers do my work, nigger. Listen, that's nothing while you're singing in the hot sun and they're sitting back drinking that good old sweet tea. And you better make it right, nigger.
Well, see, the only thing is they can only do so much for themselves to make a heaven for themselves. When they were thrown the scraps from the so-called slave master, they made the best they can out of their scraps. Say, for instance, cornmeal. No, good and well, we shouldn't have been eating cornmeal, but they took that cornmeal and made hot water cornbread or hoe cakes.
I love cornbread. What's wrong with cornbread?
Sir?
I love cornbread. What's wrong with cornbread?
Well, it's the cornmeal that's not good for us.
What does it do?
We should only. It's very grinding on the stomach. The only time now, I'll say this: it's not like I've never eaten cornbread.
I'm about to say,
yeah, I have, but I don't anymore. And at the same time, when I did, because the messenger teaches us that cornmeal is not good for us in that state. Now, if you do eat the cornbread, it's best cooked twice. Now, each one of us have ate quite. If you've ever eaten Thanksgiving dinner, you've eaten twice cooked bread. That dressing, that's the best way to eat it. That is the best way to eat it. If you're gonna eat cornbread, don't eat it fresh out of the oven. Cook it again, and it makes it easier for your digestion.
Are you trying to tell me when you ate it? Were you trying to tell me you never eat your bean pies fresh out the oven?
I'm not saying bean pie is not bread.
Nah, but
bean pie is made out of beans. Saying we're talking about cornbread.
The crust.
We're talking about bread.
Brother, the crust is bread. So you trying to tell me you never eat your bean pie fresh out the oven?
No, I let it cool down. So I'm, even in the brother. I'm not. What I'm saying is cornbread in general. I'm saying you talking about
somebody speaking from experience.
Brother, you never ate it hot with ice cream?
Never ate what?
The bean pie hot with ice cream, brother. Are you capping? Hot with ice cream. That's everybody's dream.
Brother, I can't say. I'm not telling you that I've never eaten it like that.
Okay.
Definitely experience.
But what I'm saying, we're talking about cornmeal. And then at the same time, the messenger still teaches us not to eat fresh bread. Now, you're talking about the crust of the bean pie. I'm not saying that that's different because it is made with a flour and it's only once baked. But at the same time, I'm not going to sit there and eat the whole pie in one sitting either. I know that tomorrow that pie would be much easier for my digestion as far as the bread term goes. I'm not saying that, dear brother, not at all. But what I'm talking about is the cornmeal itself. Because cornmeal itself, and corn is best eaten off the cob. I'm not talking about just go grab it off the stalk and start eating it. No, I'm talking about in that stage, cooked. Otherwise, the cornmeal and cornbread, even if you want to make it back into skillet cornbread or frying pan cornbread, just cook it twice. It's better for the digestion. Now, sister was saying something. You were saying something, sister?
Pretty butterfly. I forgot.
I'm sorry, I made you lose your thought.
It's okay. Thank you.
No, but I love some bean pie, bro. Don't get me wrong. I'll smash
Hot
that.
bean pie, right? You love hot bean pie.
But I smash some hot bean pie. Yes, sir. I'll give me some vanilla.
Come on now.
Some of that some of that Bry's vanilla bean, bro. Please. What are you talking about? I don't put $1, I put me 2 on there.
Right.
Yes, sir, brother. Now, all in all, when I do, I'm gonna be honest with you. When I make I know this is all set what we've been talking about, but when I make my bean pies, I really don't use the white flour. I don't go buy this crust out of the store. I don't start trying to come up with my own crust. And I know it's wrong, but I've even tried graham cracker crust or just some other crust. I mean, I have used made the regular crust and did that, but just been experimenting because I enjoy cooking anyway. I enjoy cooking. I'm vegetarian. So I try many different things, cooking, trying to cook different ways. But I'm sorry, back on the subject. I'm sorry.
Wait, are you vegan or vegetarian?
No, I'm vegetarian. Vegan, there's no
You
such
stole
thing
my
as vegan.
question. I swear you stole my question.
Yeah, there's really no such thing as vegan, to be honest.
Okay, what I mean by vegan, do you eat any animal?
You're tripping. There is a such thing.
They say it is, vegan actually comes from 1952 when you had this couple that come together. They were animal activists, and they saw it wrong of the mistreatment of animals. So
Right.
they actually took different letters out of the word vegetarian and turned it vegan.
Right. So if anybody follows,
So it's a thing.
yeah.
So
So
it's
if
a
anybody
thing.
followed their ideas, they are behind them. They're vegan.
They're vegan, but I don't term
Right.
it that. I mean, But yes, I'm vegetarian because every now and then I do like when you cook your bread.
You're hating on vegans because you like eggs. That's what it is.
That's well, if you're vegan, you don't eat eggs nor milk byproducts.
Okay, now look.
I just said that's why you're hating. That's why you're hating on vegans because you feel
exactly.
like eggs.
Yeah, because you got a dog in the fight. Yeah, that's true.
Oh no, ma'am. I've strove to be
He's a hater. He's a hater.
No, ma'am. I've strove
I'm not
to
vegan.
be vegan.
I'm not vegan, but you're still a hater.
Wait, let me just say this to the brother. Whether it's called vegan or it's not, before 1952, there was a religion still called Hinduism, right? Who didn't eat none of that stuff. So
they didn't partake of meat.
Right, none of that stuff. None of that other stuff. So they were, in our terms, vegan, but in their own language, they were whoever they were in their language. Right. So let's not get caught up in the English. The English is just a way to describe it today. That's all.
Okay, but some said that vegan is
He's
when
just
you
hating.
don't. No, I'm not hating, Queen. Vegan, they say, is one who does not partake of any animal product nor eggs.
Right.
Right.
So eggs come from chickens and milk comes from cows or goats and whatnot.
So the
no dairy. No
the Hindu
eggs.
Indians don't partake in that.
Say again.
They said the Hindu Indians don't partake in that. That's what they call vegan.
Yes, sir. Understood. Because I know they definitely don't. What you say, dear sister?
I said no animal fat.
Right. Now, myself, I have turned myself to be vegan at times because there was a time when I did not partake of any milk byproducts nor eggs, and I had to leave the milk alone anyway because I'm highly allergic, not lactose, just allergic.
Okay, so that's
do
you eat pork?
No, sir. I don't eat any meat at all.
So
I don't even eat fish.
So what's the reason? So what's your reason for eating? What's your reason for not eating beef and pork?
Sir?
What's your reason for not eating beef and pork?
You should know about pork.
Beef.
Come on.
Yeah, pork is self-explanatory. It's divinely forbidden.
I want to know. I really want to know your reasons. Like I understand her reasons and the brother Hassan reasons. I want to know what's your reason for not eating beef and pork.
No, I'm saying you know his belief. You know the messenger says no pork.
No, sister, he said some things that's unique to tonight. So I want to know what is his. I don't want to assume, right? Because you assume you make an ass of yourself. I want to know what is his reason for not eating beef and pork.
Well, I tell you, there was an illness that I used to occur 2 to 3 times a year that would have me bedridden. And And of course, I was still on the world's food, the worldly diet, if I can say it like that, where I partook of everything. You know, I ate beef, I ate pork, I ate lobster, I ate shrimp, and all this other stuff. Well, long before I even come home to Islam, I read in the Bible where God speaking, he says, let the herbs and the vegetables be your meats and your medicine. So I took that literally. And at that time, without understanding, I began to come off of meats and to include more vegetables in my diet, if I can say diet. Now, mind you, I come up in a very poor home, single mother. Not having the wherewithal to buy better foods. So all I knew was macaroni cheese, hot water cornbread, meatloaf, fried chicken, roast beef, pork chops, and things like that. Not realizing what was actually going on. Now, and when I found myself coming off these things, I found myself getting better. And of course, I went into study because I am a naturalist. I'm studying to be an advisor in naturalist holistic healing. And so in my studies and also coming home to Islam, I learned that this was better for me. Now, long before that, I was reading into this, where the beef was bad for the stomach, bad for the digestive system, and understanding that it takes much longer for us to digest meat than it do veggies. So therefore, the meat being housed in our system, it sits there and it putrefies, it rots. And so therefore, in that study and that understanding, I knew not to get back on it. And the pork, like I said, is self-explanatory. All the headaches that I used to have, and not migraines, but what is that they call it? Mention the headaches, hypertension or whatever, blood pressure, whatever it is.
Oh, high blood pressure.
Yeah, whatever it was. I didn't have that. I didn't have that high blood pressure, whatever it was, anymore. All this stuff went down. Now, mind you, I've been striving to be vegetarian since 1994. And I haven't the last meat that I ate in 1994 was fish. And I haven't eaten meat since.
Say the year again, I'm sorry.
Say again?
Say the year again.
It's in 1994.
1994.
1994.
Oh, so brothers,
Wow.
so now we're talking about health. Are you, well, if you're concerned about health, and I'm sure you're vaccinated, right?
No, sir.
Wait, why not? I thought you was concerned about health. Why not?
Brother, you think I'm going to take that vaccine? Have you taken it?
Yeah, I'm fully vaccinated. Pfizer.
Well, my regards, dear brother. But no, I'm not taking it.
I'm healthy as a rat. All my coworkers, like all of us, got it.
Did you say healthy as a rat?
I'm not healthy as a rat.
No, I say healthy as a rock. But brother, so what's you making me feel like I did something wrong. Why wouldn't you take it?
Because, dear brother, I have no need to take that vaccine. I got everything to keep my immune system boosted. Why would I need to take something put in my body that's not going to do me any good but more harm?
Okay, so let me explain what was explained to me. So, okay, if your herbs did work, you got to first be conflicted with the disease because your herbs will serve as a remedy or a cure. But a vaccine, the whole idea of a vaccine is that it prevents the disease or the affliction overall.
And let me say this before you go on.
Yeah.
But I didn't say what I'm doing. I have a tonic that I'm trying to put on the market now that people have actually bought from me, and they have contracted that virus, and they had it already.
Not a snake oil salesman.
No, it's not. No, it's not snake oil. So you're trying to know. See, I'm going back to nature, going back to that which God would have me do. These people took my tonic.
What is this tonic that was selling?
Yeah. I'm gonna tell you what it is. It's made of garlic, onions, turmeric, horseradish, golden seal. I got 5 peppers in it: jalapeno, ghost pepper, cayenne, black pepper, and serrano. And these people that have taken this tonic swear by it. And I can get, if I could, I can get you on the phone with them now.
What do they say? I just want to hear what you say that they said.
There was
What do they say?
One brother told me, I asked him to give it 30 days. He came back in 7 and told me, he said, brother, he said, not only did your tonic stimulate me, but it had my head cleared for the whole day. Then this other sister, she had contracted the virus. And within a matter of, I don't know what time it was, but she told the person who actually got it for her to tell me, thank you. Because she was back at work the very next day or so. Even a truck driver, his wife and he.
I think a good hot toddy would do that, right?
No, not toddy, tonic. TONIC.
So, brother, but okay, now if what you have is good, no problem. I have no problem with that, and I'm saying that congratulations, you was able to heal a lot of people.
Yeah, let me finish my thought before you come in. The thing about it is, like with the vaccine, this tonic, brother, it helps keep the immune system boosted. It's not to say the person will not contract it, but it won't take them down. They'll be able to fight it off a lot better.
That's what the vaccine does.
But see, at the vaccine,
that's what elderberry does.
Nah.
Come on now, see, sister. Now you're getting into something. See, sister, know what I'm talking about.
But that's what the vaccine does too, brother. But go ahead. The vaccine does that.
Okay. But why would I trust that vaccine, dear brother, knowing that what they've done to our people throughout the years?
Okay,
wait. Look at all hold up and look at all these other cases that are popping up.
Brother, hold on.
Where these people are falling out after taking the vaccine.
Wait, brother. This is back up. Brother, hold on. Back up 1 second. Back up 1 second. Man, you said, why should I take that knowing what they did to our people? All right, let's stop right there. Okay.
Go ahead.
Brother.
I don't trust him. Go ahead.
Wait, hold on.
I'm not trusting him.
Brother, I'm not trying to get you to trust him. I'm just responding to you. You said, why would I take them? Now, modern medicine has produced heart transplants. So are you?
I'm not knocking modern medicine, bro. I'm not knocking.
Modern. Look at this point.
Hold on, wait, sis. Sis, I'm trying to make a point. Sis, I'm trying to make a point. I'm saying that according to you, why would we trust modern medicine at all? Like, why cherry pick things? Why?
No, I specified it. I didn't say that you brought it in. I specified. I said I'm not trusting this vaccine, brother.
Why not?
I didn't say modern medicine.
Yeah, but
I said, I'm not trusting.
But the vaccine is modern medicine. So but why not the vaccine? Why not?
Because, dear brother, I studied the vaccine. I went into these little files that they've been having, dear brother, and what's in the vaccine.
So tell me.
Brother, there are mRNA in the vaccine, dear brother. Once it gets into you, dear brother, it changes you all over. I mean, you may not feel the effect.
Hold on.
Some people feel it quicker.
Do we know what mRNA is?
Yeah, it's the messenger RNA, dear sister. But see, there's a natural mRNA, and then there's a synthetic, what they is putting in this vaccine. We have an mRNA in us. We have a natural mRNA.
Okay, so brother, I got a better question. I got a better question. So is it just this vaccine, or was it all the other vaccines as well?
I'm not saying I haven't had any, dear brother.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm saying this diabolical plot to harm people through the vaccine. Is it just?
It's not.
Hold on. I want the brother to be clear in the question. Is it just this vaccine, or was it all the other ones as well?
No, not all of the other ones. Some.
Which ones, besides this one?
Look what the polio, calling the polio but giving us cancer, smallpox. And look what they've done to our brothers in Tuskegee.
Wait. Okay, let's do
it. Don't let him set you up with this. Don't let him set you up with this. You don't have to speak on other vaccines to speak on.
Hold on. So let's just not. The brother said smallpox. You said polio.
No, counselor, you jumped in. Counselor, I'm jumping in right now too.
All right,
sir, you don't have to answer that question. You're leading the witness.
So let me just address the Tuskegee. The Tuskegee.
No, sister. Thank you, dear sister. I'll leave it alone. Thank you much.
All right. Okay. We can move on. Anyway, so brother, when you pray, right? When you pray, do you believe your prayers are being accepted somewhere, or granted?
I can only know that if they come to be, dear brother.
So do you pray?
I do pray.
Why do you pray?
I pray because it binds me to my Lord, my servant, dear brother.
Which is who? Allah?
Allah in the person of Master Farad Muhammad.
Okay, so Master Farad Muhammad, where is he?
On the mother plane.
Okay. And what is he doing there? I'm just asking. So what is he doing there?
He's preparing for the destruction of this place.
Okay, so you reminded me. So I think the sister asked a question way early in the chat. She might even forgot way earlier in the discussion.
Stop playing.
No, you might even forgot. It was a long time, but he kind of reminded me when he said that. And it's just a question. So black folks been through all this colonization, rape, robbery, all this stuff, havoc, all type of stuff. And we never, so you trying to tell me that we never gonna fight the bully? We just wait for a mother plane to come and kill our enemy for us?
No, sir. No, sir, dear brother. It's starting right now. You and I right now are fighting against the enemy. But the full destruction is going to come when you all see it, dear brother, when we all see it. Right now, the battle's going on. The war hasn't started yet. We're just fighting battles. And yes, we are going to have to knuck up. We're going to have to go to fist, if you want to call it fist to cuss or whatever. You know, it's going to come to that.
Brother, you said fist to fist, but we all heard never bring a knife to a gunfight. So why would you bring your bare knuckles to a gunfight?
Because I know that I have a better weapon. Here it is. I have a better weapon. But at the same time, if they bring a gun to me, if they bring a gun to me and Allah permits me to be shot, if He permits them to kill me, that's all praise be to Allah. But at the same time, if they bring a gun to me, He permits me to take it. Guess what? I'm turning the gun on them, blowing their brains out.
Yeah, but
no, I'm just not going to pick. I'm just not going to pick up.
Brother, slow down, brother. If they, I don't believe they need to get that close to shoot you with a gun.
They don't have to. You're right. They don't have to.
Yeah. So,
but at the same time, I'm not going to put myself in an environment to where I pick up a gun, because I know if I pick up a gun, I attract that nature to me. So I don't carry a gun. I don't have a gun in my house.
Wait. So, brother, are you against guns? Self-defense?
Yes, I'm against guns.
Baby.
Wait.
Who set up the Second Amendment?
Wait.
I mean, who cares? It's great.
I think it was James Madison to answer your question. But look, let me ask you this. I think it was James Madison set up the Constitution. I think he wrote it in. But let me ask you this. And I'm curious because I didn't know that. So you say you don't believe in guns.
Gryffindor.
So do you turn the other cheek when they come at you?
Hell no.
But if you don't have a gun, you're bringing fists to a gunfight.
And who's to say they all time gonna bring a gun?
Say, I didn't hear you, bro.
Who's to say all the time that they're gonna bring a gun to the fight?
Brother,
so
wait, sis and brother Hassan. I think we all either heard or read about the gun sales that went crazy. They're going to bring a gun to the gunfight, my brother. Gun sales went crazy amongst the white community. They're going to bring a gun.
Let them have it.
And what you going to use?
Whoa,
brother, I have a law in this
vulgar language.
No, man. I mean, y'all can sit there and make fun of me all you want, but laugh at me or whatever.
Okay, no, I apologize. No, I apologize.
No.
I don't want you to feel like
no,
that.
because I'm trying to speak straight words.
No, brother, for real. This is sincere. I'm sorry.
And
I'm just having fun.
Yes, ma'am. Understood. Just know it's not. I've had guns before, but I've sold them back. Coming to the understanding, especially under the teachers of Elijah Muhammad. He told us to get rid of our weapons.
So brother, let me ask you this. So I'm going on what you said. So the white man is surrounding your house. They got torches, they cross outside, and guns. Are you telling me that you're going to pray that Master Muhammad come and save you?
No, sir. I mean, it's all we do.
So how are you coming out of that? So explain to me how you come out of that. your house is surrounded by 20 white folks with rifles and guns, and they got torches and they got a cross burning in front of your house. How do you find yourself coming out of that?
So you're saying, how do I fight that?
Yeah, how do you find yourself coming out of that?
Oh, that's right. The NOI is no handguns and stuff, no weapons. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, what happens with that?
Well, either they take me out or I get them. It's either one. I'm not going to sit there.
I mean, because even countries have like
now. Well, hold on,
military weapons.
Brother, how do you get them when it's 20 white people armed with guns and rifles, and they got torches and they got a cross from your house? How do you take them? Now,
well, I say Allahu Akbar, and I walk out. If they fire and the guns don't go off, every last one of them is that's their ass. Now, if Allah permits them to kill me, all praise is still due to Allah. But at the same time, I come out to Allahu Akbar.
With your children, that's probably not what your children actually want to have happen.
Yeah, my brother, you watch too much Pastor 50
I was
Cent.
going to say that.
That's
Your
what
wife
I
and your children are not going to be looking for you to just go outside and get riddled with bullets after you like halfway get out what you just said.
Now it's a difference if they just come to fight, but if they come to arrest me, I'll allow them. I'm sorry, say that again. Say that one more time.
Your wife and children aren't looking for that situation. I'm just saying,
brother.
I'm just letting you know. I think they rather you protect them with some type of force.
Yeah, and sis, listen.
You going outside,
sis, listen.
Actually, my wife and children,
and getting riddled with bullets. This isn't the Matrix space. I mean, it is.
No, my wife and children.
You don't have those. You haven't gotten unplugged yet.
It says you got to let them respond. You got to let them respond.
I'm very much unplugged. I'm very much, and I'm wide aware. My wife and children, they don't carry guns. They know that they believe the same way that I do. I'm not the only one.
That's a thing to experience.
So now my question to you all, because apparently you are not under the same guidance that I'm under, the same teaching. So you all are not in. Brother. Hold on.
Yeah.
So you all don't adhere to the teachings of Elijah Muhammad or Farrakhan.
Okay, wait. Let me respond, brother. So we don't.
Did you not tell him?
Wait, hold on. I'm about to respond. So I can't speak for her. But what I'm saying is I don't reject truth. Okay, so when I hear truth, I apply it.
But that's not my question.
Yeah.
I'm asking a question.
Yeah.
Oh, so you are under Elijah Muhammad.
Am I who?
You follow the teachings of Elijah Muhammad.
Some things, yes.
So are you in the Nation of Islam under Elijah Muhammad?
No. Well, you have people who are not under Minister Louis Farrakhan. That I'm sure you're aware of them. They don't speak, well of him at all, but they follow the most honorable Elijah Muhammad.
Right now, I just said the teachings of Elijah. I could have said under the teachings and the guidance of Farrakhan, but I let them because I know a lot of people don't that listen to Elijah, but they're not following Farrakhan. I do know that.
So when it comes to protect, elevate the Black woman, the economic plan, do for self separation, things like that, cool. But when it comes to his religious ideology, I have issues with that. Okay, because it differs from what the Quran teaches, literally, and it differs from what the Bible teaches, right? So yes, of course, I'm not going to accept that part because.
Well, if I may say this at this time, I do appreciate you all allowing me in this conversation.
Yes, sir.
It's been a pleasure. I have gained much, and if you all will welcome me back, I would love to come.
Of course. The subject.
Oh, that's so wonderful.
Hey, brother, the subject.
Can I just say this? Because I don't know if you're like saying that to go or not, but I just want to say I've enjoyed this conversation with you, especially the playful banter. I do want to apologize again if I made you feel like I was just like sitting back, like really just trying to like make fun of you, like in the middle of this way. I was laughing at certain things that you said and things that he said that was really funny, but it really was in a playful way, not in a malicious way.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
But the thing about it is, it's something that I've grown into understanding, and that's all I'm trying to offer. And to, I'm not trying to sway you all any one way or the other. You know, it's just understanding, like I said, what little understanding I've come to have gained, and I'm still growing in that. But for right now, the path that I'm on, my head is pretty much, as our brothers in the Caribbean say, forward motion. And that's the path I'm choosing to stay on. And that's not to negate anything else that you all are offering. Nor am I trying to offer this to sway you to believe as myself. But at the same time, just to offer a bit of understanding what is being brought about, because oftentimes it is a mingling, it's a very muddled effect between Christianity and Islam, when both are really, they should not be separate, but yet they are, because as we know, the Quran pays homage to Jesus and his mother, which is also in the Bible. So therefore, I don't see the distinction of what sister is bringing, or yourself, or what you're bringing, or what Brother Hassan is bringing, just on maybe different levels of understanding. Now, as far as going back to this thing, I guess to get back on this enemy thing about bringing the guns and whatnot, again, that's me. Like I told you, I have had guns before. I can't lie to you like I haven't. You know, when I was first married, you know, I went out and purchased one. And of course, I've had them all throughout the years before that. But then after coming in home, say again, dear sister. You said get them again?
That was your concept.
Yeah,
that wasn't me. That was your concept. Get them again.
No, ma'am. Only time I'll pick it up is they bring one to me, or if they bring one, like I told you, because I believe in Allah that He controls the atmosphere, that if they pull the trigger and it doesn't go off, like I said, excuse my language, but that's their average. Brother. Yes, ma'am.
Brother, that's not life. That's not life. That's like saying if I step off this cliff and I keep walking, you know, that's God wanted me to keep walking. Like, no.
So you have not heard.
Just know that.
Apparently, now let me say this, because there was a time back in the 60s when there was a mosque in New York that was ran. There was a mosque that was ran up into in New York, where the police went in. They were firing, and when the smoke cleared, the only ones dead were the police officers. That's not something fictional.
All right.
What mosque is that, brother?
Okay.
Brother, what mosque?
I think was it in Harlem, mosque number 7?
Now, what year was that? I Google it right now. What year was that?
I don't like it. The only thing I can think of is the 60s here, but I can't give you pinpoint what 60 it was.
All right, hold on. I'll do that right now.
In the meantime, I think you should think about repurchasing, you know, the weapons that you had before.
Think about what, sister?
Just repurchasing, reacquiring, you know, the weapons that you had before to protect your family.
Okay, brother.
That's really important.
I can't do it.
I pulled it up. So let me read this. So it says the incident on April 14, 1972, a 1013 for officers called for assistance from a man claiming to be a detective, Thomas, was received by police. The call came from 102 West 116th Street, the Nation of Islam Mosque number 7, where Malcolm X was once minister before his conversion to Sunni Islam. Officers Philip Cardillo and Vito Navarro of the New York City Police Departments entered the mosque. When they arrived, they heard scuffling on the floor above. As they made their way to a staircase, they were intercepted by 15 to 20 men who forced the officers to retreat down the stairs and back into the hallway. Officers Victor and Padillo and Ivan arrived and entered the premises. The 4 officers were outnumbered and were then attacked. Navarro was able to escape as a steel door was closed, trapping Cardillo, Padillo, and Negron. Okay, so according to New York NYPD, the officers were attacked by around 15 to 20 congregants. They were jumped. They were beaten and stripped of their guns.
Against 2.
Right.
Against 2.
Padilla was the beaten and blackjack into
This
semi-conscious.
isn't something we want
My
to.
partner fought off several men who were trying to grab his revolver. With his back to the door, Negron suddenly heard shots. He turned and saw a man with a gun in his hand who seemed to be getting up from the floor where Cadillo now lay shot. Cadillo had been assaulted, stripped of his firearm, and was shot at point blank range. Negron, managing to free himself from his attackers, drew his revolver and shot 3 times. It is not known if the man with the gun was hit. He escaped. Officer Rudy Andre of the 28th Precinct broke the glass on the front metal door and saw the patrolmen inside on their backs. He fired several shots through the broken glass into the hallway, which scattered the men who had been assaulting the officers, thus enabling Negron to unbolt the double metal door during the melee, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so what I see here is that they were jumped. So it wasn't, so no, they didn't come in blazing and then the bullets miraculously turned on them. They walked in there responding to a police call from, it was a fake police call. They were set up. So, and they got jumped and beat up and some got, it was a hit, brother. So it wasn't like what you said.
I never said they went in blazing. I said, all I said was I went into the middle of the story and said there were guns that were being fired when the smoke cleared. I never said anything they went in blazing.
With the gun, well, of course, if they're
but
being
at the same time, but hold up, at the same time, dear brother, we do not allow police just to walk up in our mosque like that anyway. Dear brother, and then at the same time, come to find out.
I have to say this because you compared that to you walking outside screaming. I don't know. I can't really say what you said. That little, thing. Yes, and then the bullets like missing you like the Matrix. That's different from.
I didn't say they would miss me. I said their guns would not fire. If
those guns fire.
Even better.
If Allah chooses to not have their gun fire, then I said that's their ass, because I'm gonna go take the gun and shoot them. I know He will permit me to fire it on them, because we're taught by Elijah Muhammad that if they bring a gun to you,
but if you're gonna use their gun, why can't you use your own?
Because we don't believe in guns. We don't carry guns. I don't carry guns.
You just did. You took their gun and fired upon them. So you believe in God. You believe in guns at that spare moment.
Listen, we're taught that if they bring a gun to us, we can take it, and what they're going to use it on us, we can use it back on them. Do unto others as you will have done unto you. We don't, and then once they're finished, we toss the gun aside and go kick ass.
I got you, but brother, wouldn't it be more wise, like if we're playing chess, not checkers, wouldn't it be more wise that if they come to you with, if they come to you with guns trying to do you harm, you're already armed, so you ain't got to take anything from them. You ain't got to pray and hope Master Muhammad blind them and cause their gun to jam. You could be ready just to attack them first. Because in chess, when you're playing defense, there's 4 ways. It's move out the way.
Okay. You saying that?
Can I finish this talk, please?
I'll go with that.
But it's so cute when you show off your intelligence.
I'll go with that. I'll go with that. But at the same time, I'll go with that right there. That's still not going to make me go pick up a gun.
I'm not trying to convince you, brother. I'm not trying to convince you.
No, hold up. If I were to go out and Allah permits them to take my life, all praises be to Allah. I'm just not going to go out and buy a gun just to protect myself, because I believe in the power and protection of Allah. So, I don't believe.
But that is the power and protection, is the ability for you to acquire it.
No, it's not. Allah didn't tell me to go out and buy a gun. Elijah Muhammad says, take the weapons out of your home. And I'm doing that. I've done that.
Brother, okay. Yeah. All right, brother, are you telling me that there's no police officers under Minister Louis Farrakhan that's in the mosque?
Oh, there's plenty.
Right. So they got guns.
That's their job.
What you mean? That's your job to protect yourself.
Oh,
no,
it's your job to protect your family. Think about that.
I'm doing that. I'm doing that by adherence to the teachings of Elijah Muhammad.
By yelling at them.
No.
Yell so loud. You have like sonic power or sonic something that when you yell, it just
Okay.
Burst their
Sonic boom, I'm trying to
eardrums
say
and
sonic
then they
boom.
submit to you. Thank you, darling.
Well, see, there go again. That's the mockery, but that's okay. That's because you all, I understand that you all don't believe nor understand as I do, which that's fine. That is absolutely fine. I'm with that.
No, wait.
But all in all, I'm sticking to the guns that I already have, which is the teachings of Elijah Muhammad and Master Fuad Muhammad and Bro.Tony. You're not gonna knock me off that stool. I mean, you can stay on your stool with it, carry your guns, your AK-47s, your AR-15s, your bazookas, your rocket launchers. Go out and get your tank if you want to. But see, I also know that no matter what size gun I get, they can always have one bigger. If I bring my pea shooter out, they bringing out their AK-47s or M16s or whatever. So if I come out blasting with my 9mm,
How David killed Goliath? How David killed Goliath?
Pardon me?
How David killed Goliath? Was he just talking shit and then Goliath fell?
But see, that again goes back into understanding what he's talking about. He killed him with a stone. But see, the messenger said it wasn't talking about a rock. It was talking about a pillar, like the one of the pillars. He said he killed him he had a slingshot. And then he swung that slingshot and hit Goliath in the head. Notice where he hit him at. It's talking about he hit him in the head, knocking falsehood out, killing him of the falsehood with truth. That stone that he heard, I'm sorry, say again, sister?
Nothing, I'm sorry, sir.
No, see, you're talking about David and Goliath. See, that in itself is figurative. It's not talking about a physical stone or a physical David. It's talking about being able to hurl truth at falsehood till you knock out his brain. And see, that's what we're doing today. We're hurling truth. We're hurling a stone at falsehood. Now, if you want to talk about a slingshot,
I don't know if it's a stone.
Well, he said he picked up a stone out of the brook, didn't he? And that the way the story goes? And he put it in a slingshot or the little leather pouch or whatever he had, and he started turning it in a circle, and then he let loose one end, and the stone hit David in the head, knocked him out.
Goliath in the head.
David hit Goliath in the head and killed him.
No, you're good, carry on. Mm-hmm.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just saying he had a weapon. Get a slingshot. At least, you know what? Get a slingshot.
I have a slingshot.
Talking about bow and arrows?
I have a bow and arrow too.
Good. Okay. We're good. Because at least you can play Hunger Games with them niggas. You know what I mean?
No. Sister want me go get a gun for real.
I do. You better exercise your constitutional right. Protect the family.
They're about to take that away, though. If you know, they're trying to take it away. See, right now, they don't made it lawful in the state of Tennessee.
You still have the power.
Yeah, but I'm not going to accept that. They done made it lawful in the state of Tennessee, where it can be open carry and you don't have to have a license as long as it's legal. That means you can't go in a trunk and buy a gun, but you can go down the street to the gun store and get you one. So it's okay now. But
now
at the same time,
where to go. Listen,
yeah, I know exactly where to go, but I'm not going to partake of that. I'm not going to partake of it. No, they can keep it.
Okay, now. Okay, all right. So I want to hear you. I want to see video of you. Send me the link of you practicing with your slingshot. You good. You Goliath and niggas. Right? Headshot. Bop, bop, bop. You good. Bow and arrow. You taking niggas out. You got that. You got a high quantity of arrows because you don't want to run out when niggas got guns. Shit, I'm not laughing at you. I'm gonna fall back to this. Oh my God. You there? Oh, Lord. What happened? Mm-hmm.
Well, where did your brother go? He left?
I guess. Are y'all asleep?
No,
Y'all playing.
Now
Y'all playing footsies with each other.
Now the brother sent
I'm here just laughing in the background.
The brother sent the Illuminati to me, and they got rid of my internet. So I lost connection for a little bit.
Damn. No, nigga, that was a lie.
Yeah, he's a lie. He's a
lie. That's why my nigga don't need a. That's why my nigga don't need a. Let me stop playing because he's not on the phone, is he?
Yeah, Allah didn't permit
Is he on the phone?
him to answer.
He probably don't like me, and I really didn't. I said that it was just funny. Why you do this to me? You trying to make me a bad guy?
Hey, yo, but I think I'm gonna end the live stream, but I'm gonna say it like this first. I'm gonna say I think he had a problem with the self-defense thing. I think he was happy that the internet connected. Like I said, he might have shut down the internet.
Interesting. Well, brother, I love him. I really do. I think he was fun. I really enjoyed the conversation with him. I just want him to protect his family. That's all. Like, like we have the Second Amendment for a reason. I think we should use it. Lord have mercy. Can't I laugh? Was I wrong for laughing though? That really tickled my soul. I wish I had my voice back completely because I give y'all some here. It's not there yet. I told you if I laryngitis or something. I don't know. What's pain? Why do you want to get a gun? I don't understand that. I think you said you had a slingshot.
Assalamu alaikum.
Salam.
I am so sorry about that. My phone died on me, and it took me a moment to get a little charge to call you back.
Yeah, I got kicked off too. My internet was acting funny. It may be because of the weather. I don't know.
And then I tried to get back on twice, and it kept playing a song, like elevator music or something.
Yeah, so my internet is me, brother. The internet is shaky. So with that being said, I'm gonna end it because I'm probably gonna lose connection again. It's like it's snowing out here and it's very, very cold. So I think that's playing a part on my internet. So instead of us, brother, but I'll tell you one thing, I appreciate you. You know,
same here, bro. Same here.
For coming on, you know, so of course we had a little fun because like Dr. Khalid Muhammad said, it's education plus entertainment. You know, we can't be all uptight. You know, when white boys debate, they be all serious and it be boring. When black people debate, it be fun because we be serious, but we also be entertaining. You know, so when it comes to black folks, we like to entertain and we like to have fun. You know,
you gotta have fun in the classroom, brother. You gotta have fun in the classroom now.
It was nothing, you know, towards you. It was just fun because even when Brother Hassan said some stuff, it was funny. I laughed, you know, and Sister said something, I laughed because it's just, you know, you got to have fun what you're doing. Because if we don't have fun, guess what, brother? We'll be arguing and then we'll be enemies. And then, you know, division just is encouraged, you know, so.
And we're not here to make enemies nor create division between each other.
Right. We're all leaving on a good note, you know, brother. I hope your weekend is safe, blessed. And I hope you accomplish everything you set out to accomplish over this weekend and throughout the whole entire year. I hope your family stays safe, COVID free. And if they do have COVID, I hope your tonic drink remedy them back to health and things.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So I hope you nothing but success going forward.
Well, I say the same to you, dear brother, and may Allah grant you and yours His peace throughout this whole new year, dear brother. Peace and blessings be upon you all.
Thank you very much, brother. So again,
am I asked? Is this the last time you all will be doing this?
No. So now let me say this: the subject changes. We don't always talk about religion. Sometimes it's politics. Sometimes, you know, so sometimes it could be about different things. So no, the subject is not always religious, and we try to have a bill every day, really. So I purposely only allow a small group of participants tonight.
Oh, understood. Okay, let me ask this, dear bro. If you see fit to, whenever you're building, because I like to bring a little bread to the table myself. If you feel fit to bring me back in, just send me or let me know. I don't know if you have my number, or whatever. If you're the moderator and it shows up, but I'd be even willing to give you my number, or if you can do it on Facebook, I'm on Facebook. If you feel like you want to have me back on, I'd be honored to come back, dear brother.
Okay, right. I got your number. And I will text you. You will have my number, and you let me know. You can let me know the topic, like whatever you want to talk about, and we can do that. Because again, it's about building. It's not about destroying. And that's all it's about.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All praise is due to Allah, dear brother. And thanks, sister, too. I don't know if she's still on or not.
Yeah, she's still on, but I kept losing connection. So she might be on hold, whatever. I don't know. But I kept losing connection. So every time I connected, I lost connection. So I'm I'm connected now.
So you're gone? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, well, we won't delay it any longer, but go ahead and let you go and get that squared away.
I'm bound to be disconnected one more time. So I just want to close the show, where I'm connected, So brother, again, I appreciate you. I got your number. I'll text you. And again, my name is Brother Ron Harrison, and we'll keep in touch.
Yeah, please do, dear brother. And again, thank you much, dear brother. Thank you.
Definitely.